Honourable members, we may now go on. Chairman of the committee, you may present the report now.
Right, Honourable Speaker. As indicated, the committee duly complied with Standing Order 217 and any other relevant law relating to the vetting of the Chief Justice. Right, Honourable Speaker, by way of welcome address, the minority leader raised some issues. Right, Honourable Speaker, all the issues raised by the minority leader have been dealt with by the committee in accordance with law. Right, Honourable Speaker, at the conclusion of the preliminary issues raised by the minority leader, the minority staged a walkout and indicated that the minority caucus has rejected the nominee and that the minority caucus hereby votes en bloc to reject the nominee, though at that material moment the actual vetting had not commenced and we were not voting. Right, Honourable Speaker, thereafter, the committee proceeded to vet the nominee, and by the report, we can see the preliminary comments made by the nominee, his background, and the response to salient questions. Right, Honourable Speaker, the nominee was asked questions such as the perceived nomination by the President as reward. He provided answers to that. Questions like duration of presidential election petition, cost of litigation and access to justice, regional access to Court of Appeal, empaneling of judges at the Supreme Court, addressing backlog of cases and delays in justice delivery, judicial leadership, and managing dissent views. Cases involving remand prisoners and congestion in our prisons. Establishment of Court of Appeal for the 5 northern regions. Restoration of public confidence in the judiciary. Addressing perception of corruption on part of the judiciary. Reintroduction of electronic case management system. Appointment of judges and judicial independence. Curbing public suspicion of executive overreach in judicial appointment. Judicial reforms and institution of development. Propriety of proceedings with the vetting process. Case management and judicial administration, Right, Honorable Speaker, I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, and I would read the recommendation and the conclusion of the committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, by way of recommendation, the committee recommends to the House, by majority decision, the approval of the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for the appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, all the new patriotic members of the committee, minority, indicated before the vetting that they have voted against the nominee. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1441 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Order 217 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, duly examine the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana for appointment as Chief Justice. Upon careful deliberations, the committee knows that the nominee demonstrated outstanding competence a very deep knowledge of the law and a firm grasp of the judicial ethics. He addressed questions posed by the committee with professionalism, clarity, and intellectual rigor, reflecting his capacity to uphold the independence, integrity, and dignity of the highest court of the land. The committee is satisfied that the nominee possesses the requisite qualification, judicial temperament, and commitment to constitutional values expected of Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. In conclusion, all the members of New Patriotic Party minority were opposed and indicated from the onset before vetting that they are voting against the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee, and subsequently walk out of the proceedings after the preliminary remark by the Honorable Minority Leader on behalf of the Minority Caucus. The committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision the adoption of the report of the approval of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, ably read by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, we had a public hearing which was scheduled and held on the 10th of November. The nominee, Justice Paul Bafo-Boni, was present, and he responded to the questions that the members of the committee actually posed to him. Mr. Speaker, as Chairman rightly said, he demonstrated his deep knowledge of the law and the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, his background, knowledge, and experience left us in no doubt that he is actually the right person for the job. Mr. Speaker, his exceptional vision of the judiciary and what he intends to do when this House approves his nomination was quite exceptional. As the Chairman rightly said, I will urge this House to approve the nomination of Justice Paul Bafuboni. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. At conclave this morning, we agreed that we will take 2 members from each side from the group that we refer to as backbenchers. So 2 backbenchers from each side of the House. They have submitted, your leaders have submitted the names to me, and I'll refer to them. Then the middle belt will have a member each, and the front bench, the ship will have a member each, and then the leaders will conclude. So we are having 5 from each side of the House. The backbenchers have 5 minutes each. 5 minutes each. The middle belt, 7 minutes. And then the ship, 10 minutes. And the leaders, 15 minutes each. This was the understanding at conclave. Since the motion was moved and seconded from the majority side, we will now listen to a backbencher from the minority, and there are 2 members presented as backbenchers. Honorable Anthony Emia, and then Honorable Sami Awuku. So either Anthony Emia or Sami Awuku will start. 5 minutes. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, with respect, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we are going by the agreement, except to say that when we are sending the list to you, we proposed to take our list in a certain order, but it will still comply 5 each for the back bench, the middle bench, and then the ship and the leader. So, Mr. Speaker, if you check, Mr. Speaker, so if you check the list we gave, the ship, we yielded to Honorable Anyimedu to start his 10 minutes for the ship allocation. He yielded to him. And then we have Honorable Tampuli for the middle, which is the 7 minutes. And then after him, our backbench 5-5. So that is how we would end our side. So we would plead with Mr. Speaker to go by the order that we wrote, but still complies with our agreement without any.
Honourable members, I've been told that the order they want to contribute to the debate is to go by the numbers that they have presented to me, starting from 1 to 5. If I'm to go by that, 1 is Honorable Enyimedu Kwame Entry, and I'm told he is to have 10 minutes. So, Honorable, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the report that is ably presented to the House by the chairman of the committee, Honorable Ehiafo. Amongst the things that the First Deputy Speaker had told Ghanaians are that the new patriotic party members on our side, before we could do or finish the vetting, had indicated, I chose my words correctly, before we could conclude.
Don't mind them. Go ahead, only 10 minutes.
Before we could conclude the vetting, had indicated that we were going to vote en bloc. What the chairman refused to tell this House and Ghanaians are the reasons that we had adduced for voting against the nominee. We indicated at the committee that we're going to vote against the nominee. Mr. Speaker, amongst the other things that we have stated are that there are 7 separate proceedings at the various jurisdictions, inclusive of the High Court, the Supreme Court, and the ECOWAS Court. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is a member of ECOWAS and a very serious member of ECOWAS. Under the ECOWAS, we have the ECOWAS Parliament, we have the ECOWAS Court, and Mr. Speaker, we must respect the court. What would happen if all these cases that are pending before the courts, they decide and they go against the government? Mr. Speaker, Attorney General, as at now, had not, in most of the cases, had not filed anything challenging the issues at stake. All we are saying is that, Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, we have the Chief Justice of the land, and if the seat is vacant, we must have someone to occupy the seat. It must be something that we should do with joy. It must be something that every Ghanaian must be interested. But Mr. Speaker, the very basis that is giving rise for the vacancy of this seat is challenged. The very basis is what we are saying, that it is pending at the various courts. So it has not arisen for us to challenge or to go through the vetting and vote for another member occupy that seat.
Honorable member, please, you may move to another issue. I have already pronounced on this matter. I won't go back. If you are dissatisfied with my pronunciation, my ruling on the matter, by our rules, you know what to do. You cannot come through the back door. Go through the front door and come properly to this house. You may move to another issue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I respect you and I respect your ruling, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't challenge that. I'll move on, Mr. Speaker. Save that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging. I just wanted that is our view, and that is what I expected the chairman to inform the House and to Ghanaians. But I'll go on. Mr. Speaker, amongst the other things that we seek to tell Ghanaians is that the very person, Mr. Justice Bafubani, stands conflicted because the very person that is occupying a seat is sitting under a number of cases to determine the old Chief Justice whether it is right or wrong for the person to be seated. And that's we say member, that he is conflicted.
Honorable member, please. You are a highly respected legal luminary. You were lecturing law at the university. You are now a member of parliament, and you carry a lot of respect. What you are submitting now is at the wrong forum. That is at the wrong forum. And so please, I will just advise that you move to another issue, because you know what to do. The issue you are raising, not here. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, I accept to plead with you, Mr. Speaker. I thought that we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, on your left, would want to tell you and Ghanaians why we had indicated that we were voting en bloc. Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to challenge. It has nothing to challenge your reasons. And Mr. Speaker, we have, this is the Parliament of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious...
Honorable member, please, I'm happy that you know that is Parliament of Ghana. And so, if you have a matter before the National House of Chiefs, you don't move to talk about your case before the National House of Chiefs at the meeting of the caucus of the youth. Please, that is a different forum. You know what to do. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, what I pursue to be my duty here, Mr. Speaker, is to urge it out to Ghanaians why we have taken a stand. Amongst the other things is that, Mr. Speaker, we see this practice. This is very serious, that the executive is controlling Parliament in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive...
Honorable member.
The executive...
Honorable member. Please. The statement you just made is a very serious statement. As I sit here, please, there is no executive that can control me. I want to assure you.
right, Mr. Speaker, I pray thee. Maybe I didn't make myself clearer. But what I mean, Mr. Speaker, is that, and Mr. Speaker, I think I need your protection.
The public doesn't hear them.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, what I mean
Honorable members,
by what I've said.
Please, I'm in charge. I will allow the debate to flow within the remit of our rules, our practice, and our conventions. And in fact, I made that known at the meeting at the conclave. Your leaders are aware. But I must apply the rules. If not, my presence here is of no use to the whole country and to the practice of democracy. Please, so I'm very, very careful with what I do. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, the point I would want to make here is that there are three arms of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And Mr. Speaker, what's our side of the House?
Honorable members, honorable members, please, I have taken note of all the interjections, and he has 10 minutes. So I'm looking at the 10 minutes, and I'm deducting all the interjections from his 10 minutes. So either you keep your cool, listen, and when it's your turn, you put across your own views, or we stay here till midnight. I will not take any minute from his 10 minutes. So please, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amongst my 10 minutes, I may want to plead, Mr. Speaker, may I remind the House of Article 115 of the Constitution. And I read, Mr. Speaker, there shall be freedom of speech, debates, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. At the end of proceedings, just a reminder. What I am saying, Mr. Speaker, member, is that
you just read the provision. It says it shall not be questioned in any place out of Parliament or where? Court. We are in the House here. So here it can be questioned here.
Mr. Speaker, now that I am guided that when a parliamentarian is speaking, one can gag the person, I take note.
Please,
Mr. Speaker.
Please, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, it will get to other people.
Don't mislead the public. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I need your protection.
Honorable member, I will protect you, but don't mislead the public. We do not say gag the member, but you read the provision 115. Please, this is an opportunity for many to learn, and many of our citizens are listening to us. I want to read it carefully. 115. There shall be freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. So as I preside here, I can question your freedom of speech applying the rules, but I cannot go out of Parliament to question it or go to court to question it. But here in session, that freedom is open to question or to impeachment. Please, the rules are clear even in our standing orders. Don't mislead the public. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that on our side, we believe that one arm of government is controlling another arm of government. And in this case, the executive is controlling the judiciary. By this act, Mr. Speaker, the act of where there is the head of judiciary, that judiciary is removed, and that had not been exhausted. And these matters are pending before various courts. The 7 cases that are pending, Mr. Speaker, I can go ahead and then mention it. Mr. Speaker, amongst other things.
Please, I've taken note. I've taken note of your time. The majority leader is on his feet. Please, what is the issue? I've taken note of your time, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, our standing orders in Order 1, 2, 3 clearly prescribes the content of a speech. And 1, 2, 3, 2 says that a member shall not use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on a member or any other person, or impute improper motives or impugn the integrity of a member or any other person. Mr. Speaker, he has said that the executive, that is the president, essentially, when you say the executive, you are talking about the president. He has said that the president, the executive, is controlling the judiciary. For a member to say on the floor that the president is controlling the judiciary, when the president has sworn an oath before this House to uphold and defend the Constitution, and the Constitution does not make provision for the president to control the judiciary. So when you stand in this House and say that the president is controlling the judiciary, you are clearly impugning the integrity of the president. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I therefore think that the member is out of order, and you should direct, Mr. Speaker, that should be struck out of the records of this House.
Honorable members, the member has expressed his opinion. And in expressing his opinion, the member Honorable members, just a few days ago, I talked about the clapping of hands. That is not part of the practice of this House. You can heckle your colleague, but don't use your hand and be clapping. It's not. Please, I identified the person who was doing that. But at least for today, you will be pardoned. Next time, I will not do so. Honorable members, please, let me repeat. The member expressed his opinion, and in expressing his opinion, he never used any offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on the executive or any other person. So he's entitled to express his opinion. Once he hasn't used any such word, I think he's in order and he should continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for my protection, for your protection. I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, there are various cases pending before the courts. There is a matter of the, and Mr. Speaker, if I may make a small reference. There is this case of the Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono versus Article 146.
Honorable member,
Committee.
please, Honorable member, you can't take us back. I pronounce on this matter. Why? Honorable member, you know, please, minority leader, may you kindly allow the very competent honorable member to continue with his submissions. I am very observant, and I have watched you, and I've seen and even heard some of the things you are whispering to him. That is not allowed. Please, he is competent enough. I am very vigilant. Please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the respected Dominic Nito is here. All we are telling him is to focus and abide by your direction. He's, Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, he is a Catholic, I'm a Catholic, you are. I'm rather telling him to focus so that you don't have to come in again.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I am, with respect, we are here. I am telling him that focus on the issues that are non-controversial. That's what I'm telling him, Mr. Speaker. I beg of you.
Honorable,
for records, I don't want to be misquoted. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, in any event, I have a right to confer with my colleague to confer.
Honorable minority leader, you are facing your colleagues. You are facing your colleagues in the majority, and also the part of the public gallery behind them. I am facing the majority and facing the minority and facing the whole public gallery. I observe what is happening. Truly, Honorable Dominic Nito kept on drawing his attention to go back my rulings and focus on his dissent. I watched that. I eavesdropped. That is true. Honorable minority leader, when you turn and you are talking to him, I don't only see you, but I also hear you. Please, honorable member, just go on with your submission.
I'm
You
grateful, Mr.
are
Speaker.
now, please, you are now left with 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that, and it's our belief, that this constitution, the very constitution that we are protecting and guarding against, is being breached because there was no prima facie case made against the former Chief Justice, and the matter still remains in court.
Nobody knows about it.
Mr. Speaker, the matter still remains in court, and that had not been dispensed with. Mr. Speaker, other applications have been filed for certiorari that decisions that have been made must be quashed. Again,
Honorable member,
those decisions,
please.
no,
you can't litigate that case before Parliament. You can't. This is not the forum for that. Please, if you go that way again, I'll apply the rules. You know the rules. Please.
Mr. Speaker, we also want Ghanaians to know, and I cited the primary facie case, and nobody knows it in Ghana. We are, Mr. Speaker, the report that, and we are told that there were 3 petitions against the former Chief Justice, and we heard of 1. The report of the committee, Mr. Speaker, remains unpublished. We don't even know what went into that. And we believe that as Ghanaians, before we get to today, we must know the details of why there is vacancy in Ghana that we need to fill. All we are saying that this arm of government and the head of that arm of government, which is judiciary, Mr. Speaker, that seat is not vacant. And even if an attempt had been made to make it vacant, that attempt, Mr. Speaker, we cannot see through that. We think that is faulted, that is...
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, we expected.
Honorable members, the honorable member has finished with his submission. The time is up. And honorable members, I direct that all what he said after my last ruling are expunged from the records. I have a number of times drawn his attention that this is not the forum for the litigation of those cases. What we are considering now is the appointment of a nominee. That nominee has been taken through the process of public hearing. You had the opportunity to appear before the committee and to put across all what you just alleged. You opted to boycott. It is now not for you to come through the back door and be making allegations. Hearsay evidence is not admissible here. Please, let's move on. We now will listen to, from the majority side, whether they also want me to go by the order that they've numbered, and therefore, from the majority side, they started with the back benches, And the first backbencher is Honorable Zuwera Ibrahima. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to look at the report of the Appointments Committee with regards to the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to make this preliminary statement that I actually had the very rare opportunity and privilege to sit through the entire vetting process on Monday. From beginning to end, Mr. Speaker, I was there. I saw everything that played out. But, Mr. Speaker, we'll leave issues of that day for another time. Today, we are looking at Justice Paul Bafuboni. And, Mr. Speaker, from very humble beginnings, born in Gwaso, in today Ahafo region, Gwaso, his lordship worked his way out and worked higher the ladder of leadership of this country. Mr. Speaker, his background any day is worth celebrating. And Mr. Speaker, as I sat in the vetting session and listened to my Lord Justice Paul Bafuboni, I was convinced that he was the best suited for the position at this time. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? My Lordship was nominated to the Supreme Court in January 2008. He spent 17 years at the Supreme Court. And Mr. Speaker, even at home, we all have this adage that we say, experience is the best teacher. After 17 years, Justice Paul Bafuboni demonstrated at vetting that this country and the judicial system of this country is going into very safe hands. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I say this because as a woman, Mr. Speaker, and a champion of women leadership, I want to celebrate all the women chief justices that we've had. Yeah. We had Her Lordship Georgina Wood, who was appointed to the Supreme Court in 2002 and became Chief Justice in 2007. She reigned for 10 years, and we all saw the output of her work. Yes. It was not in question. Yes. Her capabilities were never in question. Yes. Mr. Speaker, we saw Her Lordship Sophia Akufu, who had spent 22 years at the Supreme Court before becoming a Chief Justice in 2017. Mr. Speaker, she exited the role with impeccable credentials. Mr. Speaker, again, let me say this to this House, and I want it on record. Again, I had the opportunity to be a member of the vetting committee, appointments committee that vetted Her Ladyship Tokono. Mr. Speaker, I recall I asked one question. I asked my Lordship, what are the attributes of a good Chief Justice? Give me 5 attributes. She gave one. And she turned and asked me, what did you say again? Mr. Speaker, the Saturday after that vetting, a former member of this House, a learned member of this House, Honorable A.B.F. Hussaini, was on Joy Newsfire discussing the vetting of her Lord. And he said,
Honorable members, Deputy Minority Leader, Deputy Minority Leader, please, honorable members, may we have your ears. Deputy Minority Leader.
Right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that, hello, Mr. Speaker, the mention of the former Chief Justice on a Tokonu is not a subject under discussion at this point in time. If you look at the report, I think we are relating the report that has been submitted before us.
He's attacking him.
And attacking the personality of Chief Justice is not something that we have to entertain. So I just call for the expansion of that part, attacking the former Chief Justice, to be expunged from the debate. Thank you very much.
Honorable, please, honorable members, please. I heard her say that as a woman, she was going to celebrate women that were Chief Justices, and started with Her Lordship Justice Georgina Wood, and said so many things about her. I practiced before her when she was High Court judge. I know her very well. Then she proceeded to Justice Sophia Akufu. She was in practice, private practice, when I was also practicing. So I know her very well. Now she proceeded to Justice Tokonu. She is far behind me, so when I was in flight, she was not available. She was saying what happened. Please, she was. Honorable members, please, I have to relate to this before I give my ruling. She was sharing her experience when she appeared at the appointments committee, and that she member speaking was a member of the appointments committee, and she asked her a question about the five attributes of a Chief Justice. And now she's going through what took place. So I was keenly listening to her to see whether she will pass the acid test of our rules. That is why I'm following her keenly. If she doesn't, I'll call her to order. Please, I'm listening. I will not allow her to say anything that is unparliamentary about the former Chief Justice. Please. Yes. Honorable Member, you are left with 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, to pick up from where I left off. So this is the experience with Her Ladyship Gertrude Araba Tokono, to the extent that the former Member of Parliament, Honorable A.B.A. Hussein, had occasion to speak on Joy News File on the Saturday and said that in his opinion, the most important question that was asked that day was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahim. And the Chief Justice nominee failed to answer that question. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm making this point in order that I can dovetail effectively into my next point. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member,
Mr.
please.
Speaker,
Please. Honorable Member, as you rightly stated, that is the opinion of Honorable A.B.A. Husseini. As to the marks you are giving to her answer, it is not for you to be satisfied with her answer. Once you ask the question, even on the floor here, the answers that are given does not necessarily satisfy the people who ask the questions. You cannot use that as the basis to judge her on this particular situation when she is not in question. We are not here discussing the former Chief Justice. No. So if you are going to celebrate them, and let's move on. Please. Yes, Honorable Dominic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided.
Difficult. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The record has to be expunged. It has to be expunged.
Mr. Speaker, that tells us one thing. They are not listening to you because they have known that you called me.
Please go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to really thank you. People who are not here to defend themselves, as Mr. Speaker has said, if you want to say adverse things about them, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead, as you have done, you protect them. So I want to say to you that, Mr. Speaker, as you want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I call on you to let them expunge that particular section so that it does not stay in their hands. The point she just made in trying to give marks to somebody who is not here, and even she is the subject of all that we are doing, they should expunge it. Because if there's anything, the record is that she has been our Chief Justice before. And she has cases in court. We don't know what will happen. So they should expunge that portion from the hands out.
Honorable Member, I'm trying to get which portion, because please, what I said was that she referred to the opinion expressed by A.B.A. Husseini, showing that they were not satisfied with her performance. And I said that is his opinion. So is that why you are saying I should get expunged?
No, wait.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, the entire section she referred to the former the Chief Justice or Justice Tokonu's vetting, where she says that she failed to answer questions. I think that we should expunge that. That's the point I'm making. We should expunge that from the records. Just as you admonish her that she should veer away from it, I'm going further to plead with you to let the Hansard expunge that section completely from the records. Because unless somebody reads your comments, if I'm reading the Hansard and I don't go further to read your comments, I will not know that you have told her to move away from it, and that is not good. I just want them to expunge that section. That's all that I'm saying. The section that goes to say that in her view she has failed those questions, she should expunge it. That's all I'm saying.
Honorable member, I want to hear you again, because if I had heard the use of the word fail, I would have definitely ruled her out of order. What did you say? What did you say?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to correct this. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question to the then nominee, asking her to give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice, and she mentioned 1. Thereafter, the Saturday after the vetting, Honorable A.B.F. Hussaini was on Joy News Newsfile program discussing the entire vetting process, and he indicated that he thought that the most important question that was asked at vetting was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahima, to the effect that the nominee should give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice. That is what I said. I never used the word fail. Hansard is my witness. They can go back and check. The word fail never came from me, Mr. Speaker. He said he was not. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I've listened to her, and so I'll proceed to direct that if she had earlier used the word fail, that portion be deleted from the official reports, particularly the word fail. Now she has stated clearly she did not use it, but it's recorded, and so the official reports will go through all this. If they come across the use of the word fail and the words after it, should be deleted from the official reports. Please, now you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, and tying it all into my previous statements, Justice Bafo-Boni made very strong statements at vetting. And one of the things he said that drives my enthusiasm today, and I quote, he said, "The Constitution of Ghana entrusts the Chief Justice with a dual responsibility to adjudicate cases with fairness and to safeguard the credibility and moral authority of justice itself." Mr. Speaker, it gives all of us comfort and hope. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I watched Justice Bafo-Boni. He spoke from his heart. This is a man who was ready to leave a job at the prison service so he could marry his sweetheart. And he was adverting with Mrs. Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, it tells you the character of the man.
Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable Anthony Emia. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I place on record that Gertrude Tokonu, throughout her distinguished service as a judge and Chief Justice, had an impeccable record.
Sure.
Not just impeccable, my Lord. Mr. Speaker, sorry. It was also spotless. Unfortunately, we did not give her the chance to exhaust her full term as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive summary before me this afternoon makes capital out of Article 144 of the 1992 Constitution, which has given birth to this exercise and the said report. But in the view of the minority, the said article has been invoked prematurely. And I say so based on arguments advanced by my colleague, Honorable Anyimedu, citing the various cases. What is interesting about the said cases, Mr. Speaker, is that
Honorable member, don't fall into the same trap. That is not before us. And you know that these are matters pending in the court. So you have the right forum to go and ventilate your grievances and as much as possible vindicate yourself at that forum, not in Parliament. Let's proceed with the business before us. That's all.
I am very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will dwell on our own rules from our standing orders, particularly Orders 103F, 1231, 217 Rule 2, as well as 216 Rule 4, in further proceeding with my comment on the report. And with your kind permission, I would want to read the various orders. Mr. Speaker, Order 103F says, a motion shall not relate to a definite issue, and a motion shall relate to a definite issue and not F. Be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interest of the parties to the action. When you move on to 1231, which is under
content of speech says, a member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way, or may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interests of the parties in the action. The combined effect of the combined effect of Order 103F and 1231, with a greater of respect, is to prohibit reference to parliamentary proceedings that could prejudice cases before the court. But in this particular instance, that is exactly what has preceded events leading to today's report. I will not dwell from what
Please, honorable members, don't tamper with the mic. You may go on.
Then again, if you move to Order 2172 and Order 2164, part of our own rules. And Mr. Speaker, again, I seek your permission to read Order 2172, which says the chairperson and ranking member and two other members of relevant subject matter standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointment committee to consider persons nominated by the President for appointment as Chief Justice and Justice of the Superior Court, Ministers of State, Deputy Ministers, Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, the Special Prosecutor, and other persons specified under the Constitution or any other enactment. The 2164 stipulates that the clerk is responsible for arranging questions admitted by the Speaker to conform with the rota and to inform the ministers accordingly. From my understanding, the combined effect of 2164 and 2172 is that, one, there was no lawful vacancy that is flowing directly from 2172.
Honorable member, you are out of order. Please, your time is up. And we proceed to the next person. Honorable members, we will now listen to Honorable Muntaka Mohammed. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Honorable members, the timing has been captured by the recordings. The instruments will give 5 minutes exactly. So when it gets to the 5 minutes, it will cut off automatically. That is what happened to the honorable member. And so I had to give him extra minutes. So please, Honorable Muntaka Mohammed, Minister for Interior, take note.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, but to remind the House that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a backbencher, because I heard earlier Honorable Ayimbadu was given 10 minutes, and I thought, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the leadership agreed, but the most important thing is that ministers are equated to rankings and chairs. So I don't know if that timing could be relooked at, but other than that,
Honorable member, you are actually not a backbencher, but you have been favored to speak instead of a backbencher. That should have been given to a backbencher. So I thought that you should have shown some gratitude to your leaders. If you think that you are oversized, then we'll get proper size for you next time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll thank you and the leadership for the opportunity to speak in place of a backbencher. But Mr. Speaker, my worry is about the conclusion of the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, the House is guided by rules. And all our rules, Mr. Speaker, because of timing, I want to state that if you take Order 217, it says that the committee's report will either be by consensus or by voting. Mr. Speaker, so far as all of us were concerned, there was no voting at the Appointments Committee. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, votings are done at the tail end of the matter, whether it's a motion, whether it's a question, whether it's whatever decision is taken at the tail end. And Mr. Speaker, as we all also know, because of the timing, the rules of the House says that whatever rules that play to the chamber equally plays at the committee level. And Mr. Speaker, like I'm debating now, I cannot speak now and tell you, Mr. Speaker, when it's time for voting, I'll be voting this way and therefore step out. No, it has to be, I have to be present and be voting, as in Article 104 of our Constitution and our Standing Orders 139. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the committee's conclusion should be that it is by consensus decision. It cannot be by majority decision. It was by consensus decision. But Mr. Speaker, and the most important thing, as Mr. Speaker, you may know because of your deep knowledge of this House and its rules, if we are at a committee to vote, until somebody raises quorum, quorum is assumed. If it's time for us to vote, and there's nobody to raise issue of whether we have our full membership or what have you, it is assumed. Mr. Speaker, when people walk out, their names will still be recorded as present. When you are going to record those who were present, their names will be recorded. But they cannot say, we are voting, but we are walking out. No. The time that they were saying they were voting was not time for voting. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the House to consider this and amend the committee's report to indicate that the decision was by consensus, so that they do not take more of our time. Mr. Speaker, most importantly on the nominee, for me, I'm wondering why our colleagues are even doing what they are doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear by Article 146 of the Constitution, where the President is mandated, if there is petition, to remove a Chief Justice or otherwise, the proper procedure was followed to the end. And if you have a challenge to that, it is not on the floor of Parliament that you come and challenge that. Mr. Speaker, the nominee, if you look at his experience, you and I, Mr. Speaker, with all humility, were members of the Appointments Committee when we vetted him in 2008. I was a backbencher member of the Appointments Committee, and he's been there for 17 years. Mr. Speaker, if you look at his impeccable records, you will be wondering why has he not been Chief Justice long ago. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is one person that has run his career through almost all the government. He got to the bench through President Rawlings, as indicated by even the committee's report. He got to the High Court through President Rawlings. Then, through President Kufuor, he went to the Appeals Court and the Supreme Court. And he's one of the very experienced persons that we have. If you look at his experience, if you look at the things that he's been able to do, even academically, and you wonder why he was not even made a Chief Justice earlier. But like we said, everybody marks his time. This is his time. This is the time for Justice Paul Bafuboni. And Mr. Speaker, we must support him and encourage him to be able to give out his best, as he himself had indicated in the record. But Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at the issue of the committee's conclusion, saying that it's by majority decision. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe it is by. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, very difficult to accede to your request because you now have to define what voting means. What do you mean by voting? Do you have to use a thumbprint? Can you use your mouth to vote? There are so many ways that you can determine somebody has voted. The report is very clear. It says after the minority leader made his submission, which was preliminary, it stated clearly and is quoted, the minority caucus hereby vote en bloc to reject the nominee. That is at the public hearing. And so, clear indication as to voting. Then, getting to the end of the report, the chairman captured it again, where he says in conclusion, all the members of the New Patriotic Party minority were opposed to and voted against the nomination of the Chief Justice. That is what we have. And so I'm saying that then you have to define what you mean by vote. Has it got to be a physical indication either by thumb or pen, or could it be by word? And that one, we may have to look at it again. Then he concluded, the chairman, the committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision. He didn't tell us how the majority came by the decision. And it could be just the discussion there that they agreed that we support the nomination. That will be a decision, and that will be a way of voting. And so once they took that decision and adopted the report, we cannot question that they haven't been voting at the committee level. That is a challenge I have. And so I'll have difficulty in directing that the report of the committee be amended to capture the views that you've expressed. May we now go on to the next person, and that is the Honorable Member for Tampuli Al-Hassan. Tampuli Hassan, your constituency is Gushegu. That is his name here. Yes,
Speaker,
please.
I'm sorry, but Speaker, with respect, I submitted the names from the minority, and as far as I can recollect, the next to speak is the Honorable Samuel Cruz. Speaker, if you may indulge me. That is the least. No, that's the least.
Well, that is what I have here, but when your leader was speaking, he mentioned Tampuli before. But what you actually submitted to me, the third name is Sami Awuku, which is 5 minutes. But in his submission, he mentioned Tampuli first.
I would respect, not to challenge the leader, but we will respectfully require of you that we go by the list. So we will.
So Honorable Sami Awuku,
yes.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Appointment Committee's report on the President's nominee for the office of Chief Justice.
Are you contributing to it or you are commenting?
I'm contributing to it, Right Honorable Speaker.
Because the two are different. The two are different. If you are going to comment, I will take note of that. If you say you are going to contribute, then I take note.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm contributing.
You may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the First Deputy Speaker as he eloquently also touted the achievement of the President's nominee, including his diligence and competence. Mr. Speaker, this is a sharp departure
from a previous position when Justice Bafo-Boni was nominated for the office of Supreme Court Judge under President Kufuor. The NDC vehemently opposed it anyway. Mr. Speaker, our position and that of the minority is not premised on personal grounds, but clearly on a matter of principle. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 1446 of the Constitution, it is clear that the judiciary currently is not leaderless. The acting Chief Justice enjoys the powers of exercising his discretion and also the administration of justice. Mr. Speaker, what may likely create some genuine crisis in the minds of people will be the invitation of Parliament in helping install a new Chief Justice and the court subsequently, if matters before it are resolved and goes the other way. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Article 144 mandates the President, and the President's power to also nominate a Chief Justice is not impaired at all, and it's not challenged. The President has exercised that power by nominating Justice Bafo-Boni. Parliament's approval function, like all other constitutional powers, must also be exercised consistently with other constitutional provisions, Right Honourable Speaker, including the separation of powers, judicial independence, the sub judice rule, and also respect for pending processes. Right Honourable Speaker, Justice Paul Bafo-Boni has less than 2 years to retire. And we respectfully hold the view that this process must also not be rushed. And with all the benefits available to him and the powers available to him as acting Chief Justice, we believe the balance of convenience arguments really can hold sway here. And what is this balance of convenient argument here? If Justice Paul Bafo-Boni is approved by Parliament today, Right Honourable Speaker, and the ECOWAS Court or Supreme Court decides otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does not give direction on how to deal with such matters under such circumstances. Mr. Speaker.
Please, Honourable Member, may you move from that and go to the next topic. You have other issues, go to that.
Right Honourable Speaker, it is our considered position, and we hold a view, and in complete fidelity to the law, that we believe that these processes, we can hold on with it and exhaust the processes. And it's on this basis that we
It was just left with some seconds. Thank you so much for being timeous. We now go to the next person, and that is from the majority side, Honourable Dominic Ayine, the Attorney General. Honourable Minister, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion.
Honourable members, he is not speaking as a backbencher. He is speaking.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Sorry. Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, with the agreement we have, middle benchers don't have 10 minutes. Then you have 7 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded that unless he is speaking on behalf of the leadership, but if the Attorney General is speaking as a middle bencher, he has 7 minutes, not 10 minutes.
Honourable Member, you are right. But what they submitted, I can see they cancelled the Honourable Eric Opoku 10 minutes, and they gave him 7, and rather gave Honourable Dominic Ayine 10 minutes. That's what I have here on the paper. So he is speaking for 10 minutes. Honorable Eric, please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in our case, we did indicate that the minority chief whip, that is the ship and the whip, slot was given to Honorable Anyimedu. That was the reason or the basis for his 10 minutes. So if it is the case that one of the leadership from the majority front bench is ceding his position or his allocation to the Attorney General, then they should indicate so. Rather than that, none of the speakers, apart from the leaders, have 10 minutes to speak. So they should put that on the record so that it will not be the case that leadership will also speak and then...
I have put that on the record. They don't need to do that. So please, let's move on. You have 10 minutes.
To the motion for the approval of His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana of the Honorable Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, I have a preliminary observation to make. As was rightly pointed out by the Honorable Zuwaira Ibrahima, I also, the Honorable Member for Salaga South, I also sat through the entire vetting process and observed, sometimes with consternation, about the conduct that was exhibited at the vetting. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution enshrines the doctrine of the co-equality of the three branches of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The doctrine of co-equality means also implicitly that the principle of comity, and I'm talking about comity as in C-O-M-I-T-Y, must apply in the relationship amongst the three branches of government. What does comity mean? Comity, Mr. Speaker, simply means courtesy extended towards a person that you respect as a co-equal. Mr. Speaker, on that day...
Honorable Member, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Unless you want to tell me...
I will speak within the 10 minutes,
Honorable Member, unless you want to tell me that the apology are rendered to the judiciary, unless that's what you want to tell me, I think that you need to move away from where you are now to another issue. Presiding over this House. So please, don't overstretch that issue again.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought rightly that I was adding my voice to your powerful voice about how we conduct ourselves. So I take a cue from you. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, we have no doubt that the President of the Republic appointed the right person to the position of Chief Justice of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, in line with Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution, there are three main criteria for qualification as a Justice of the Superior Court. One is high moral character, proven integrity, and that the person should be not less than 15 years experience as a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chief Justice, the Honorable Paul Bafo-Boni, more than qualifies within the context of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He's been a Justice of the Supreme Court or a Justice of the Superior Court for more than 30 years, more than 3 decades. There has been no incident of questionable acts of integrity on his part. Indeed, prior to coming for a vetting, Mr. Speaker, the NIB, or the National Intelligence Bureau, or what we used to call BNI, did background checks on him, and the report came back with a clean bill of health. He is squeaky clean as far as his job as a justice of the Superior Court is concerned. So there are no questions to be raised when it comes to meeting the constitutional criteria. Mr. Speaker, we all know in this country that our judiciary is at a crossroads, that public trust is fast declining when it comes to the performance of the judiciary. Various studies, empirical studies have shown that that is the case. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, you need an experienced hand to steer the affairs of the judiciary and take us out of that storm. And the right person at this moment in time is no other than the person who has served the judiciary with distinction for over 3 decades. Mr. Speaker, when he answered the questions, you could see he did so with brilliance. You could see he did so from an experienced standpoint, somebody who knows the judiciary outside out, and he is a person who will steer us out of the troubles that we are now facing in terms of the institutional performance of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, what caught my eye as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on that day was when he was asked a question regarding how he was going to transform the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the minority will, do well to listen to what I'm going to say. Mr. Speaker, he gave us 3 cardinal pillars on which he is going to transform the judiciary. He said he is going to introduce rules relating to procedural clarity and flexibility. Second, he is going to introduce efficiency in justice delivery. And third, accountability at all levels of judicial decision making. This is what we need at this point in time in our history. This is what we need for the judiciary to be independent and to perform and deliver justice to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of pending suits, I am, or let me say my office is, a nominal defendant in all the suits. And I know better, looking at the Constitution and our standing orders, than to comment on pending suits before the courts of justice, whether it is the ECOWAS court or it is our own judiciary. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House and all Ghanaians, our citizens who are listening to us, that nothing untoward, no untoward conduct has emanated from my office. And the minority, with all the experienced lawyers that they have, including but not limited to the Honorable Minority Leader himself, should know that if the Supreme Court comes out with its decision saying that the process of the removal of the Chief Justice was groundless, in other words, there was no ground, there were no legal grounds for the removal. Mr. Speaker, no, listen to this. If orders are made, the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has no option but to obey the orders of the court. In fact, if he does not obey, the Constitution says that is a high crime that will result in his removal.
Minister and Attorney General, this is an area that I've given a directive on. You have to move away from it and let's focus on the matter before the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader is on his feet, yes.
Speaker, with respect, my respected colleague, the learned Attorney General, made reference to me in his submissions. To the extent that I feel misquoted, I just want to take the opportunity to correct the fact on record. He contends that the minority, with all its lawyers, including me, have misconstrued the matters at the various courts and goes on to make further submission that should there be any ruling in favor of the plaintiff, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, Mr. President would obey. Mr. Speaker, the gravamen of my contention and that of my colleagues is to the effect that the learned Attorney General's office, with the time given to file defense in the suit, has failed to do so. That was the argument of bad faith we raised, that in ECOWAS court there's a time, and if we really want to enrich our constitution and enrich democracy, that when a person appears before court, parties to the suit, however nominal, would make their views known. And Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, by making inference to my submission, again says that he is merely a nominal. But as nominal as he is the only party the Constitution provides as the one to file a defense. So it was his duty to take issues, traverse the matters, and Mr. Speaker, throughout the period, he did not. And it was the reason why we argued that, look, having failed to do that on time, you've created a certain lacuna, you've created a certain situation that goes against the rights of the respected former Chief Justice. That was the contention. I was not raising any other thing, but rightly saying that if you had failed on time, especially when you were served with all the processes on time, look at the way the injunction application was speedily heard. The substantive matter was pending long before vacation, and even after legal vacation, you didn't file a defense. You later went to the court to file a process for leave for extension of time, to file your process out of time. Meanwhile, we were receiving a nomination. Meanwhile, Parliament was again bound to hear the nominee. This was the argument we made, and it was not to attack the issue before the court. It was the action of your office, and that is why we raised it. So, Leonard Attorney
Minority Leader,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
We have heard you. Heard you.
Very well.
Please, I was compelled to give him time because you referred to it, and it's not a matter, as I directed earlier on, that is of concern to the motion that is before the House. So kindly move away from there and then make your submissions. I've taken note of the interjections, and you have enough time to make your submission. Please, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There is a point of correction, and because we are a House of Record, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very, very important. The Honorable Minority Leader himself knows very well that the rules of court, CI 16, supplemented by CI 47, the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, accords lawyers the opportunity to apply for extension to file their processes out of time. This is not something strange, and there is nothing sinister in what we have done. So, Mr. Speaker, in rounding up, I wish to employ all of you, my colleagues in this House, that we approve the President's nominee because he is ably and eminently qualified in terms of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He is one of the most experienced justices of the Supreme Court that we have, and his experience is definitely needed at this point in time in our history in order to
Honorable Minister, you are timed out. Yes, may we go to the next speaker now, and that is Honorable Tampuli Hassan. You have 7 minutes. Honorable member, please. I was trying to get the second deputy speaker. I just recollected he's on an assignment. So may you kindly give me just 5 minutes. I'll be back and then you make your submission. Sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
You have been watching the live coverage in Parliament on the approval of the nominated Chief Justice. Thank you for staying with us. The House is suspended for just 5 minutes, but you stay with us and we'll be right back after this break.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Wow. Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry. Would you not sorry? Oh, what are you? What the cat never won. Hey! Na ampai.
Between the pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A Syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a word pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
When you know, pipe ben abe yusu.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No hala.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
This is the breaking news. About 2,500 people. 2,500 people have been.
We'll be right back after a commercial break.
When stubborn coughs, colds, and catarrh interrupt your life, get fast relief with Stop Cough. The Stop Cough range is suitable for adults, children, and babies.
In today's breaking news, Alex is back and...
There is a Stop Cough for every cough and for everyone.
There surely is.
Ask your pharmacist about the right Stop Cough for you. The Stop Cough range is manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
We all play differently. Some live for the thrill, some play chill. But it's the emotions that unite us. Bets for everyone. Reveal yourself. 1xBet.
Dreaming of
of your own home? Thinking of upgrading your space? Then it's time to stop dreaming and start building with the Republic Bank Love FM Habitat Fair 2025. From Thursday 27th November 2025 to Sunday 30th November, all roads lead to the Kumasi City Mall for the biggest housing event in the Ashanti region. Come face to face with the biggest names in real estate, banks with flexible mortgage deals, interior designers, home accessory brands, and the very best in building technology. Plus, don't miss our Habitat Mini Clinic where experts break it all down from the first block to the finishing touches. The Republic Bank Love FM Habitat Fair 2025. Financing your dream home. Inclusive, sustainable, and affordable living for all. Make a date and don't be late.
This event is in partnership with Republic Bank, sponsored by DBS Industries, Syntex Tank, Doormaster, Ayuda App, Superlock, and Prestodia Ghana Limited. Supported by...
Hello, Ghana. It's time to celebrate 50 years of sports excellence. The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 50th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date, Saturday, November 15, 2025. Venue, Accra International Conference Center. Time, 6 p.m. Theme, Gold and Glory. A call for change in national orientation and investment in sport. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Guest of honor, Mr. Julius Deborah, Honorable Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. In attendance, Mr. Gianni Mello, President, Association of International Sports Press, AIPS, the prestigious and longest running awards event in Ghana, the SWAG Awards, promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievements. Performing is Afro-pop and dancehall star Stoneboy. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends and honor the best to inspire the rest. For sponsorship, contact 050-701-7001. The 50th SWAG Awards, sponsored by GCB Bank, Gold Board, Tobinco, Stanbic Bank, Ghana Free Zones Authority, National Petroleum Authority, Omni Basic Bank, and Phoenix Insurance.
Dreaming of your own home? Thinking of upgrading your space? Then it's time to stop dreaming and start building with the Republic Bank Love FM Habitat Fair 2025. From Thursday 27th November 2025 to Sunday 30th November, all roads lead to the Kumasi City Mall for the biggest housing event in the Ashanti region. Come face to face with the biggest names in real estate, banks with flexible mortgage deals, interior designers, home accessory brands, and the very best in building technology. Plus, don't miss our Habitat Mini Clinic where experts break it all down from the first block to the finishing touches. The Republic Bank Love FM Habitat Fair 2025. Financing your dream home. Inclusive, sustainable, and affordable living for all. Make a date and don't be late.
This event is in partnership with Republic Bank, sponsored by DBS Industries, Syntex Tank, Doormaster, Ayuda App, Superlock, and Prestodia Ghana Limited. Supported by...
After touring all 15 regions, the 2025 Springboard Roadshow now heads to Accra for the grand finale. A national celebration of innovation, inspiration, and the unstoppable spirit of Ghana's youth. Join us on Saturday, 22nd November at the Ohene Kunedu Auditorium, UPSA Accra from 9 a.m. The Springboard Roadshow is brought to you by the Ghana Growth Program, an initiative of the Mastercard Foundation in partnership with the Springboard Roadshow Foundation and its consortium partners, with support from Absa Bank, the Multimedia Group, and Graphic Communications Group. Springboard Roadshow 2025, connecting young people to agriculture, agribusiness, and ATVET.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry.
Thank you for staying with us. We shall now take you back to Parliament, where the Speaker is back and the House has actually resumed. The debate is ongoing and subsequently the approval of the nominated Chief Justice.
Given the pending legal suits challenging the removal of the former Chief Justice,
In its response, the nominee affirmed that Parliament was acting fully within its constitutional mandate, emphasizing that the mere filing of a writ or an application for injunction does not automatically stay the performance of a constitutional duty unless a specific restraining order is issued by a court of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, it continues with the second, third, and fourth paragraphs. Mr. Speaker, with what we have here, and having regard to the fact that you have made your ruling, is it out of order if one continues to speak to this same report in accordance with the rules of this House? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek your guidance.
Honourable Member, I made a ruling earlier on this matter, not today. In fact, it was a written ruling I delivered here on this matter. And I say none of you challenge that ruling. And that ruling remains the ruling of Mr. Speaker and is binding on the House. So we can no longer go back to it. I was talking about my act, not the act of the nominee. Please, and I stay by that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be guided accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it has to be put on record that Justice Paul Bafo-Boni, the nominee for the office of Chief Justice, was appointed to the Court of Appeal by His Excellency President John Agyekum Kufuor. Mr. Speaker, at the time that he was being nominated or appointed to the Court of Appeal, there were High Court justices who had served in the High Court long before him, but President Kufuor found him suitable to be taken to the Court of Appeal. Mr. Speaker, subsequently, after 2 years, even though Justice Paul Bafo-Boni met his seniors at the Court of Appeal, President Kufuor again found him suitable to take him to the Supreme Court. So, Mr. Speaker, largely we on this side of the divide are not opposed to the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for any personal. Listen to me, Mr. Speaker. We are not opposed for any personal reasons. We are opposed to his nomination based on principle of the pendency of matters by the Justice Takonu, which are still pending before courts. And we have taken this principal position just to let you know that we do not have any issues. In fact, we don't just want to join issues with you, especially regarding the matter of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this matter within the meaning, within the framework of the preamble of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we the people of Ghana, in the exercise of our natural and inalienable rights to establish a framework of government which shall secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, it continues in a spirit of friendship and peace with all peoples of the world, and in solemn declaration and affirmation of our commitments to freedom, justice, and probity and accountability. The principle that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people, the principle of universal adult suffrage, and, Mr. Speaker, my emphasis, the rule of law, supremacy of the Constitution, equality before the law, and respect for the fundamental human rights and freedom of our people. Mr. Speaker, in terms of fundamental human rights of the people and access to justice, Mr. Speaker, embedded in that rule of law thing is the accessible and impartial justice. Mr. Speaker, we must be given usable opportunities when we think our rights have been violated to be able to vindicate our rights. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we must advert our minds to is that when there are pending matters
it's important that I am allowed to finish the process before a decision will be taken that will prejudice my rights. And Mr. Speaker, we are not saying this because this is Justice Tokono, but this right must be available to every one of us and every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, fair legal procedures. Mr. Speaker, if I take a matter to court, I have every right to complete the matter before I'm told that my issue is foreclosed. Mr. Speaker, if matters are pending before courts and you leave the office, Mr. Speaker, Article 1446 provides situations where a justice of the Superior Court, including the Chief Justice, may lose office. Stated misbehavior, incompetence, and inability to perform the functions of the office. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that if we go ahead to confirm Justice Paul Bafo Boni and he becomes the Chief Justice, and in the event that the pending cases terminate in her favor, what happens to that office? Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that there will be constitutional nuclear meltdown, and that is what we intend to avoid.
Honorable member, please. I don't know how many times I have to draw the attention of members to this matter. That is not what is before us. Finality of the rule of law is pronounced and is in the bosom of the court. Legislative power, the power to make laws, is in our bosom. The Constitution added the power to approve, that is, give prior approval to nominees by His Excellency the President. And that is exactly what we are doing. As to whether our decision is the final rule of law, is for another body to determine. And so the proper venue, and I keep on emphasizing that, is not this house, it's the court. And so please, once you have the matters pending there, the matters will continue to pend there, and you can vindicate those rights there. The judiciary cannot say that because Parliament is considering a bill that may have some effect on a matter before the judiciary, they'll have to hold on until we pass the bill before they proceed with the matter. They can't say that. The same, I'm just putting it in simple language, that once a matter is before the judiciary, they can't say because that matter is before the judiciary, Parliament is stopped from also performing its function of lawmaking, of oversight, of these approvals and the rest until they finish adjudicating the matter. So we have to go on with ours. And that is exactly what we are doing. We cannot be stopped. I have given my ruling on this, and you are bound by it. If you are not, you know the rule in our standing orders. You know what to do. If you are not satisfied with that, you also have the courts to go and vindicate your rights. But so far as the matter before us is concerned, let's stick to that matter. Let's go on with that, and then later on you can proceed with whatever you want to do. But for me as Speaker, I preside. I don't judge. I preside. And I'll preside and make sure that what the rules say should happen will happen. At the end of the day, the House will be given the opportunity to take the decision. The rest, you can proceed on after that. Please. So let's move on to the matter before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, next I would like to refer this House to Article 1254 of the Constitution, where it says that the Chief Justice shall be subject to the Constitution
as be the head of the judiciary and shall be responsible for the administration and supervision of the judiciary.
I told you about the timing. When there was the interjection, it stopped. It's automatic. It's not being controlled by me. Please, kindly give him 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what that provision provides for is that we are not looking at the Chief Justice capacity as a justice of the Supreme Court, but as a head of the judiciary in terms of the human resource, planning, organizing, directing, control, and discipline of the judicial human resource, the judicial service staff, including even judges. Mr. Speaker, one would be not too far away if you ask the acting Chief Justice whether or not he will be transferring judges, whether or not if a justice of the Superior Court, conducts himself or in any way he will be taking action against the person, or whether or not any disciplinary action can be taken anybody as a judge or any staff of the judicial service. Mr. Speaker.
The 1 minute is over again. So, but honorable member, don't be worried about that, because even this constitution, when it was being drafted, it was said to be drafted by hairdressers. Now, when it was approved, the people who stated that the hairdressers were drafting constitution kept on applauding the good works of the hairdressers. So, and you have also done that today. It's just that politicians are a different breed of human beings. So, that is the challenge we have in the world. May we proceed to the next person, and this time from the majority side, and that is Honorable Eric Opoku. Honorable, you have seven minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before this House. Mr. Speaker, this House is witnessing inconsistency in its highest apogee. Inconsistency that has never been seen on the floor of this House, except today. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in the last year of Mr. President John Ajekum Kufuor, 2008, Justice Paul Bafuboni was elevated to the position of Supreme Court Justice. And the Appointments Committee's report was submitted to this House for approval. Mr. Speaker, that day, records of this House indicates that the minority we see today, they were in the majority. And they extolled the virtues of this man right in this chamber. They described him as competent. They describe him as competent, a man who has served this nation with dignity, an honest judge. In fact, they said a lot of good things about this man. Mr. Speaker, what has changed? What has changed? Today, the same person has been elevated, and now you are opposing his nomination. History will be the best judge. Mr. Speaker, again, I heard Honorable Enyimadu spoke about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you recall that between 2003 and 2006, Justice Paul Bafuboni was appointed to the fast-track High Court. He was appointed to the fast-track High Court, a court established by President Kufuor, tried some cases, and after some years, declared unconstitutional in the history of our country. That was the period of executive manipulation of the judiciary. That was the period. And it happened under your watch. And today you have the courage to sit in the same chamber and talk about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, again, you are ruling on the matter, on this matter, is fortified by this report.
Honorable member, please. May we listen to, yes.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I stand on Order 122 to clarify a point. Mr. Speaker, we don't appoint to the fast-track High Court. We appoint to the High Court. So, Mr. Speaker, that clarification would have to be clear. There's nothing like we appoint to the High Court and not the fast-track High Court. When you are appointed to the High Court, you are then assigned to a division of the High Court. Mr. Speaker, this is the point. You don't appoint to the High Court.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is in the report, page 8. Page 8 of the report. Listen. Page 8 of the report. He was elevated to the High Court in 2000, serving at Sunyane and Kumasi between 2000 and 2003, and later appointed justice to the fast-track High Court. Is it the report? So what's your problem? So, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the report, exactly how it is captured in the report. Now, Mr. Speaker, you are ruling on the matter that while Parliament is discharging a lawful duty, no court action can stop that, is fortified by this report. And it's interesting we raise this issue for Ghanaians to know. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 27 of the report.
Honorable member, your leader is on his feet.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have been trying very hard to get members on this side to listen to opposing views. I urge our colleagues to also pay attention and listen so that we can expedite action on this matter. I'm just appealing to our colleagues on the other side.
Honorable members, please, we need to listen to each other. Honorable Doctor, he represented Parliament at our march against the judiciary. He was among the 11, and he ran all over the field without touching the ball. And he was substituted. So I understand that. Honorable members, please, we only consider and give prior approval to nominees of the President to the Supreme Court. The High Court and the Court of Appeal don't come before the House for prior approval. Please, that is the state of affairs. The process that he went through, I was minority leader. Concerns were expressed, but this was not a matter that came before the House for his approval or otherwise. Not at all. Please, let's go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that reading page 27 of the report, under point 6.18, propriety of proceeding with the vetting process. Your committee has reported, and indeed they have cited two major cases, one involving a member of this House, Honorable Vincent Asamoah versus Attorney General. And the report reads, to substantiate his position, the nominee cited relevant legal precedents, including Dufour versus Bank of Ghana and Vincent Asamoah versus Attorney General, both of which affirm the principle that the existence of a legal challenge does not suspend constitutional processes in the absence of an explicit court injunction. Mr. Speaker, these two cases.
Honourable Member, I ruled on that, so let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving on because our colleagues, when I raised the issue, that the same person, when he was brought here, they extolled his virtues. They said no, they are not opposed to his nomination, but they are talking about some legalities. And the basis of their argument is that there is a case that is to stop the proceedings of this House. And I'm reading this to fortify your ruling that they don't have basis. Their argument is baseless. They are only talking because they are in the minority and they want to be heard. Otherwise, they'll have no case at all to be even making noise in this House. The truth of the fact is that the man qualifies, he is competent. In fact, he is the first son from our region, Ahafo, to be elevated to this position. And the people of our region are solidly behind him. And so we urge our colleagues on the other side that you cannot oppose everything on this earth. You were here defending some few days ago. Now you are transmoging.
Honourable members, we move on to the next person, and that is the last from the minority caucus, and the leader himself wants to take up that task. So I call on Osahene Afenyo-Markin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in making my contribution, I would want to, in addition to the report, rely on the certified copy of the verbatim report of proceedings that has been served on my good self by the clerk through the chairman. And for the avoidance of doubt, I would want to make same available to the table office for the record, because I'm going to rely on same. Mr. Speaker, that said, I shall proceed to say that for the first time under the 1992 Constitution, a sitting Chief Justice has been removed pursuant to Article 146 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, that removal, effected on 1st September 2025, following recommendation by a committee chaired by His Lordship Justice Gabriel Puaman, has generated unprecedented litigation challenging its constitutional validity, procedural regularity, and legal effectiveness. Critically, several proceedings were filed before her ladyship's removal was finalized. These are contemporaneous constitutional challenges asserting fundamental and irredeemable flaws in the Article 146 process. The removal proceeded despite these pending objections. These objections now remain unresolved before multiple courts of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we, the minority, hold a view that there has been inconsistency in the approach in this matter, and that if care is not taken, this country that we all seek investment for may not attract that needed investment. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the prima facie findings of the Council of State remain unpublished. 2, as we speak, the very report that recommended...
Honourable Member, I thought your reference to this matter was a matter before the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But what you are talking about is not before the House.
Mr. Speaker, then let me use the phrase well. Let me rephrase it for the purpose of clarity. Mr. Speaker, my submission is to the effect that the matters giving rise for this motion to be taken are such that we, the minority, still believe that there are serious matters for the Constitution of our Republic. Mr. Speaker, and I say so because today we consider this nomination, and you have made it clear that our approval or otherwise does not bring a finality within the context of the rule of law, which I agree. I'm not contesting that. But it is our view, most respectfully, that one, the fact that the prima facie determination is not in the public space is of concern to us. 2, the fact that the recommendation, the report that gave rise for the final decision of His Excellency the President is also not in the public domain is of concern to us. Mr. Speaker, we contend that for the purposes of transparent democracy, the era where the citizens require information, it should have been an instinctive, inherent decision to have released a report. Because, Mr. Speaker, we hold a view that this was no less a matter because it was dealing with an organ of government, of state, the judiciary. That is our contention. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, as I said, you are complaining about acts of another arm of government.
Mr. Speaker, I hope my time is being stopped.
Not Parliament. Not Parliament.
No.
And those matters are not before Parliament. And so I have consistently guided you and your colleagues to deal with the matter before Parliament. Continue with the others at the proper forum, not the floor of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we are not litigating those matters in Parliament, but those matters gave rise to this, what is before us. So what I'm trying to do is to give a background to the very matter before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Eric Opoku in his submission argues with some force that executive manipulation started in Kufuor era. I found it very rich. And he tries to use that to justify the concerns that we are raising to say that we are acting in double standard. No. Mr. Speaker, in President Kufuor's era, no Chief Justice was removed. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
please. I don't want us to go beyond what is before us, because many of the things that you say, because many of you were not born early, you don't know, you don't have the information. And in fact, I have bought some books, and I'm going to distribute the books particularly to leaders, so that you read to see the perception that we have given to the people outside there. They are very senior, intelligent people who held high office of state, who have written some books about Ghana politics. I have the books. I bought plenty copies to distribute to you free to read. I believe that will change your approach to how you go about the business on this floor. The information that I have from experience in this house, if I disclose them, many of the things you say are incorrect. The presidents and former presidents, they know. You don't know. And they know that I know what I'm talking about. So please, confine yourselves to the matters before the House. Let's deal with that one.
Mr. Speaker, we are saying that the fact that there appears to be some right violation against Justice Araba Esaba Tokunu, we in the minority are unable to support this nomination. Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, in his submission, alluded to the fact that even when Parliament approves this nomination and the court determines otherwise, the executive would be bound to respect it. He was right in saying that when a court makes a pronouncement, the executive will be bound by it. But what he did not say, when there is pronouncement, they would be bound by it. Mr. Speaker, he himself submitted that the rules of court allows for extension of time application to be made. The question we ask is that why didn't the Attorney General, considering the enormity of this matter, act with alacrity? Mr. Speaker, the question that begs for an answer is that for all these periods, if justice was really meant to be done, why didn't the Attorney General file a defense? He is now saying that we shouldn't worry, and that if there is any positive outcome, the president will be bound by it. But we are interested in the process. The minority in this House is interested in the process, and it is contending that his actions amount to bad faith and denying the respected
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I acknowledge that the minority is interested, and you are expressing your concerns. And those concerns have also been expressed at the right forum. But I say this is not the forum for that. The Attorney General's conduct of conducting proceedings in that court is not before the House. That at all is not. And so please, let's handle what is before us. Then at the appropriate forum, which you are doing, you continue with it. You can just refer that this is what you are doing, but don't go into the details.
Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, just place my time on ice for us to interrogate this preliminary matter. Mr. Speaker, well, I will leave it to you, but I would want to learn. Mr. Speaker, in my submission, I was responding to the Attorney General. These are facts that he has made known to the House. So I was responding to his own argument. I was not saying anything new. It is what he said that I was referring to. But if you say I shouldn't delve deep into it.
I stopped him.
Mr. Speaker, very well.
I stopped him.
Very well.
And I said he should come back to the subject matter on the floor.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, that's
please.
Mr. Speaker, if it is so, I will not belabor. Mr. Speaker, today, our colleagues who vehemently opposed just 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, and when they had the opportunity, they brought 7. Their principled argument vanished into thin air. Today, Mr. Speaker, when our friends in the NDC argued against 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, when they had the opportunity, they brought 7 at a go. Today, the same people who opposed this nominee in 2008 are today saying that they are for his cause. Mr. Speaker, we leave everything to posterity. Every single thing that we are witnessing in this House is for posterity. But we believe as minority that in spite of all that is happening, which happenings is affecting the rights of a citizen, the best days of our country are ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, we would not belabor. We maintain our opposition to this nomination, and we reject same, and we are going to demand a secret ballot to reject this. We are going to demand a secret ballot to vote, to let Hansard record our opposition. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are members who have their own views and would want to exercise their right when there is secret ballot. We, the minority, are going to invoke that so that we take a secret ballot to register our dissent on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't exhaust the 15 minutes. I will submit here to and then leave the matters to rest. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, the last person to have a say on this matter is the majority leader. The minority leader actually used less than 15 minutes. So it's the majority leader who is now to end the debate, and he has 15 minutes to do so.
Mr. Speaker, mine is a very brief one. Very brief. In 2012, we had a national election for the presidency and for parliament. The election results were disputed. President Akufo-Addo was declared winner. John Dramani Mahama and the NDC petitioned President John Dramani Mahama was declared winner. Akufo-Addo petitioned the courts. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we had another election, and President Akufo-Addo was declared winner, and John Dramani Mahama petitioned. The cases traveled before the Supreme Court, and finally, the Supreme Court made a pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, it was clear to every Ghanaian that in spite of the cases pending in the Supreme Court, we went ahead and swore in those declared by the Electoral Commission as having been validly elected. But the case went on, and in the case of the petition against John Dramani Mahama, it was in August 2013 that the Supreme Court handed a ruling. Mr. Speaker, when we put the question to the nominee as to what he thinks will happen if the previous Chief Justice's case turned out in her favor, he simply referred us to these two cases. If in a presidential petition, we are convinced that if the ruling goes against a sitting president, that person will vacate the seat so that the winner will take over. Why would we entertain doubt that if a Chief Justice who has left office gets a ruling in her favor, that the sitting Chief Justice will not give way so that the decision of the Supreme Court will be enforced? So the answer is simple. We have to proceed. And when the decisions of the courts come, and the implications are that what has happened should be reversed, the Chief Justice nominee said he is ready to give way, and whoever the courts declare in favor of will come and occupy the post of Chief Justice. So there's no problem. Mr. Speaker, the second issue about the listing of cases was put to the nominee, and the nominee explained that he, as acting Chief Justice, is not responsible for listing cases. So if the minority's position was that some cases hadn't been listed, then that is a matter for the registry, because as an acting Chief Justice, the Chief Justice normally empanels the court when the registrar indicates that all the processes had been concluded, and then we had reached a stage where we would need to empanel a court. So he wasn't responsible for cases not listed. Mr. Speaker, I think that a lot has been said already about the nominee, and I will not belabor the point, except to once again, lastly, register the point that in 2012, July 24th, 2012, Justice Theodora Wood was nominated, approved by this House, and appointed a Chief Justice. 2013, January, President John Evans Atta Mills, under the NDC, became president. He coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor under the MPP. Mr. Speaker, again, on 24th of July, 2012, when we lost the president, John Dramani Mahama took over as the president, and he coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor, an NPP president. What is my point? My point is simple, that the NDC under President Atta Mills and under the current president, John Dramani Mahama, has coexisted peacefully with a Chief Justice appointed by the MPP. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that my colleagues have already argued and given reasons why we should approve the nomination to the post of Chief Justice, because essentially he qualifies under Article 1284 of the Constitution, has been a judge for 30 years, overly qualified, has been a Supreme Court judge for more than a decade and a half, and is now acting as the Chief Justice. Mr. Speaker, without saying more, I will just say that put the question and we will vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the committee's report, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, we have the Honorable Deputy Whip, Minority Deputy Whip on his feet. Let's listen to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, order 151. Mr. Speaker, I rise under order 1513. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read order 1513. A member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for a head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, I invite you for us to do a head count on this since our electronic vote is not working. Speaker, head count.
Honourable members, there's a challenge to my decision on the voice vote, and there's a call for us to take a head count. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me read order 1513. Well, it says, a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. Whether. Mr. Speaker.
Keep quiet.
Whether, Mr. Speaker, there is no automatic right to a head count or electronic vote when somebody challenges the voice vote. There's no automatic right. It is for the Speaker to look at the chamber. Because where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. Where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. He sees the number constituting the NPP votes, and sees the number constituting the NDC votes. And Mr. Speaker knows that the NPP micro-minority have already indicated they are voting against. The NDC supermajority has already indicated they are voting for. So when you look at the numbers in the chamber, it is so clear that it becomes unnecessary for a head count. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, we have confidence in you and your understanding of the rules. The rules say that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote, or whether not to call for head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious, and there's no need for you to call for a head count or an electronic vote. It is obvious that they have lost the vote. We've won the vote, and take a decision and let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I have determined that there should be a head count. So we are going to do a head count. Head count. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members. Honourable
Mr.
members.
Speaker.
We are going to do a head count.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, those in favor of the motion, please rise up to be counted.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a problem. There is a problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the Constitution in Article 111. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 111.
Ɔwɔ ne mba bebree.
Please, honorable members, be at your seats. Members are moving around and they are having a challenge in counting you. Please, say rise up, rise up. Please. Honorable members, you may resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, those against the motion rise to be counted. Please, clerks at the table, you are asked to count all those who have risen. Please, so any person that has risen and is standing should be counted. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, at the count, the ayes have 163. The noes 69. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I read. Order 1526 states that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for division. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore challenge the head count, and I call for you to apply Order 1526 as stated in our orders for division, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member rose and quoted Order 1526. And I just heard him read, where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. I have not heard him challenge I did not hear him challenge the head count. I did not hear. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge. You did not. He told him to. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge the result of the head count. So, Mr. Speaker, let him come properly. I did not hear him. But Mr. Speaker can give a ruling if you heard him challenge the the results of the head count. I did not hear him.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to plead with you and draw your attention to Order 154, which states, and I read, despite Order 153, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, in drawing your attention to this order, I plead that you exercise your authority as expected in themselves, and the call for a division is an unnecessary request. Mr. Speaker, I thank
you. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, it was under Order 1526. And that I challenge, and it reads that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I challenge the results from the head count and call for a division under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, even though the Honourable Member for Tamale North, Honourable Soyini, drawing your attention to Order 154. Mr. Speaker, Order 154 is clear that despite Order 153, I haven't raised anything under Order 153. I am within Standing Order 1526, which is mandatory to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make my case. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I'm still waiting to hear your challenge.
Mr. Speaker,
it's not sufficient to say a challenge.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to make my earlier on, I tried to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker, I made this challenge because number one, Mr. Speaker, I did not believe that the number as presented to you from those who voted for the yes or the ayes were up to the number presented to you, Mr. Speaker. And also, I was drawing your attention to Article 111 of the 1992 Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I read Article 111. The Vice President or a minister or a deputy minister who is not a member of Parliament shall be entitled to participate in the proceedings of Parliament and shall not be accorded the privilege of all members of Parliament except entitlement to vote. Mr. Speaker, the time we were taking the vote, the Ashanti Regional Minister is seated there. He's still here. Mr. Speaker, the Works and Housing Minister is still seated here. He has no right to vote. That's my basis for my challenge, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Order 153 and Order 152 and Order 154 must all be read together. Because Order 154 says that despite Order 153, the Speaker, if in the opinion of the Speaker, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, a decision has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Mr. Speaker, if you read Order 153, it deals with division and says the Speaker shall direct that the lobbies be cleared in the case of a division. The division bell shall be rung for 1 minute. The Speaker shall invite the leadership of the majority, minority, or independent caucuses to appoint 2 tellers each to observe the division process. After a lapse of 5 minutes, the Speaker shall announce the names of division clerks and the tellers. So 153 deals with the procedure for division. Is that okay? And 154 says that in spite of the fact that there is a procedure for division, Speaker can also say that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. That's 154. That's 154. And if the Speaker takes a position that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, the procedure is that he would ask one side only to rise up and be counted. Just one side. He can say that because you are not many and you are just 69, it is easier to count you. So you should rise up and then he will count you. When he counts you, he can direct and declare the decision of the House. That is what 154 says. That's what 154 says. So I therefore call on Mr. Speaker to rule that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. And on the basis of a ruling that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, to proceed to count one side and then declare the decision of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Minority Leader, yes.
Yes, I think I mentioned it to you before.
Speaker, with respect, the Honourable Member for Tolon invoked Order 152 and was very clear in his application. The Order 153 that provides for procedure on division anticipates that possibly the 151 that was initially invoked, which gives rise for a head count, could be wrong. It is a reason why there's a whole procedure provided for under 153. which talks about clearing the lobbies, which talks about the leaders providing tellers. Mr. Speaker, in the first instance, it is the clerks who have done the accounting, not independently verified by anybody, and they have brought the figures to you. The member has challenged it, and that is why the second stage step allows for agents, that those who are saying no, those who are saying yes, will have an opportunity to validate the counting process. Mr. Speaker, for the majority leader to immediately invoke 154, to say that 154 says, despite 153, Speaker may. Mr. Speaker, that provision there must not be construed in a manner to negate the mandatory obligation under 1526. No, it is saying where the number, if you read 153, 11 and 12, it says that if a member states that he voted in error and that his vote was counted wrongly, the member may request that the vote be corrected or counted before the speaker declares the result. 11, where the member numbers in a division are equal, the motion shall be considered lost. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you read these together, it is rather dealing with a situation where a declaration is made under 153, and the speaker would want to exercise a discretion where a member is unnecessarily making a claim under division, because it anticipates that a member may not be satisfied and may be taking certain steps to make a certain application. If they now move away to refer to 152, Mr. Speaker, that is not in the contemplation of this regulation. If the intendment of Parliament was to the effect that Mr. Speaker can invoke 154 to, as it were, negate the effect of 1526, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament would have said so. It did not say that despite Order 1526, Mr. Speaker, in his opinion, may consider a division unnecessary claim. No, 154 does not make reference at all to 1526. Mr. Speaker, that provision does not make reference to it at all. If the lawmakers had intended the 154 to have effect on 1526, it would have said so in clear language. Mr. Speaker, what has not been written or said is not meant to be added to the whole lot for interpretation. What 154 contemplates is the 153. That is why it mentions 153 without more. Nobody should attempt to lead Mr. Speaker astray. There is a huge temptation. There's a huge temptation. Earlier, the majority leader said Honorable Habib did not challenge. So he didn't hear. Now he moves away. He moves away to now invoke 154. The 154 is contemplating 153. Mr. Speaker, I would not want us to further delay this. 1526 is mandatory, and I'll conclude on it. It says where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the speaker shall call for a division. I don't know why the super majority is afraid. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you have your numbers and you believe in your numbers, let's go into division. If you believe in your numbers, let's go into division.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have made your point. The Honorable Habib mentioned a particular member. I just want to know whether the member was present when the head count was being taken. Please, I want to know from the member, please, it's not from any of you, it's a member present. Please, I want to hear from the member. Yes, honorable member.
No, come here. Come and use this one. Come and use this one.
Honorable member, yes.
Okay, use come and use it. Man, so just speak straight.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, during the head count, myself and the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, we were both outside the chamber. We were not counted during the head count. Thank you very much.
You walk them out. What else is what? Was it?
Yes, honorable members, it's my view that the division has been unnecessarily member. Honorable members, the division has been unnecessarily claimed. Honorable members, please resume your seats. Honorable members, the motion has accordingly been adopted. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the nomination of Justice Paul Bafubone as Chief Justice of the Republic in accordance with Article 114, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively. I want to take this opportunity to, on behalf of the House, congratulate the nominee on his approval by Parliament. I urge the nominee to take all what has happened right up from the day of the nomination up to his approval, I should say prior approval by Parliament, into consideration in his tenure of office. Once again, congratulations.
I've just been watching the live coverage of the approval of the Chief Justice that was nominated. You've seen the debate in Parliament, both sides, quite a lot happening in Parliament, but finally he's being approved. We shall start with our live coverage, very special live coverage of the 2026 budget and economic policy presentation right here on Joy News, independent, fearless and credible. We've as well pitched camp at Abossey-Okai, the heartbeat of Ghana's informal economy, where traders, artisans and small business owners are waiting to hear how next year's budget will affect the cost of doing business, jobs and their daily hustle. And in Kumasi, we're told expectations are high for real reliefs and opportunities in today's presentation. Emanuela Irabina Akwe is on standby there as well. And then we have President of the Association of Ghana Industries, Dr. Humphrey Kwesi Eyim-Dake, on Zoom to join us with expectations and concerns of Ghana's manufacturing and industry sector as the government looks to reset and re-energize the economy. Of course, helping us make sense of complex policy and issues and economic numbers are two of the finest minds. Winston Amar and Evans Mensah are breaking it all down with clarity and context. Finance Minister Dr. Ato Forson is expected to mount the podium in Parliament to present the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government in the next 60 minutes or maybe. But before we get into the expectations and analysis, we'll pause to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the 6 young women who lost their lives during the stampede at the Elwak Sports Stadium yesterday while seeking recruitment into the Ghana Armed Forces. We'll also send our thoughts and prayers to the 5 in ICU and 12 others in critical conditions as we unpack the expectations of 2026 budget from the 24-hour economy to the big push, health, education, energy, agriculture, and especially jobs. We're asking the big question, what's really in this budget? What is in it for you? And Winston and Evans have joined me in studio. But before we get into the expectations, it's important to understand where we have come from, all right? And so this afternoon, there's been a lot happening in Parliament, but let me start with you, Winston. This morning, you've had a lot of extensive conversation on expectations of this budget. But let's take it back a little bit. In March, when the Finance Minister presented the 2025-year budget, a lot of expectations. It's been some months already. We're about to listen to the 2026 one. What are your expectations?
Well, I mean, I expect the Finance Minister to continue with the fiscal stability. I mean, I expect him to consolidate that. When it comes to the VAT, I expect to see, the scrapping of the COVID-19 levy. I also expect that would have an effective rate of, say, 20%. I do not expect the computation where you'd have to calculate, Get Fund levy and the National Health Insurance levy before calculating VAT on that. So I expect that to also go. But of course, most importantly, I'd want to know how the Finance Minister, now, this is his first year, and so a lot of the things were just meant to stabilize things. But now I expect him to take off. How does he intend taking off? Many people have complained, for instance, that yes, we've seen a lot of progress, stability and all of that, but how do you take off to ensure the growth of the economy, particularly when it comes to the creation of jobs? We've been expressing our condolences to the families of the 6 who lost their lives at the Elwak Sports Stadium. But actually tells you it's symptomatic of something. Yesterday, I was listening to Evan speak with Professor Godfrey Bokwe, and he talks about the problems that we have when it comes to unemployment in this country. So beyond the stability and everything, what are the policies and programs in place to ensure that we're able to create employment? So it'll be important to know, for instance, where we are when it comes to the policy on the 24-hour economy, because this is the government's economic policy that is going to be presented by the finance minister. One of the things we've done most of the time is just to talk about, the budget. But of course, before the budget, it talks about the government's economic policy. So what is the plan? Where are we when it comes to the 24-hour economy? Where are we when it comes to the government's flagship programs that are believed to be the tools for the creation of jobs? These are the things that I want to hear.
Right. Evans, even before I take our viewers to Kumasi, because I understand their high expectations over them, the 2025 budget, I was right here with you. We listened in. You broke it down a little further when the minister joined you on PM Express in March, which I think he definitely will be joining you a bit later today. If you look at the economic policy that he presented in 2025, how much will you rate it even before we go into the 2026 one?
I want to just reiterate the points that those who actually feel the economy on a daily basis have been talking about since we knew that the budget was going to be read today. So yesterday on PMX, I hosted a few of them. So the AGI, I hosted farmers, the Peasant Farmers Association, their rep. The banks were also represented. John Ewa was here on the show. Then we have Guta. Now, they have lived this economy. They represent the real economy. And this finance minister has shown that his focus is about people. And, economic policy doesn't translate into people's pockets, and lives really often doesn't tend to be effective. That appears to be his focus. I just reiterate the point that it made. In their assessment, it has been positive. They have seen the direct correlation between the policies announced in the budget of 2025 and their businesses and the constituencies that they represent. So you talk to Guta, for example, and before this year, one of the biggest challenges they've had to deal with the depreciation of the city and the lack of stability. What they've had this year has blown their minds in terms of the opposite of what used to be the case, say, last year, when the cedi was hovering around 17 cedis to the dollar. We're currently talking about some 10 Cs, 9 pesos. And this has been very consistent throughout the year. If you look at the data that we've pulled up, looking at the trends, it was in May that we had the highest this year of 15 cedis, 5 pesos. And the 2025 budget was ready in March, don't forget. So it was March, February, March, April, and May. So just 2 months after that, it went significantly up. And then we saw the market intervention of the BOG, where we have fiscal policy and monetary policy working in conjunction, collaborating very effectively. Because another thing we saw was the reining in of expenditure and being fiscally very disciplined. And that obviously, working with the monetary policy, will have an impact overall on the economic stability, which will reflect necessarily also in the stabilization. And then we also saw the gold board initiative and the commodity prices, particularly gold. Because if you look at oil, the projection versus the actual currently, there's a deviation to the negative. Same with cocoa. But gold had sort of held us all up because it's almost doubled from what was projected to what we currently have. And so just to answer the question more directly, for those who feel the economy on a daily basis, their verdict is this has been very positive. They've seen the translation to their pockets. We saw the minister in the market, and just before we came out, just watching it to see what the market women were telling him. They were telling him about the prices having gone down. Last year when he was here, I played a video to him because one of the market women he spoke to, when he went to the market, told him that one particular product that she sells in her shop used to be, the time he went there, 2 weeks before he went there, used to be sold for 1,300. The day he went there, it was 1,700. So that was a huge jump. That time inflation was biting everybody. Now when he goes back to the market talking to the women, there's a reverse of that, where you have prices having fallen. And you see that when inflation figures having dropped from the 20s to now single digit. So the evidence is there, both at the at the macro level, but also the micro level, this is trickling down.
Okay. I would go to Kumasi. Winston, when I come back to you, 2 questions. So we won't just go back to the 2025 budget, but we'll try and as well just a cursory look at the NDC's manifesto, of course, because you cannot just look at the 2025 budget and forget what they promised. And the balance between the requirements of the IMF as to whether between the period they read the budget, the implementation of a few things, has their promises in the manifesto taken expression in the deliveries at all? When I come back to you, that'd be the answer I'll be demanding. But I'll take you now to Kumasi, where Irabna Kwe is on standby. Irabna, what's the expectation in Kumasi?
Well, in a few moments, we know that Finance Minister, Honorable Dr. Ato Forson, is going to present the 2026 budget. Well, on the ground, it seems like progress is actually visible. We can see that the inflation has come down to 8% and the appreciation of the cedi as well. But then, on the other hand, people in the markets are asking for real impact. They are asking for these figures to actually reflect in their pockets as we've been engaging with them today. And I have here with me one guy I would like to speak to. Hi.
Hello.
What are your expectations from the budget that is going to be read today?
Oh, well, just yesterday we heard the Mohammed's and Nkukon people are signing up for the job, but I'm expecting them to sometimes cut importation rates so that it will help the local producers to also make enormous sales and stuff. And second, I think Mahama is doing a very good job. I think we, the youth, the betting tax is no more, e-levy, and all those stuff. So kudos to the NDC administration. So, yes.
But then it's expected that they are going to scrap the COVID levy. What do you think about that?
Oh, that's also a good news. I think recently I just imported the 2014 Yaris. Still, duty is still steep. So when this levy is omitted, I think it will help people that are willing to export things into the country. Sure.
But then you are talking about duty. How about the cedi appreciation and dollar depreciation?
Oh, okay. It's somehow confusing because, as we all know, the dollar is down, but still, as you can see, market is a bit slow. We come to job and people are not really purchasing our goods. So it's kind of confusing. The dollar, the cedi is not really having impact on the market. So I think they have to do certain things so that we can really feel the impact, what the appreciation of the cedi is doing for us, yes.
All right, thank you very much. He feels like we have to do something about the cedi appreciation so that we can really feel the impact. Eja memawa hanet saying.
Boko.
Mpacho wa ye adwuma ben wa.
Mpacho me pama de.
Pama de na adwuma mu te saying.
Adwuma mu de boko. Adwuma ne ekoyie. Be em se niama mienu miensa bi na ase sanka be yi a aban ne timi hwemu hono mu ne kakra ma yen de anka ndie ye ne beji ho pa sanka ho.
And you might be to say?
Oh, to say, Abia, Niamaboa, as a was kakra. Because yen say, no, yen to me, ye be free, a buying hot direct, but a benam, a binimuso, and son, a druyen yeho. It is a cobasa, Abia, o copper material, Biatona, say, Abia, Obeco, Adiani, sea, now Obeco, Adiabechi, Obecono, now Codani dia, a basana, a dear, basa, Nipanicret, Mitoa, Obecato say, amount to now, Okra, Genono. Any boarding and the side of the copper foods and as a yato. Not as a way do man also buffer man. No.
But cedi no a crossry. Ye casa mounted saying your muscle. Now one casa so what to say and your man now entire now permanent what it is so dear.
Oh, maybe mom dear say me koto adiana na me hunu say ebia say adiano ya tete so ne na asefo asa adiano me gibe ebia 100 cedis. Those days now, it was Rona. makɔhwɛ adeɛ na sɛ ne boɔ no wɔ fam ne deɛ me ntimi nyi 100 sɛ ɛbɛsa na mabu nipa no na masisi no
nti sɛ si a budget no wosusu sɛ ɛdɛn paa na nka ɔmo nka wom ɛmfa ma wo
budget ni deɛ mesusu sɛ adeɛ a ɛno no yɛyɛ ho adwuma paa ma yɛn yɛ petrol no petrol because me hunu sɛ petrol deɛ yɛnya resine pɛ na bibia dane because ɛno na yɛ ɛyi na ahoɔden a ɛkuta bibia nti sɛ petrol deɛ yɛ resine pɛ ɛbɛma nneɛma yɛ den akɔ soro nti sɛ aban no bɛtumi ayɛ no ho bibi kakra ma yɛn a anka bɛboa ɛna afei nso kanea no ɛno so bills na ɛyɛ na yɛkɔtɔ tɔ kanea ne acha yɛ 2 days 3 days na asa ɛnso wo so hwɛ din a wohunu adeɛ pɔtee a wodi kanea na ayɛ a ɛwɔ sɛ timi ɛsa saa ma usan kɔtɔ biom ti saa adeɛ we nso ɛho hia me paa sɛ aban no timi ɛyɛ bibi fa ho anka bɛboa
Mepacho Medase. He is saying he wants the government to do something about electricity bill and fuel prices. And he also hopes that prices will actually go down from where he buys from so that he can be able to reduce his own market price. Mepacho Medase.
Oh, good evening. I'm doing good, and you?
Oh, I'm also fine. Okay, so you tell me, what is your evaluation of the 2025 season? I mean, they read the budget this year. Do you think it has been good?
Yeah, they read the budget, even though, but nothing shows in the market. Everything is the same thing as when we haven't reduced the
Well, stay with me. I shall take you back to Kumasi, but right before that again, let me take you back to Parliament, where NPP's Gideon Bako is addressing the media.
Fear of an individual or person that is untoward is addressed, but I'm worried at the manner in which the military coup operation took place in the Ahafo region. We have had hundreds and even thousands of people who have been, whose houses have been invaded unawares. They have been taken away from the region to somewhere in Ashanti region. And such people did not have that right or luxury of time to even prepare for the travel or their movement to Ashanti region. I am by this calling on the Ghana Military Service to ensure that the rights of those individuals who were, moved from Ahafo region to Ashanti under the operation to ensure that Galamsey activities do not happen are given proper and rightful treatment such that their rights will not be violated. What I also want to say is that we know certainly that amongst those who have been, moved or who have been arrested, so to speak, today, are people who are certainly into the activity. But there are also other people who are innocent. Because of the manner of the operation, chances are that the military will get hold of individuals, some of whom are pregnant women, some of whom are younger people whose parents may have been engaged in the activity, and they get to their houses and everybody in the house is carried away. I am not against the action by the military. I am not against the fact that we want to ensure that any illegal activity does not happen. What I am calling for is that we put a human face to some of these exercises such that innocent people are not carried away together with people who are truly culpable. We have to do proper investigation before we embark on such activities such that we can have a targeted approach and go for the people who are truly engaged in the activity and not go under an operational soup to get other people who are innocent. If anybody is innocently, attacked in this manner, so to speak, attacked in parentheses, that person would have his or her rights violated one way or the other. And let's be mindful that most of these people who have been affected by this are breadwinners for their homes. Their main intention was to get up in the morning, go and labor and get something for the household. They only got themselves involved in this activity accidentally. And I know that the military knows the right thing. And once investigations are done and they identify the innocent people, they will let them go. But we are only appealing to the Ghana Military Service that in further action or in any action of this nature in the future, they must ensure that they go for the right people and not boss even innocent people together with people who are truly culpable. We believe in the Ghana Military Service, and we believe that just as they have done in the past, they will do the right to the people of Ahafo this time around. We appreciate them once again and want to encourage them to do what they are doing for the good of this country. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Well, from Parliament, we shall take you back to Kumasi. Well, not Kumasi, but I'll take you to Abossey, where my colleague as well is on standby. If Pearl is on standby at Abossey. Pearl, let me know, what's the expectation? That's really the hub of Ghana, right? What's really the expectation over there?
If you can hear me, I'm at Abossey, the hub of spare parts here in Accra. Well, it's been a rainy day. Most of them were waiting for the finance minister to present the budget early on. A lot of them, if you can see around me, have started closing their shops. But I have here with me a man who deals in Nissan, Toyota, Hyundai, Kia, and Mitsubishi spare parts. It's called Ojas Spare Parts. Well, he's been doing this business for how long?
15 to 20 years now.
Okay, so you heard him. He's been doing this business for between 15 and 20 years. And I would like to briefly speak to him about his expectations of the finance minister as he presents the budget in a few minutes. He's going to speak to me in the local dialect. Into finance minister Nababe presenting budget in a few minutes. Now, you say mo ejuma na mudi no mo de foreign currency and na edi njuma. But if you look at it, who say the city has enjoyed some stability against major foreign trading currencies and also especially the US dollar. How has that impacted Momo business?
Yeah, me as a businessman, manage recently, say recent positive economic dollar no. Senior finance minister Nancy Omoba Abayemo Omo to me the enhyehyɛ bi agu akwanu ama sidi no atumi anya na hoɔden kakra aboa ama yɛn adwadifo no na me ka sɛ yɛhwɛ 2024 December ni mu a na inflation rate no was 23.8%, but as at July 2025 atumi adrope aba 13.7%. Nti ama yen so yenema yekofa ye no yen so atete so ama enema nyina atete so ye yere no mkodwem emo ne enema yetetoi obi adi ho adanse ye ye nyina atete so. Nti me expectation and me expect every honorable Ato Forson ho ne say measures a omode agu akwan mu atumi ama sidi no atumi anya hoɔden agina so a ene agina no ɔmfa saa measures no enwu akwan mu na ye koye nim no ye hu ni saa na ekosoro a ena ma yen so yetoto ye niam mu no enti ye expect say ɔmfa saa measures no enwu akwan mu se ne be ya sidi no be koso anya na hoɔden na consumers no so a ebeto free ho no ɔmo so atumi ato ye niam no cheap senia ye de be ma on.
So, MFA, to give you a summary of what he says that he expects the government to He expects the government to maintain the gains made in the stabilization of the cedi against the dollar and other foreign currencies. Now, apart from no, then beyond now, pese government no, budget now you're representing.
Yeah, your budget is your best abano, especially say your core banks in the class, Abia, Okopelo, Nadia, a horns your best say Omonshamayan. Interest rate, high. High. And also a high young businessman. Into your best repeat, into measures be on the big work interest rate, yeah, business may be called loan every banker. And also a from Ama Yens Yahuatoeno, and also Omonshamayan. And the two, your best repeat, say, Omo MP or Queen be on Mefaso at me a creative jobs. Ama Ghana youth. Now almost so any Jumaye. And no dear Omon Transit, no more far and Yama in Wakwemu. Na Ghanaian youth no intimi enya adwuma na ahotomra ye hwede esi na nsan ya eya na eya homete ohwe regions no enipa akogu ho youth na wie school ekrakro mu degree dit etitifie adwuma bi eni ho nti esrepi eno so mo fa measures ne enema bi nwu akwan ma youth ni so intimi enya adwuma ye timi expect say eno so nka meti bibi afa ho ewo budget ni.
So he's also saying that what he wants to hear is that government reduces the interest rates on loans, puts measures in place to reduce the interest rates on loans. And also he spoke about the issue of unemployment. The government should put in place policies to ensure that the youth are gainfully employed. Now, if you look behind me here, a lot of them are seated in front of their shops. Most of them won't talk to me, but I'll try and speak to some of them here, what the expectations are as the finance minister prepares to present the budget. Finance minister never presented budgets no in a few minutes from now. Then now person want to budget mebama mojuma na moye wa hano akoyi.
Oh, ne person tia say yen so bebo edi wo bi se obi akewa ye bibia mayen.
Bibi to say
oh to say be a duty about a duty na embra from and at time I di name no maybe say 3 months am betime ya na nka reduce so na be a name be do portal process na nka embra from digitalization no mu improve no na nka embra so na be ya uyi name na bia we and I was so kan kasa no so akwan bi dedemu a na I passed a government no oye I don't to payment but it seems okoye no omoja ne aka no omoja o enye adwuma jama nsuo to a ye bre wo ha ye nante a obre tiga no so e bompa esenka ono so betima hu mpanfo be na nkoma ba na abehwe amayen ti me de akra me wa no.
Okay, so he's also talking about the issue of roads and also the fact that they want some of the import duties reduced. Now, I just want to speak to some of them here. Emefa, just want to speak to some of them here. If we join news, never say mundin kita hoka kra. Someone yan into yes, finance minister never presented budgets no in a few minutes from now. Now, me pese min bisao. More expectations any near way.
Okay, we didn't come now. What we still needing the offer. Maybe I am ton sharp. Upper car be a sharp to the whole Ghana.
Yatia.
Media the me share the money say 24 hours economy now boss no. And I may stress of a baby a man be miska. Na matimi ya juma 24 hours I mean 2 stone mu. No be provide security so mama or man police soldier. On be bom ho ban wetimi ya juma na akronfo bi meto nhye so. Na bank so betimi ya juma 24 hours bank so betimi ya juma day and night. And I may share say ban no mo peska bi famre me na mfanya juma. Na me dem ntimi impro amanfo e wo juma no mu. Etiane ade a me hwe nim say the finance minister Ato Forson betimi aboso na acha 2 weeks time over my scanning the 24 hours economy no.
2 weeks here it's unrealistic.
That be me here in time because a man for me here scan time the juma because I'm me who say 24 hours no mo kan no bibia da na kwan mu etiane ni ni me hwe nim say me sabeka.
So you want the government to start the 24-hour economy? That's what you want?
Me ba chwa me say man start 24-hour economy because wa check crowd do. Because yes, I remember my people baby man I said you be 24-hour economy to me wait me for adwuma am man to so sa akoma no e jane ni ade na me hwe ni mu say man betumi aya abebo ame.
Thank you very much. Let me speak to this gentleman here who had agreed to speak to us early on. Now the finance minister presents the budget statement in Parliament shortly. What are your expectations?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, expect to say they be a na oh dollar na above form dollar na esi. But still no above form there. Now so enya so bia wo market na ye no so. Enti be say na ye hwe kwan ni say eno no nka ende ya o de budget be to dwen. Saa ensem no obetumi na waka ho bibi. Say what dollar no so there. Now so I was say enya so e wo enwoma e wo dwa so na ye ton o say enya sunsuanso so but say asra no enoma na ye ton no ne bo no wo soro se na net ye na ye hu sunsuanso bi asa nti asra ban say e beto dwe say dey e be sere say sa e ho no omo hwe hu bibi kakra na omo ye se na be ya obi so te say ya te dollar no so a na oba market abeto bibi obe hu so ampampa say dollar na ye te so no enya sunsuanso wo adwuma na ye no so enne nya mi susu say o meka hu bibi amayen.
So what he's trying to say is that even though the city has appreciated against the dollar, they are not feeling the impact on the trades that they apply. They are not feeling the impact on their businesses. So what he's expecting the finance minister to do is to put in place measures that would ensure that even though the city has appreciated against the major trade in foreign currencies, they would feel the impact on their businesses. There will be a reduction in prices so that consumers can also buy from them. MFR.
Definitely, we shall come back to you in Abosokai, but right now, I shall take you back to Parliament. Kuko Asante, my colleague, is interacting with Kujo Ponkroma.
Standing orders. Yeah. These are new standing orders, and these new standing orders prescribe that the House should be the one to determine the form. So it's very different from the previous times.
Because really, does it make any difference? Whether it's a statement or not, or it's a motion, the various estimates from the various ministers will come by way of motion, and then the committees will consider it. Is it not really technicalities? No. Because it's look at the time, and I was trying to ask you, your third term, you did journalism for so long. Have you seen a budget presentation in the evening before?
I have never seen this before. The finance minister himself is not in the chamber. In fact, sometimes you hear people asking, where is Ato, where is Ato? So there are those who are also wondering, is there a problem on their side as well? But we are ready. The form matters because apart from the appropriation bill, remember that the first thing he will bring today will be the economic policy. I keep saying this. So it is the policy that must come, in our view, by motion so that the House can approve the policy. If not, at the end of the day, if the government claims that it has parliamentary approval for anything within the policy, it will not have parliamentary approval because Parliament will not have approved it.
You not approve the policies together with the estimates. So no. At the economic committee, for instance, or the budget committee, or any committee, for instance, you are approving money based on some policy.
No.
Is that how it works?
No, the policy side does not include estimates. The estimates come from the draft appropriations bill. So that appropriations bill will be laid as a bill in Parliament. It will go through the reading, referred to committee. Committee will do the work on it, and then it will come back. But the policy, the economic policy, must come to the House, and the House must give approval. How does it come to the House? By statement? The House cannot give approval to a statement. It must be by motion, inviting the House to take a decision to approve. So, first of all, under 1952, the view under the new standing orders is that Parliament must prescribe the form, and the form that we believe must be adopted is a motion. And so that decision has to be taken so that the minister can move a motion, properly so-called, that he's asking the House to approve the economic policy. And then we can debate that policy and approve the policy for him.
Enough for the technicalities. George and I were talking about right now about what the expectation is. This is like the exit budget towards the IMF program. And unless the government decides that they're going to extend it, they are going to do that. What are your own expectations? George is talking about how heavy things are going to be on the revenue side, looking at some of the taxes, the VAT, COVID-19 levy and all of that. What are your own reading as a ranking? And you've also been in a committee of the whole with the finance minister.
Yeah, so first of all, this is the second economic policy out of 4 economic policies that the NDC government or President Mahama will have to deliver. The first economic policy had as its major thrust deepening stability. And if you read the annual budget performance reports under the signature of my friend Ato Forson, Minister for Finance, if you read the annual revenue report under his signature, he admits that stability or the exercise to stabilize the economy had started in 2024, and that what they are doing is that they are deepening it. So the thrust of the economic policy for 2025 was to deepen stability. And remember, we've all said that, of course, in the first year, you'll be doing more of cleanup. The thrust of the second economic policy that we're expecting would have to focus on how to consolidate that stability and then now implement their major flagship programs aimed at transforming the Ghanaian economy. So on the economic policy side, essentially, this is what you're expecting. And then you see the various layers that they'll put in. On the budget side, you now have to see the revenue and expenditure measures, which will give life to this economic policy that they are talking about. You want to see a more credible revenue strategy. And I say more credible because the revenue strategy they brought in 2025, remember we said, was not fit for purpose. As at half year, we were proven right. Revenue had underperformed by about 14 billion. And they had to cut expenses by about 19 billion so that they could achieve their primary balance, in particular, on a commitment basis. And that's why we kept saying that wasn't fiscal discipline. They were missing the revenue and expenditure targets, and therefore just trying to stay.
But they could have still decided to overspend. They still decided to be frugal.
You can't.
But we've gone past our deficit, so we've had negative.
That is a breach of the rules. That's a breach of the rules. So that is not the norm. So fiscal discipline, I keep saying, is first when you have a prudent program that is fit for purpose. Second, when you achieve that program. And third, the achievement lands you still within that zone. It's not when you fail to achieve your targets and then you say, I've been disciplined. You told me that you will earn 100 cedis, pay my children's school fees, and leave 20 cedis in the bank account. You didn't earn 100 cedis. You couldn't pay my children's school fees. And then you put 20 in the account and say, this is fiscal discipline. No, that's not it. So we're expecting a more credible fiscal program that can yield the revenues that they need or the state needs to fulfill the social contract that the government has signed with the people. So on the fiscal side, essentially, that's what we'll be looking at.
There was a big debate this morning when I spoke to a couple of MPs, including the former Deputy Defence Minister, Dr. Sevinamo, and others, that, and you've reiterated part of that point, that part of the progress we are seeing that the path had been laid between 2024 and now, and that Dr. Ato Forson himself had indicated that he was deepening that process. There are those who still say that this is the MPP still just trying to play a little bit smart and claim credit for a rebounding economy, because those who say the inflation was still double digits, the depreciation of the city was still there. Now we have single-digit inflation. You look at what the city is. It says that definitely something is being done that was not being done in 2024.
Let me respond to those ones specifically. First of all, forget what I say. Forget what the NDC says. Look at the data and decide for yourself. So start off with inflation. We inherited by 2017 inflation of about, if I recollect properly, inflation of about 16%. By the time we hit 2018, 2019, we have brought inflation down to 7.1%. There was a global cost of living crisis that shot up inflation to about 54% in Ghana.
People disagree that it's global. They say it was locally made.
So check the data around the world.
No, but the neighboring Ivory Coast, the inflation wasn't like that. No, in Nigeria, in this neighborhood, it wasn't like that.
No, so check their inflation around 2016, 2017. And check their inflation around 2023. You will find out that literally in many of these places, sometimes inflation literally doubled. Okay, so ours, of course, was at 7 point something, it went to 54%. But the more important point is this: the exercise to rein in inflation through tight monetary policy started, and that's why we brought it down to 23% thereabout. And as they came, in accordance with what he said, they were deepening it. They've brought it down to currently, I think, about 8 point something percent. And I keep making the point that if you pay attention to the forecasts, in 2024, the forecast was that 2025 average inflation will be 11%. So the question is, what is average inflation now? Are they hitting that 11% target? The expectation is that they will end the year around average 11%, not year-on-year 11%, but average for the year. Okay, so inflation, there's evidence that the exercise started. Yes, it went up, but the exercise to bring it down started. Now come to the currency. The currency has, appreciated by about 30% so far. The question is how and why. Initially, and today on your morning show at your radio station, I took my time to go through the dates. Initially, the government denied that they were doing market intermediation. They said they weren't doing any market intermediation. That's what the governor said. Then the president said it was good leadership. Then we kept calling them out until the IMF came in and said, no, you are doing market intermediation. You don't have a framework, so stop it. when they stopped it, the currency started appreciating. The president then admitted that the currency was appreciating because the Bank of Ghana had stopped the market intermediation. Then the IMF instructed the Bank of Ghana that now at the beginning of every month you need to pre-announce how much intermediation you are going to do. So I think October they announced 1.1. November they've announced another
a little over 2 billion.
A little over 2. So October, November alone is 2 billion. By our calculation, they've already done intermediation of about 8 billion. That is the major reason for which the currency is appreciating. And anytime they stop it, the currency will start depreciating because the regular demand and supply rhythm and how the market should operate properly is not able to hold our currency. That is a fact. We don't need to turn around and jump it. But the question is, so how are they able to get these dollars to intermediate? Well, Gold Board used to be called the PMMC. I want to refer you...
PMMC was not aggressively buying gold in the way Gold Board is doing now. They did 8 billion just about a month or so ago. $8 billion.
Don't worry. Where did PMMC get the idea and the structure from?
Gold Board.
In 2021, we rolled out a gold purchase program. The Bank of Ghana just issued a statement yesterday where they admit it in that statement. That yes, they mention it in black and white in the statement that they are going to be able to intermediate in the market using the proceeds of the gold purchase program. I'm not making this up. It's in the Bank of Ghana statement. So it's not what I say and what the NDC says. It's what the facts are. They themselves are admitting that this is what they are doing. This is the source of it. I'm coming. So if you speak to somebody and he says that, okay, this is the trend, I don't think we should spend forever trying to debate it. I think what we should now ask is the question of how do we sustain it? Because today we're able to intermediate on the market because gold prices are at about $4,000 an ounce. When we started the gold purchase program, it was about $1,700. So today there are massive windfalls, but the government is pumping the windfall to, suppress the real rate. It's fine. It's okay. So what will happen when gold prices are no longer 4,000? We need to therefore find a more sustainable framework for doing it. So I think the conversation is not about, those facts are there. We don't need to relitigate them. The conversation is, so how do we sustain it going forward? And those are some of the issues that we have raised and ideas that we've put on the table.
Let me ask you this last question, and I'll give it to George for a conversation. Growth. Yeah. The last time Ato Forson presented a budget, he pegged it around 4% in terms of the projection. Yeah. You look at the data now, the government is on track to end around 6%.
They've done
at the time, yeah,
at half year.
Yeah, and so at the end of the end year, it could go a bit higher. At the time, some of the argument your side made was that it was not ambitious enough, and that in fact the growth target you had set was way higher than that. Yeah. For him to just bring it to 4% meant that we were not going to do much. Some would have said that he was playing a nice game. Under promising so that he can over deliver. Okay. And now he can say he has done something well. But at least his target was 4%, and he's going to end the year way above that. That shows something, no?
So the good thing is that the Ghanaian economy is not in one person's hands. We have what we call a medium-term planning framework. So you can always look at the medium term and see, so as at 3 years ago, what was the projected growth for this period? You get my point? That projected growth tells you what the expected growth for the year 2025 is. So it doesn't matter if you choose to lower the bar and come back to that level. That one really doesn't matter. What really matters is that in the year gone by, we did growth of about 5.7. The government has come with a reset program. We need to look out for two things. The first thing is, what are the growth goals in the reset program? And do those growth goals translate into the projected growth or the end growth? So I'll give you an example. Take Joy FM. I remember a year in which we said that drive time was going to yield some revenue and therefore move us forward.
But see, I'm not sure how Kwesi will be happy about you.
But these are not secrets. Okay. There's a year in which we said drive time was going to yield some, because there was a particular set of promotions we wanted to run with Bolare. It was going to yield some revenue and move us forward. And that was Mr. Kwesi Owusu-Asare Jibe. That was his strategy for projecting growth. So a lot of investment went into it. At the end of the year, it so happened that that particular program and all the investment that had gone into it did not yield the growth that we were looking for. It was rather windfall from another development, some things that a number of agencies were doing and had decided to spend. And even that spending went on another program. Okay, so if we ask Mr. Kwesi Owusu-Asare that, Chairman, this was your growth strategy for which we invested money in it, would he be able to say that, yes, his strategy has worked? I think respectfully the answer is no. So what we need to do at the end of the year is look at his growth polls, look at the results, and let's see, have we achieved higher growth or growth at par with what we said? Has it come in the areas that we made the investments? And thirdly, what kind of jobs have been associated with that growth? That's how we look at it going.
George, I wonder if you I think that it's time to appreciate Kojo's time. Yeah. We're going to come back to him, so please be on step. I mean, Kwekwe, help me. Yeah. What is the practice? I was in around the speaker's lobby. I was not in. I realized that it wasn't just about the two leaders. The whole leadership have been called into a meeting. Is it still about debating about the format of this budget or the issue about the scholarship bill? What is happening? I know the practice that the two leaders will be called into a meeting, but it looks like the whole leadership from majority and minority have been called into a meeting. What I picked up was that Ato Forson has already been mic'd until he is around. What is happening?
I think there's a big conversation happening now as to whether or not the budget should happen. But that is a big decision because, I mean, as long as I can remember, I don't remember the last time a big conversation around the budget was expected to happen, then it didn't happen.
Let me just cut in. Under this leadership or the speaker, things have changed. Yeah. The rules, regulations, and the format have changed. So for the first time, we have a budget being presented.
Definitely. And it's almost 5:30 now. So the government side would have to rationalize the kind of business they have on the red paper now and what they want to do with it. The speaker had said that they wanted to do the scholarship secretariat bill. But that is a bill you can pass tomorrow morning or Monday when you come back or on Tuesday. The budget is such a critical piece of government policy, and so you just cannot leave it. So I suspect the conversation we had about government business, what do you intend to prioritize? And I also think that even more than that, because it's easier for the government to rally around and say, okay, no, we won't do this bill today, we'll do it tomorrow. But to convince the minority to tone down on their stance, to take the motion on the format in which the budget should come is big, because the minority have been making a lot of noise in the last few days that they need this. And you heard Kojo say that, listen, you need to know whether the budget is coming by statement or motion. And I was telling Evans yesterday about that, and he was even asking me, what is the consequence of that? And ultimately, this is such a big thing that has to be decided. So I think it's a matter. But let me just catch Mr. Foko for you, the former NIB boss, and get some understanding of what is looking with the budget and all of that. It's 5:30. I'm not sure we've had a time where a budget is supposed to be presented and has not been presented. So it is major that a budget presentation will not happen. What is going on?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I have no doubt that the minister will come to present the budget. But the concern I have is if you come so late. I mean, now, what is the time now?
5:25.
5:25. I haven't seen a budget reading that takes less than 2 hours. So if it's going to take 2 hours and it's 5:25, we haven't started. So assuming we even start at 6, it means we are going to be here till 8 p.m. And I mean, is it fair that we've been sitting since 12 noon? That is too much. And I'm wondering really what is going on. It's the budget, and you've had the time all this while to put the numbers together. So really, what is the issue? There must be something. But whether you bring it as a surprise late in the night or whatever, we will scrutinize it. If it's not tonight, tomorrow we'll be on it. So I think the earlier the better for him.
There are those who actually say that you delayed it because of all the things with the division. But Honorable Amabua is here and George is also here. Let's try and briefly, what's going on? You are in cabinet. Are you going to have that? Where's Ato?
I'm excited about the finance minister coming to basically give the good news. And I think that at the end of his delivery, you will see that you won't take anybody's word for it. The numbers will speak for themselves. Because what President Mahama and this finance minister has led this government to do is basically, if there is not magical, it's God sent. Because the same time last year, where we were in that deep hole, today after his delivery, you will see that Ghana is really on the true path of consolidation. We are even out of that doom that we were brought in. The finance minister, I'm excited to tell you, is coming to churn our numbers to talk about single-digit inflation. Can you imagine who dreamt about it? that in 10 months, Ghana will be talking about single-digit inflation. Well, he will be here talking to you about our B plus ratings. He will be here talking to you about debt that has been cut so drastically. He's here to talk to you about infrastructure development that is unprecedented, that is strategic. He's here to talk about a future of Ghana that is planned, that is really, and here to talk to you about a government that knows exactly the next steps that are important. Is here to talk to you about employment, empowerment. Is here to talk to you about the cost of living, the improvement in the people of Ghana's lives. The Minister of Finance will be telling you that it is possible to get it out of the doom in 10 months. We thank God for the change.
That is the Lands and Natural Resources Minister there. I mean, Mr. Foko and Bafwaj Mawala here.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I heard his comments, and it's interesting. You know, NPP government handed over an economy that was in calm mode to the NDC.
Really? I mean,
no, it was in calm mode.
No.
Look. We had COVID, which, I mean, dampened the economy. But by the time that we were handing over, the economy had recovered. We were growing at 5.7%. Okay, so this is what was handed over. If you read, he talked about the S&P report. If you read the S&P report, okay, it says that before the NPP left government, it had already negotiated over $13 billion dollars worth of the debt already. And that contributed to where we are now. So the restructuring had already been done, and the economy was back on track. So what they're talking about as if they've done some magic within 10 months is actually not the case. Look at the report that they are talking about. The first point that S&P, spoke about as a basis for upgrading the country was the fact that yes, our commodities are doing well. Gold and cocoa are doing well in the world market. If gold and cocoa are doing well in the world market, you ask yourself, what really is the contribution of NDC to this? It's world market that is doing well for these commodities. So we shouldn't pat ourselves in the back. Okay, we shouldn't pat ourselves in the back. If you look at the 10 months of this government, you ask yourself, really, what structural changes have been done? You can't point your hand really to something. Structural changes? No. Not really. All these have been on the back of these commodities doing well. Yes, we built, our reserves to go up to about $11 billion, which is good. But like I said, this is because we are getting good price for our gold and cocoa, which is helping it. It's good, but in terms of contribution from the government itself, that one is not there. And we have to be frank about it. Okay, it's not there. And we don't want to, talk about this issue of, as you said, doomsday that was handed over. No, like I've said, we handed over an economy that at the time that we handed over was in a calm mode. It was growing at 5.7%, which is decent growth. Restructuring had been done and the economy was calm. So I don't think 10 months any magic has been done at all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chumba Fokwo, a former NIB boss. You've also heard the Lands Minister. But I just want to talk to you about what blame you accept for the turn of affairs. It's 5:30. They also say you were filibustering with the Chief Justice vote. You didn't have the numbers. You were going on and on and on and on and on. And then 5:30, people are looking with bated breath what is the data the Finance Minister is bringing. A very important day budget. And you were filibustering about a vote you could never win, regardless.
We're not filibustering. What you need to appreciate is that we work with intelligence. You don't know what we know. We're working towards getting a secret ballot. That possibly could have made a difference. It didn't happen. And you couldn't get there unless you take the initial voice vote and subsequent head count. And that is exactly what we did, unfortunately. We have a speaker that tilts towards the NDC, so we couldn't get there.
Yeah, but when you call for a division after a head count that is so glaring, you stood up. People in the homes are watching 3 pews full of majority MPs on their feet, and then one side, and then you say you want to challenge the division. Nobody will listen to you.
What you know What we know, you may not know. So please.
Right.
I mean,
so let's talk about the budget. Your expectations. The last minister telling you that, listen, the doom that your government plunged the country into, they are taking us out and they are putting us on a hill.
A very simple analogy. Do you remember when we subscribed to HIPIC? The effect of HIPIC was that certain debt we owed we're not going to pay. And as a result, our total debt stock reduced, if you recall. It's the same with the DDEP. Once you subscribe to the DDEP, negotiates to discount the payment of your debt, clearly the debt stock, the total value of your debt will reduce. And so if you come and say that it is by the effort of the NDC that has resulted in the debt reduction, that cannot be supported by the evidence on record. Clearly,
you're talking like a lawyer. They're the weight of the evidence.
Yes, clearly, when the debt stock reduces, right, it's likely to have a ripple effect on other indicators, and that's exactly what is happening. I am looking forward to the fact that to a situation where, with the effort of the MPP administration through the debt renegotiations and reduction, right, having stabilized the economy, I'm looking forward to how we are going to create employment for the teeming youth of Ghana. When the president gave his inaugural State of the Nations address to Parliament, he told us that about 2 million Ghanaians are unemployed. Add the result of the Chief of Staff's directive that some Ghanaians should be sacked from their employment. Persons who are Ghanaians, born and bred Ghanaians, some of whom are married, some of whom are the breadwinners of their family. Right. Add their numbers to the 2 million. Of course, you have in excess of 2 million Ghanaians who are unemployed. I am looking forward to how the NDC will tell us that in view of the stability that we inherited from the NPP, this is the path we are taking to resolve the issue of unemployment. Indeed, if we have a lot of Ghanaians, if we have a lot of employment opportunities, what happened yesterday at the Elwa couldn't have happened. To the extent that now Ghanaian youth all think that the only source of employment is the security agencies, tells you the frustration of the situation we have at hand. It's a very dire situation that we must pay attention to. Right. That almost every Ghanaian youth either wants to work for the military, wants to work for immigration, wants to work for the police. When government budget cannot even support it, it tells you that it's an utopian situation. And therefore, this budget, unless it answers the question as to how it is going to create jobs for the teeming unemployed Ghanaian youth, will be meaningless. Right. Unless it answers that question, it will be completely meaningless. Because if prices are falling and I don't have job to afford it, in fact, the situation of unemployment, in view of what happened at the Airwork yesterday, it's not a national security threat. Remember, these Ghanaian youth didn't die whilst walking through the Sahara Desert to get to Europe. They didn't die on the desert. They didn't die in a canoe, right, which was heading to Europe. They died right here in Ghana, looking for employment, not from the private sector, a government sector, which is limited by the budget. Right. And so any budget that doesn't answer the question as to how it is going to create jobs for the teeming unemployed youth of Ghana who are dying just to be recruited into the military, who are getting maimed just to be recruited into the military, when we all know that even the slots, politicians have taken over and are going to. Part of them? Are you part of them? No, I don't have any slots. Okay. They have taken over, making them available to their constituents, and that they were only being deceived to be hide. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Unless it answers it, the budget will be meaningless. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bafoje, who are the Minister MP for Menchia North, telling us, Menchia South, I should say, telling us about this invitation.
Let me also try. I mean, we've been having a debate about why we are here and why things have delayed. we've been taking something from the rumor mill. Why was the approval of the Chief Justice scheduled for today when the House knew that there is a budget presented?
In fact, yesterday, that was part of the thing that the Speaker called on the majority to decide. When the paper was laid, the question was asked, did they want to take it today? The Speaker told them that, oh, you have a budget today, so why would you do that? Then he said, oh, let's come at 12, let's do it quickly, and then by 2 o'clock we'll do the budget. Mind you, budget is actually almost always presented in the morning. This 2 p.m. thing is a bit of a novelty. But they still said they would do it, and then it started at 12:30, then it ended up almost at 4:35. So there was a bit of a miscalculation in terms of how long this would take before this was done. And now the debate is done, and now there's a big debate about who is moving a certain motion, who is doing this, who is doing that, and that also has delayed the process for several times.
We've seen the clerk is calling in the members of parliament in. It appears that there have been progress on the meeting with the leadership, so something is going to happen, whether the presentation is going to come on or other business will go ahead.
Definitely. So we're going to take you back inside where the Speaker of Parliament, as we understand now, is seated. George Rafi will be back here right after the presentation to put the questions to the members of Parliament on both sides, what they've heard from the Finance Minister. Is it big enough? But we have to go in and also listen to the Speaker. What is he going to do? Is he going to take the motions, the two of them, on the scholarship bill, and also the motion standing of the minority? We're going to zoom right into the budget. Let's take you to the floor, and you can take it over in the studio, guys.
Please. Please, let's listen to the Minister for Finance.
Petro. Mr. Speaker, before I present the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government, permit me to, on behalf of His Excellency the President, to express my deepest condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones in the Ghana Armed Forces enlistment tragedy yesterday at the military Elwak Sports Stadium. Mr. Speaker, words fail us at this time of deep grief. We can only pray for them to find God's comfort and peace in this difficult time. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, on the authority of His Excellency the President, in accordance with Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 21 of the PFM Act, I have the honor and privilege to present to this House the budget statement and economic policy of government for the 2026 financial year. Mr. Speaker, this address is an abridged version of the full 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request that the Hansard Department captures the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I accordingly present the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, again in accordance with law, I will also lay before this House the following statutory reports. The first will be the 2025 annual report on petroleum funds, and the second will be the 2025 annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union Import Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, in the course of 2026, and pursuant to Article 36(5) I will cause to be laid before Parliament on behalf of the President a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agriculture and industrial programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana. Right Honourable Speaker, I will also present the following bills, regulations, and memoranda for consideration by this House. Speaker, the bills and regulations will be the following: the Value for Money Bill, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, the Value Added Tax Bill, the COVID-19 Health Recovery Repeal Bill, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill, the National Insurance Amendment Bill, the Public Procurement Regulation, request for approval for a revised investment policy of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in line with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815. And finally, a request for approval to implement an AI-powered trade data analytics system to support customs revenue mobilization and enhance trade facilitation. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House humbled by the confidence reposed in me by His Excellency the President to deliver his second budget under his reset agenda. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office, we met an economy in distress, weighed down by debt, weakened by mismanagement, and stripped of confidence. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, the 2025 budget was our first act of courage, a declaration that Ghana would rise again through reforms, discipline, and visionary leadership. Right Honourable Speaker, the theme for this year's budget draws from the President's profound words in his 2025 State of the Nation address, when he declared that, Mr. Speaker, quote, "Today, inspired by Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the people of Ghana, I am moved to make a purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on the path of growth and sustainability." Right Honourable Speaker, it is with that same conviction that I present the 2026 budget under the theme Resetting for Growth, Jobs and Economic Transformation. This government has chosen a harder but higher road, the road of reform, renewal and resilience. We have restored fiscal discipline, brought inflation under control, stabilized the cedi, and rekindled investor confidence. This is not just a recovery, it is a reset. It is a story of a nation that refused to stay down. This is a rebirth from the ashes of daunting inheritance, the heavy burden laid upon us by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a revival forged amid the tempest of hopes, harbored by the ordinary Ghanaian, whose spirit has long been weathered by 8 years of hardship, impoverishment, and shadows of deception. Mr. Speaker, it is a story of Ghanaians who endured hardships with dignity and held on to hope when the road was rough. Right Honourable Speaker, we have learned a powerful truth, and the truth is that fiscal discipline is the backbone of national progress. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut to responsible economic mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut for responsible economic management. Never again must we allow recklessness, waste, and indiscipline to define how we handle the people's money. Right Honourable Speaker, President Mahama has made it clear that under his watch, the integrity of our public finances will remain sacred. Mr. Speaker, confidence is returning. The Black Star is rising once more. Ghana is back, strong, stable, and full of hope. And yes, our Black Stars are heading to the World Cup. Right Honourable Speaker, with that renewed energy and optimism, this budget is about building on the foundation we have laid, turning stability into opportunity and opportunity into prosperity. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I extend my deepest gratitude to organized labor, the employers' associations, and workers of Ghana who work with government to successfully agree on the national minimum wage and base pay for 2026, ahead of this budget, reflecting our shared vision of fairness, stability, and productivity. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget marks a decisive shift from recovery to transformation, from resilience to productivity, and from stability to jobs. Mr. Speaker, over the next year and beyond, government will focus on 3 priorities to reset for growth, jobs, and transformation. Speaker, the first will be consolidating the macroeconomic stability. The second will be accelerating economic transformation and job creation. And finally, strengthening security and social sector for inclusive growth. Right Honorable Speaker, our vision is clear. A Ghana that produces more than it consumes. A Ghana that exports value-added goods, not just raw materials. A Ghana where jobs are decent, incomes are rising, and opportunities shared by all. And, Mr. Speaker, a Ghana where every citizen lives with dignity and pride. Mr. Speaker, that is the Ghana we are building. A Ghana powered by discipline, driven by vision, and anchored on shared prosperity. Right Honorable Speaker, having outlined the guiding theme and vision for this budget, I now turn to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at October 2025. Mr. Speaker, and to show where we stand, what we have achieved, and where we are heading. After that, I'll present the policies, priorities, and resource allocation that will drive Ghana's growth, jobs, and economic transformation in 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year, we inherited a painful effect of the fiscal slippages of 2024. Pressures that weighed heavily on households and businesses and public finances. Mr. Speaker, confidence was fragile. Inflation remained elevated. The exchange rate was unstable, and the public debt was elevated. Yet, through visionary leadership, fiscal discipline, and policy consistency, the tide has finally turned. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has now recovered, marked by renewed investor confidence and an improved macroeconomic outlook. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you real sector performance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has regained its rhythm. Real GDP expanded by 6.3% in the first half of 2025, up from 5.1% in the same period of 2024, driven by stronger agriculture and service, lower inflation, and renewed business confidence. Non-oil GDP grew by 7.8%, showing that our growth is now powered by domestic production. Mr. Speaker, the service sector remains the heartbeat of recovery, surging 8.8% with ICT up 17.2%, finance and insurance up 9.5%, and education up 14.9%. Agriculture, the backbone of stability, also grew by 6%, doubling that of last year. Mr. Speaker, cocoa rebounded from a sharp 21.4%, contracting to 2.8% growth. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the targeted farm support, and smarter policies. Industry held steady despite reduced oil output. Manufacturing rose 6.3% and construction 4.0%, reflecting reliable energy and revived infrastructure projects. On the demand side, Right Honorable Speaker, household consumption grew by 8.2%, reflecting stronger household confidence. Government spending also slowed to 3.7%, proving fiscal discipline. The Speaker, export grew 11.5%, led by gold, cocoa, and non-traditional export. This is the growth that creates jobs, lifts incomes, and builds lasting stability. The Speaker, I now take you to price development. Right Honorable Speaker, inflation has fallen faster than anyone imagined, from 23.8% in December 2024 to 8% by October 2025. Ghana is back to a single-digit inflation. This was not by sheer luck, It is the outcome of disciplined fiscal policy, steady monetary management, stable exchange rates, and strong domestic production. Together, these have restored confidence, stabilized the cedi, and eased the pressure on families and businesses. Food inflation reduced from 27.8% to 9.5%. Prices of everyday food such as tomatoes, garden eggs, okra, and fish are finally falling. Mr. Speaker, non-food inflation also dropped from 20.3% to 6.9%, supported by steady fuel prices and lower import costs. Right, Honorable Speaker, this progress proves that sound policies brings real relief. Sound policies brings real relief. Mr. Speaker, both imported and local price pressures are now contained. Right, Honorable Speaker, the task ahead is to sustain this stability by keeping fiscal discipline, boosting food security, and ensuring strong coordination between the fiscal and monetary authorities. The Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. The Speaker, 2025 marked one of Ghana's strongest fiscal turnaround in decades. The primary balance on commitment basis swung from a 3% deficit in 2024 to a 1.6% surplus by September 2025, exceeding the target and proving that discipline delivers results. Mr. Speaker, reforms in revenue mobilization and spending controls anchored this recovery. The removal of nuisance e-levy did not weaken revenue. Broader tax reforms and efficient gains lifted non-oil tax revenue to 8.7% of GDP, up from 7.8% in 2024. On expenditure, government tightened non-priority spending whilst protecting key investment in the sectors. Mr. Speaker, Treasury bill rates have fallen, saving 8.8% in interest from January to September. Mr. Speaker, 8.8 billion from January to September. Mr. Speaker, public debt dropped to its lowest in a decade, and Ghana's debt risk has been reclassified from high to moderate. These gains have created space for social and capital investment, eased external debt pressures, and restored investor confidence. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's fiscal consolidation is now credible, sustainable, and homegrown, a model of responsibility that turns stability into progress and ensures every cedi works for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, I take you to social protection. Right, Honorable Speaker, even as we pursue fiscal consolidation, government protected and expanded social spending to cushion vulnerable households. Allocations to social protection programs increased to 0.9% of GDP, up from 0.6% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, these targeted interventions reflect our conviction that economic stability must translate into social progress. Mr. Speaker, I will now give you an update on power purchase agreements, renegotiations, and other reforms in the energy sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, when this administration took office, Ghana's energy sector was saddled with about $1.4 billion United States in debt to independent power producers, a ticking fiscal bomb, I call it. Mr. Speaker, today, that burden has been lessened. We have renegotiated all power purchase agreements led by Ghanaian experts at no cost to the state, saving over $250 million and restructuring 1.1 billion Ghana cedis over a four-year period. Mr. Speaker, government is now fully current on payment, clearing $300 million United States in 2025 year to date, and allocating $345 million United States for 2026. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not accruing new arrests in energy sector. Solar tariffs, projects like BXC and Mineji have dropped from 18 to 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour, cutting costs and expanding access. Mr. Speaker, this was achieved as part of the renegotiation. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana revenues has risen almost 90% from 900 million to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per month, thanks to better enforcement of the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, ECG's revenue has improved by almost 90% per month, from 900 Ghana cedis per month to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per calendar month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you an update on the audit of arrears and payables. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, government was confronted with outstanding arrears and payables totaling 68.8 billion Ghana cedis, comprising 50.5 billion in unpaid invoices and interim payment certificate (IPCs) and 18.3 billion in outstanding bank transfer advices (BTAs). Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our pledge to protect the public purse and ensure value for money, we commissioned the Auditor General, working directly with PwC and EY, to conduct an independent validation of these arrests and commitment. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this August House during the media review of the 2025 budget, this special audit covered all verified arrests and commitment as at end December 2024. The objective was to establish the legitimacy of the claims, identify irregularities, and address the fiscal risk arising from the accumulation of these arrests and outstanding commitment. Mr. Speaker, the audit, Mr. Speaker, the exercise has now been completed, and the Auditor General is finalizing his report for submission to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the findings are troubling and very damning. Very damning. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, I'll give headline numbers whilst we wait for the Auditor General to submit the report next week. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion payable submitted for audit, 47.8 billion cedis was validated. Mr. Speaker, an additional 8.6 billion Ghana cedis remains under review, pending further validation due to inadequate documentation, missing third-party confirmation, and lack of supporting document. Mr. Speaker, these yet to be validated claims may be legitimate, but further evidence will be required before they can be recognized. But, Right Honourable Speaker, about 10.1 billion Ghana cedis were rejected. Mr. Speaker, due to duplications, recycled IPCs, inflated invoices, falsified stores receipts advice, and instances of no work but demanding money. Right Honourable Speaker, out of the rejected amount, about 1 billion Ghana cedis, comprising BTAs, bank transfer advices, that had already been processed by the Ministry of Finance and were ready for payment by the Controlling Accountant General and Bank of Ghana, were rejected. The Speaker, without this audit, these claims would have been paid, underscoring the importance of vigilance and verification. Mr. Speaker, about 2 billion Ghana cedis was also reclassified from claims to BTAs. Right Honourable Speaker, the report is ready and it will be submitted, and the detail may be discussed by this House. Mr. Speaker, this audit has not only saved the nation billions in potential losses, but also restored accountability, strengthened expenditure controls, and reaffirmed this government's unwavering commitment to fiscal discipline and transparency. Mr. Speaker, we have identified an abuse in the use of import declaration forms, IDFs. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the update. Right Honourable Speaker, our investigation into Ghana's import system exposed a staggering abuse of import declaration forms, a tool meant to support legitimate trade, but now hijacked for illicit transfers and tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, between April 2020 and August 2025, over 525,000 transactions amounting to an equivalent of $83 billion were processed through ICOPS. Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, this amount of $83 billion were transferred from Ghana in the name of imports. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, only 10,440 of these transactions were linked to actual imports. Mr. Speaker, an equivalent of $31 billion in transactions were transferred abroad with no goods imported into the country. Mr. Speaker, this leaks bleeds our reserves, weakens the Ghana cedi, and deprive the economy of resources that should have been used to build schools, roads, and hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the audit also reveals that some importers underdeclared values to hide about 76 billion cedis in imports, denying Ghana about 11 billion Ghana cedis in potential revenue between 2020 to 2025 August. Mr. Speaker, other importers inflated transfer values, aided by some banks that ignored the $200,000 ceiling set by the central bank. Over 17,700 IDF applications broke this limit, channeling an equivalent of about $20 billion United States dollars in unverified transactions out of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, this was not a loophole. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this was not a loophole. It was an organized system for exploitation. In fact, an organized crime. Mr. Speaker, persons and institutions behind these activities are being referred to the Attorney General, Economic and Organized Crime Office, the FIC, and CID for investigation. Mr. Speaker, also, the Ghana Revenue Authority will establish a special recovery unit to reclaim all this lost revenue between this period. Right, Honorable Speaker, government has since acted decisively. An interagency committee will now audit all imported related transfers going forward. The Bank of Ghana will also match every forex transfer with verified import data. The Speaker, we are drawing a hard line. Every dollar leaving Ghana must deliver real value for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt is firmly on downward path. Mr. Speaker, by October 2025, total debt had fallen from 726.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 61.8% of GDP in 2024, to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 45% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, marking one of the sharpest decline in our history. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in over a decade, we have recorded a negative rate of debt accumulation from a positive 19.1% in 2024 to a negative 13.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this turnaround reflects fiscal discipline, prudent borrowing, and stronger cedi, showing that Ghana's reforms are being measured, Mr. Speaker, and they are showing results. At home, domestic debt market has rebounded. Treasury bill have dropped by 1,600 basis points, with the 91-day Treasury bill at 10.7 from 28.9, the lowest in 14 years. Mr. Speaker, government has paid 20.3 billion Ghana cedis in bond coupons, restoring trust and market liquidity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond prices are up by 17%, yield down by 300 basis points, new faith in our macroeconomic management. In June 2025, Fitch lifted Ghana from restricted default to B-. Again, Moody's in October upgraded Ghana to CAA1. And Mr. Speaker, In November, a couple of weeks ago, S&P also upgraded Ghana to B-/B. The Speaker, together, these upgrades marks a global vote of confidence. Ghana is once again credible, stable, and open for business. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and financial sector performance. Right Honourable Speaker, monetary policy in 2025 stayed tight but effective, thanks to prudent management by the Central Bank and the Governor. The Speaker, the Bank of Ghana cut broad money growth to 16.6% and base money to 4.5%, sterilizing 55 billion Ghana cedis to stabilize the cedi and lock in the lowest inflation in 4 years. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's external sector remained strong in 2025. The current account surplus rose to 3.2% of GDP from 2%, driven by robust gold and cocoa export, higher remittance, and strict import management. Mr. Speaker, a $2.1 billion United States dollar trade surplus and growth in non-traditional exports showed a more diversified economy. The Ghana cedi appreciated against the US dollar from 16.35 Ghana cedi to the US dollar in November 2024 to 10 cedi 92 pesos as at 10th November 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a rare appreciation of 35%, reflecting sound fiscal and monetary policy management. Right Honourable Speaker, this stability lowered debt costs and eased inflation. Gold and cocoa powered the recovery. Gold earnings rose 68% to 11.2 billion United States dollars. Speaker, cocoa rose 170% to 2.47 billion United States dollars. Pulse oil dipped to 1.83 billion. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's rising export firms reserves, firm reserves, and a stable cedi confirms one thing, that Ghana's recovery is real, disciplined, and indeed lasting. So, Speaker, take you to sectorial performance. Right Honourable Speaker, the story of Ghana's economic recovery in 2025 is best told through the work of our ministries, departments, and agencies. Across every sector, from agriculture and industry to governance, infrastructure and human development, performance in 2025 reflects disciplined execution and innovation. The Speaker, our task now is to sustain this momentum. We will boost productivity in agriculture and industry, accelerate infrastructure delivery, and strengthen governance and skills development. Sector ministers will present their outlook in detail, but the message is clear. Ghana is rebounding with purpose and rising with promise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 medium-term policy objectives and targets is what I'm now going to present. Right Honourable Speaker, as we enter 2026, our mission is clear: to turn the hard-won stability of 2025 into shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifices made by Ghanaians over the past year have restored hope and confidence in our economy. Inflation is down, the city is stronger, growth has regained momentum. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal strategy will match discipline with compassion. Our key fiscal policy priorities for 2026 are as follows. First will be to maintain fiscal discipline by sustaining a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. Speaker, the second is to mobilize domestic resources through continuous implementation of our medium-term revenue strategy. Speaker, will promote value for money and rationalize spending, ensuring that every city delivers value for citizens whilst eliminating leakages and inefficiency. And finally, Mr. Speaker, protect priority social spending in education, health and social protection, to shield the poor and sustain human capital development. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, our monetary and exchange rate strategy will safeguard stability and drive growth, keep inflation low, the city strong, and confidence high. And that will be our monetary and exchange rate strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will stay data-driven and cautious, holding inflation within the targeted band of 8 ±2 and easing only when safe. Speaker, the Central Bank is doing a good job. Right Honourable Speaker, to advance our medium-term macroeconomic goal of stability, resilience and shared prosperity, government has set bold but achievable macroeconomic target for 2026 fiscal year and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, over the medium term from 2026 to 2028, real GDP is set to rise steadily, averaging about 4.9% at the minimum. Non-oil GDP is programmed to grow around 5% at the minimum. So, Speaker, inflation will stay within 8 plus or minus 2% targeted band, reflecting a firm grip on price stability. The Speaker, the fiscal balance will remain strong, with the primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP from 2026 onwards. And Right Honourable Speaker, gross international reserves are expected to provide at least 3 months of import cover over the medium term. Right Honourable Speaker, for the year 2026, we will achieve the following at the minimum. Real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, driven by continued expansion in infrastructure and service sectors, agriculture as well. Non-oil GDP, Mr. Speaker, at least 4.9%. End-year inflation for next year will be at least 8% plus or minus 2. Mr. Speaker, primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis in line with our fiscal responsibility framework to sustain discipline and debt sustainability. Gross international reserves of not less than 3 months of import cover, covering a strong external sector and a strong defense for the Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal strategy over the medium term is to lock in stability and turn it into lasting growth. From 2026, government will sustain a primary surplus of at least 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis each year, anchoring fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. Speaker, revenue and grant are projected to rise from 16.4% of GDP in 2025 to 16.9% in 2026, reaching 17% by 2029, driven by stronger tax administration. Right Honourable Speaker, our focus is on expanding the tax net, not overburden existing taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, expenditure growth will remain disciplined, rising modestly from 15% of GDP in 2025 to 15.4% in 2026. As a result, the fiscal deficit will narrow sharply from 2.8% of GDP in 2025 to 2% in 2026 and 2.1% by 2029. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will target a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP, consistent with our fiscal anchor. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis is projected at 2.2% of GDP. On cash basis, the overall fiscal deficit is projected at 4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, this fiscal stance balances consolidation with growth, maintaining discipline while safeguarding resources for productive investment under the Big Push Infrastructure Program and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization for 2026. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2026, government expects to collect total revenue and grant of 268.1 billion Ghana cedis, up from 226.7 billion in 2025, a strong 18.3% increase. Non-oil tax revenue, the backbone of domestic mobilization, is projected at 216.1 billion Ghana cedis, growing on the back of improved compliance and enforcement. Oil and gas receipts are expected to contribute 13.6 billion Ghana cedis, supported by steady global prices. The Speaker, non-tax revenue is projected at 20.9 billion, with 18.2 billion retained by ministries, departments, and agencies to sustain essential service. The Speaker, additional inflows from Senate transfers and energy sector levies are estimated at 14.4 billion Ghana cedis, whilst development partners grant will add 3.1 billion to fund key projects. Speaker, Total expenditure on commitment basis for 2026 is projected at 302.6.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 18.9% of GDP, up from 251.7 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. Primary expenditure stands at 244.7 billion, or 15.3% of GDP, reflecting targeted spending that drives growth and delivers value. Compensation of employees is projected at 90.3 billion Ghana cedis, ensuring fair remuneration for public servants. The Speaker, 13.2 billion have been allocated for goods and services to improve efficiency across MDS. Right, Honorable Speaker, capital expenditure will rise sharply to 57.5 billion Ghana cedis, or 3.6% of GDP, led by the Big Push infrastructure program, which alone will absorb 30 billion Ghana cedis for road development. The Speaker, interest payments are projected to decline to 57.7 billion thanks to prudent liability management. The Speaker, grant to statutory funds, energy payment, and other essential transfers totals 63.6 billion Ghana cedis, whilst ESLA and IPP commitments are estimated at 19.7 billion Ghana cedis. Overall, the 2026 appropriation stands at about 357.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is a bold yet responsible budget designed to sustain stability, build infrastructure, and improve the lives of every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to budget balances and financing. Right, Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis is projected at a deficit of 34.4 billion, equivalent to 2.2% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance records a surplus of 23.3 billion Ghana cedis, representing 1.5% of our GDP. So, Speaker, on a cash basis, the overall deficit is projected at 64.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4% of GDP. The cash deficit of 64.2 billion will be financed from balanced mix of foreign and domestic borrowing sources. The Speaker, foreign finance is projected as a net repayment of 6.6 billion, or 0.4% of GDP. This includes extended disbursement, expected disbursement from the IMF and the World Bank. The Speaker, domestic financing will amount to 71 billion Ghana cedis and will be sourced from long and short-term government securities. The Speaker, the strategy will support domestic market development and ensure their sustainability, as well as maintaining financial sector stability. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's 2025 to 2028 debt management strategy marks a decisive shift to responsible borrowing. With 93.5% of total debt restructured, 20.3 billion in domestic bonds, 13.1 billion in Eurobond, and 5.2 billion in bilateral loans. The Speaker, Ghana is firmly on a sustained path. The Speaker, the strategy focuses on cutting refinancing risk, reducing costs, deepening local markets, and boosting transparency. It revives the bond market, building liquidity buffers, and relies mainly on concessional financing from the IMF, World Bank, and bilateral partners. The Speaker, benchmarks including short-term debt below 15%, treasury bills, and 20% of domestic debt and foreign debt capped at 70%. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. The fiscal policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives. Right, Honorable Speaker, the choices we made in 2025 have restored macroeconomic stability, built trust in our fiscal institutions, and rekindled the hope of our country. The task before us now is to turn that stability into sustained progress and to make growth felt in every home, every community, and every enterprise. The Speaker, the 2026 budget represents the next phase of our national renewal, a practical, forward-looking plan to consolidate the gains accelerate transformation, and secure prosperity for all Ghanaians. It is the next chapter in building the Ghana we want, a nation that works around the clock, creates opportunities for all, and protect the dignity and dreams of every citizen. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to reaffirm government 3 key priorities for 2026. First, consolidation of macroeconomic stability. Second, we will accelerate economic transformation and job creation. And finally, we will strengthen the security and social sectors for inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget security and social sectors for inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget builds on the stability of 2025 and channels it into action that delivers more jobs, better infrastructure, stronger industries, and better public service. Mr. Speaker, the budget moves Ghana from recovery to transformation, designed to deliver tangible results, reduce the cost of living, empower businesses, and create decent jobs. First, on the fiscal policy measures and structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, government remains steadfast in the commitment to restore and sustain fiscal stability as the foundation for inclusive growth. Our focus for 2026 and the medium term is to maintain a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. We are pursuing a disciplined, data-driven fiscal strategy, one that raises more revenue, spend better, and protect the most vulnerable while safeguarding long-term stability. Speaker, to achieve our fiscal target for 2026 and the medium term, government will implement a comprehensive set of revenue, expenditure, and structural measures underpinned by transparency and accountability. Speaker, on the revenue side, government will deepen domestic resource mobilization through the implementation of the medium-term revenue strategy. In addition, government will undertake comprehensive VAT reforms. Will also tighten enforcement of tax arrests and exemptions, ensuring that all eligible entities pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, these measures are expected to lift non-oil revenue to 15.7% of GDP in 2026 from a projected 15.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, take you to VAT reforms. In 2025 budget and the media fiscal policy review, government made a firm promise to reform Ghana's value-added tax system to make it fairer, simpler, and more efficient. We pledge to remove distortions, addressing the cascading effect inherent in the VAT system, strengthen compliance, and create a tax regime that supports both businesses and fiscal stability. These distortions have negatively impacted overall welfare, increased the deadweight loss in the economy, and significantly reduced VAT compliance. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report to this House that we have finally delivered on that promise. Mr. Speaker, after months of detailed analysis and broad consultations with stakeholders, we have completed the design of modernized VAT system fit for Ghana's economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore submitting to this House today and for approval, Mr. Speaker, a bold package of VAT reforms that will make our tax system more equitable, transparent, and business-friendly. Right Honorable Speaker, the new VAT reforms will do the following. We will abolish the COVID-19 health recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the decoupling of Get Fund and National Health Insurance levies from the VAT tax base. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish VAT on recognizance and prospecting of minerals. Mr. Speaker, we will reduce the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. Mr. Speaker, we will raise the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, we will extend VAT zero rating on the supply of local manufacturing textiles to 2028. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, we promised to abolish the COVID-19 levy. With the support of this House, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I'm happy to announce that today, COVID-19 levy is accordingly abolished. Mr. Speaker, by abolishing the COVID-19 levy, government is putting 3.7 billion Ghana cedis in the pockets of individuals and businesses in 2026. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will also reduce the cost of doing business by as a result of subjecting Get Fund and NHIL levies to input businesses, Mr. Speaker. Altogether, the VAT reforms is expecting to give back nearly 6 billion Ghana cedis to businesses and households. We'll give it to you. Give it to you. 6 billion cedis, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the VAT registration threshold has declined in real terms from 200,000 Ghana cedis in 2015 to approximately 48,000 Ghana cedis in current values. Mr. Speaker, this means that small and micro businesses that were exempted in 2015 from VAT registration are now compelled to register and charge VAT. This has placed an undue burden on small and micro businesses and also increased the cost of administering VAT. Right, Honorable Speaker, the increase in VAT threshold is expected to address this problem and make VAT administration simpler and easier to implement. So, Speaker, VAT on mineral exploration and reconnaissance has led to very little investment in minerals exploration over the past 2 decades. So, Speaker, abolishing VAT on minerals exploration and reconnaissance will revive investor confidence, stimulate greenfield activities, and ensure the long-term sustainability of the country's mining sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, this measure will promote responsible mining and help to mitigate the hazard mineral prospecting that degrades our forests and water bodies. So, Speaker, to support the domestic textiles industry, government zero-rated a VAT on supply of local manufactured textiles, which is due to end in December 2025. Government is resolute in supporting the domestic textiles industry, which has demonstrated a capability to expand when given the appropriate fiscal incentives. The Speaker, in line with this and the Ghana Textiles and Garment Policy, government has decided to extend the zero rating to end December 2028, protecting over 2,000 direct jobs. The Speaker, the VAT reforms will make Ghana a more business-friendly economy, create the opportunity for businesses and expand for expansion and to create more jobs. The Speaker, we are not only seeking to change the policy and framework around VAT, we are also deploying electronic and digital solutions to improve VAT administration. Speaker, the measures proposed will include the following: the introduction of digital solutions to tax collection system. The second is to introduce the fiscal electronic devices. The third is, the Speaker, the introduction of VAT reward schemes designed to encourage general public to assist with policing VAT revenues by collecting VAT receipt for purchases they make. Mr. Speaker, this will allow taxpayers to use their VAT receipt to benefit from a VAT promotion and reward scheme. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms mark a turning point in realization and enhance credibility of our fiscal framework for 2026 and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, a smooth and transparent implementation of these reforms. Mr. Speaker, it honors our pledge to lighten the load on honest taxpayers whilst building a strong, fairer foundation for national development. Right ahead of 2027, embark on a comprehensive reform of Ghana's key tax laws, including the Income Tax Act, Excise Tax Acts, and the Customs Tax Act, to align them with global best practices, promote equity and competitiveness, simplifying compliance and enhance revenue generation. The Ministry of Finance will commence these reviews in 2026, engage stakeholders and submit a draft to Parliament as part of the 2027 budget. Mr. Speaker, closing revenue leakages at the port. Right Honourable Speaker, significant leakages at our port continue to undermine revenue mobilization. A recent audit revealed systemic weakness in classification, valuation, and cargo inspection. In 2024 alone, Ghana recorded imports valued at 204 billion Ghana cedis in cost insurance and fleet. Yet, only 85 billion Ghana cedis was taxable, pointing to misclassification and underinvoicing. To tackle this, government will deploy an AI-driven pre-arrival inspection for all cross-border shipment. Mr. Speaker, this technology is programmed to detect undervaluation, flag high-risk goods, and strengthen customs capacity to combat smuggling, improve safety, and protect national security. Right Honourable Speaker, by integrating automation into port operations, we expect to significantly boost customs revenue, enhance trade efficiency, and close long-standing revenue gaps. Speaker, on the expenditure front, we will continue to rationalize spending by eliminating low-value programs and streamline earmarked funds, freeing space for critical priority projects such as roads, energy, agriculture, and education. Speaker, every cedi saved will be redirected to projects that create jobs and delivers tangible benefit for Ghanaians. Speaker, to achieve this and support the fiscal sustainability agenda, key expenditure measures for the 2026 fiscal year are as follows. The first will be that we will contain recurrent expenditures by capping non-essential expenditures such as foreign travels, workshops, and vehicle procurement, and elimination of low-impact programs. The Speaker will rationalize the earmarked funds, reinforce commitment authorization, continue to strengthen social protection system by safeguarding allocation to LEAP. The Speaker will prioritize capital investment in infrastructure, particularly in the area of Big Push. Right Honourable Speaker, on the structural reform side, we will pursue the following. Government will enforce sanctions under Section 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act. The payroll validation exercise led by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Controller and Accountant General will also be done. So, Speaker, comprehensive review and audit of the budget preparation and implementation process will be undertaken. We will implement recommendations from the comprehensive arrest and commitment audit by the Auditor General, aided by EY and PwC. Right Honourable Speaker, will strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability through the operationalization of revised Fiscal Responsibility Act. Mr. Speaker, we will institutionalize quarterly expenditure reviews. Right Honourable Speaker, together, these measures will ensure that Ghana lives within its means, mobilize resources fairly, and spend efficiently. Fiscal discipline is not an end in itself. It is the bridge between stability and progress, between policy and real improvement in the lives of our people. Right Honourable Speaker, the real value of Ghana's procurement threshold has eroded over time, trapping even small projects in slow, expensive approval cycles. The Speaker, the last review was in 2016. Since then, inflation and currency depreciation have made it nearly impossible for district assemblies, for example, to deliver basic community projects efficiently. The Speaker, the government is therefore updating procurement thresholds under the Public Procurement Act to restore their values and match today's market realities. Right Honourable Speaker, years of inflation and weak oversight have drained real value from public spending. Too often, projects are overpriced, delayed, or abandoned because scrutiny comes only after money is spent. To fix this, government will establish an independent value for money office, a permanent guardian of efficiency, accountability, and fiscal integrity. Speaker, it will certify major projects before approval, monitor delivery, and evaluate results to ensure every city delivers measurable value. The office will enforce cost benchmarks, require public VFM certificate for contracts and coordinate with the Auditor General, the Public Procurement Authority, and Internal Audit Agency to impose penalties for waste and fraud. Right Honourable Speaker, the Value for Money Transparency Portal will publish certified projects and citizen feedback in real times. Mr. Speaker, this reform will save up to 3 billion Ghana cedis a year, cut contract inflation, and rebuild public trust. Mr. Speaker, the Value for Money Office is not just another agency. It is Ghana's watchdog for prudent spending and real results. Mr. Speaker, we will be making the following amendment. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's petroleum wealth must work harder for its people. Since 2011, our petroleum funds have earned barely 1% annually. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it proves that parking them only in low-risk foreign securities limits value creation. To change this, government would designate additional qualifying investment instrument under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. This will allow a portion of the petroleum fund to be invested in commercial viable domestic energy projects, such as gas and power infrastructure, that will drive industrialization and jobs whilst improving long-term returns. Mr. Speaker, this reform follows global best practices. Sovereign funds in Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and UAE now channel savings into productivity investment that powers growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must do same. The new framework will maintain strict safeguards, transparency, and performance audit to ensure every dollar earned earns real value. Right Honourable Speaker, this is the mindset shift from passive savings and earnings to productive investment, from idle reserves abroad to energy that powers Ghana's future. Speaker, that is the way we are going to go. Our oil wealth must not sit idle. It must build, and must build our country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt management initiatives and reforms in 2026. Right Honourable Speaker, 2026 marks a new phase in Ghana's public debt management, one defined by foresight, discipline, and innovation. After stabilizing our debt trajectory through strong fiscal performance and debt restructuring, government focus now shifts to building resilience. We are putting in place modern tools and systems to ensure that every borrowing decision supports growth, safeguards sustainability, and protect the public purse for future generations. Mr. Speaker, one of the key priorities for 2026 is to strengthen liability management in the domestic debt management market. Mr. Speaker, upon expiration of domestic debt exchange program restrictions in 21st February 2026, government will re-enter the domestic debt market strategically. Mr. Speaker, the immediate objective is to reduce our dependence on short-term treasury instruments, lower rollover risk, and create fiscal space for productive investment. Right Honourable Speaker, as part of the strategy to re-enter the domestic bond market, government will begin the issuance of domestic infrastructure bonds to fund critical infrastructure in the 2026 budget and beyond. Mr. Speaker, through buybacks, targeted cash management, we will actively smoothing the maturing reprofile of domestic debt and lower interest costs in line with our medium-term debt management strategy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to key policy initiatives in the 2026 budget across sectors. Right Honourable Speaker, I begin with the energy sector. Energy is the engine of Ghana's transformation. Our goal is to turn power from a constraint into a competitive advantage for every home, factory, and enterprise. Reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy will be the fuel that drives the 24-hour economy, powers industry, lights communities, and creates jobs. Through board reforms, strategic investment, and smarter management, government is building an energy system that not only keeps the light on, but propels inclusive growth across every corner of our country. Mr. Speaker, I now go to gas to power transformation. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's gas to power strategy is transforming our energy future, shifting from costly light crude to cleaner, locally produced natural gas. This will cut generation costs by about 75%, strengthen energy security, and align with our climate goals. Gas production is rising fast in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the offshore Cape 3 Point partners, OCTP partners, have expanded capacity from 240 to 270 million standard cubic feet per day, while Jubilee and 10 field partners now supply about 130 from 110 million cubic feet per day. Mr. Speaker, within 10 months, we have added more than 50 million standard cubic feet per day of gas. Right, Honorable Speaker, new agreement will add another 150 million standard cubic feet daily, ensuring reliable, affordable fuel for power generation. To process this additional gas for power generation, government is fast-tracking the Ghana Gas Processing Plant, GPP2. So, Speaker, this shift means cheaper power, cleaner energy, and a stronger, self-reliant Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker. In the medium term, a total of 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day will be produced by our OCTP and Jubilee partners, enough to generate up to 1,200 megawatts of power, bigger than Akosombo Dam. So, Speaker, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of 1,200 megawatts state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 1,150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. So, Speaker, I repeat, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of a 1,200 megawatt state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. This plant will support the provision of reliable and affordable power and secures Ghana's energy future. Speaker, the 1,200 megawatts is bigger than what our almighty Akosombo can produce. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's oil production has witnessed consistent decline over the years, falling from 71.4 million barrels in 2019 to an estimated 36 million barrels in 2025, almost 50% decline. President Mahama has taken decisive action to reverse this trend. Mr. Speaker, government investor-friendly reforms have already secured over $3.5 billion new investment commitment. This includes a $2 billion United States dollar framework agreement for the Jubilee and 10 fields to drill 20 new wells and a $1.5 billion United States dollar memorandum of intent with OCTP partners to expand operations. Mr. Speaker, this new investor-friendly environment has also drawn the interest of oil and gas majors such as Shell in our upstream industry. This is expected to bring in new capital, technology, and expertise to increase our oil and gas production. Right, Honorable Speaker, GNPC will commence drilling for oil on the offshore Voltaire Basin in October 2026. The prospects look good to expand Ghana's hydrocarbon production. Right, Honorable Speaker, an upstream regulatory and fiscal review is underway to make Ghana's petroleum regime more competitive transparent, and stable. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will roll out Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative to achieve universal access to power. Mr. Speaker, through a faster turnkey model, it will connect every unserved community, boost rural economies, and drive Ghana's 24-hour economy policy. An electricity intensification program will extend connections to all remaining homes and businesses, ensuring that no Ghanaian is left without power. Mr. Speaker, the rollout starts in Volta, Oti, Savannah, and Central regions in 2026, expanding nationwide by 2029 with off-grid solar to remote areas. Mr. Speaker, electricity will be universal, reliable, and life-changing. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will undertake feasibility studies on mini hydro electronic potentials of the Volta, Red Volta, and other southern river systems. Mr. Speaker, through these coordinated reforms, from reviving the upstream oil and gas sector, securing gas supply, renegotiating IPPs, building a national power plant, expanding rural access, and reforming the operations of ECG, we are securing affordable and reliable energy for individuals and businesses. We are not just keeping the lights on, we are lighting the path for industrial transformation, job creation, and inclusive prosperity. Due to agricultural sector initiatives. Agriculture remains the heartbeat of Ghana's economy, the source of food, jobs, and dignity for millions of our people. Mr. Speaker, our vision is to make Ghana's agriculture commercial, modern, mechanized, market-driven, and women-led. The focus is on creating agro-industries across the country, processing, this is how we will feed our materials for our industries, reduce imports, create jobs, and make farming profitable. Once again, Right Honorable Speaker, in view of that, we have developed a national policy on integrated oil palm development. So, Speaker, government is launching the national policy on integrated oil palm development, a bold plan to turn Ghana's red gold into a powerhouse of jobs, industry, and foreign exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, despite being one of Africa's pioneers in oil palm, Ghana still imports nearly 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil yearly, costing over $200 million United States dollars. This policy changes that by expanding plantation, boosting refinery and processing, will create about 250,000 jobs. So, Speaker, the goal is clear. 100,000 hectares of new plantation, self-sufficiency in palm oil, and global competitiveness, and creating 250,000 jobs in the value chain. To unlock this potential, government will secure a large climate-suitable land banks through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure fair compensation, secure tenure. This marks a new dawn for Ghana's agro-industrial transformation. Speaker, we are putting US dollar equivalent window. So, Speaker, oil palm government is establishing US dollars equivalent oil palm development financing window with the World Bank. Offer long-term, low-interest financing, 5-year grace period, and cover up to 70% of project costs. Development financing window with the World Bank, DFIs, and our development bank. So, Speaker, it will offer long-term, low-interest financing, 5-year grace period, and cover up to 70% of project costs, targeting only sustainable job-creating ventures. Right, Honorable Speaker, smallholder farmers will be at the center of this policy. Mr. Speaker, through our Outgrower Partnership Scheme, they will access improved seedlings, mechanization, credit, and guarantee offtake at a fair price. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority, Oil Palm Research Institute, OPRI, and the Ghana Exim Bank will provide technical support, research, financing, backed by Smallholder Support Fund for women and youth to enter into this function. So, Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority will regulate production, whilst OPRI develops the high-yield varieties. A tax stamp regime for edible oils will be introduced to curb smuggling and protect local production. So, Speaker, together, these reforms will make Ghana self-sufficient, export-ready, and regional leader in sustainable palm oil by 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, this policy is more than agriculture. It is a blueprint for industrialization, rural transformation, and shared prosperity. Ghana has the land. We have the people. This adds the vision. This adds the vision to turn every palm planted into a lasting prosperity. So, Speaker, we will establish farmer service centers. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the Farmer Service Centers initiative, the government will provide agricultural mechanization machinery for 50 agricultural districts with over 4,400 different machineries. So, Speaker, these machineries will include the following. So, Speaker, we'll be getting 660 tractors, 3,000 tractor trailers, 200 mini tractors, 200 mini tractor trailers, 200 mini tractor tillers, 200 mini tractor cultivators, 200 mini tractor plows, 200 mini tractor harrows, 200 mini tractor cutter-bars, Mr. Speaker, 200 mini tractor mowers, 463 disc plows. Right, Honorable Speaker, 204 disc plows, 330 16 disc harrows, 1,000 kg mineral fertilizer spreaders, 104 row precision seed drills, 106 row precision seed drills, 132 row pneumatic seed drills, 300 800-liter boom sprayers, 50 combined harvesters, 50 maize headers for combined harvesters, and Mr. Speaker, will also provide 25 soil header for combined harvesters. Right, Honorable Speaker, our farmers always cried, Mr. Speaker, our farmers have always carried Ghana on their shoulders. With this investment, we are returning the favor, giving them the tools, technology, and support to carry the nation into a future of food security and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the transformation has begun. Agriculture is not just an occupation. It is the engine of Ghana's renewal. Mr. Speaker, in response to the food glut across the country, President Mahama has directed the immediate release of an additional 200 million Ghana cedis to Food Buffer Stock Company to purchase and store the excess food to protect the investment and income of our cherished food, crops, and poultry farmers. The Speaker, that will be processed ASAP. Right, Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has also directed that all schools, from basic to secondary, to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basics to secondary schools to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the School Feeding Program, the Free Secondary Education Secretariat, and the National Food Buffer Stores Company are accordingly directed to ensure strict compliance without fail. Mr. Speaker, I will now take you to the Big Push Infrastructure Program. Right Honorable Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program, launched under the leadership of President Mahama, is Ghana's largest investment in modern infrastructure, valued at the equivalent of 10 billion United States dollars. It is turning fiscal stability into visible progress by building roads, bridges, ports, and logistics. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was dedicated to strategic road projects across all regions, guided by economic returns, equity, and alignment with 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, contractors are now on site on most of the projects. Mr. Speaker, these projects are expected to complete by mid-2027, with payment assured within 30 days. Right Honorable Speaker, within 30 days of submitting IPCs. Mr. Speaker, the goal is clear: connect Ghana end to end, making infrastructure the backbone of industrialization and opportunity, from farms to factories and from homes to market. Right Honorable Speaker, following feasibility studies, two transformative projects have been added to the Big Push. Mr. Speaker, they are the Accra-Kumasi Expressway and the Achi-Amanfrom-Adoso Bridge. Mr. Speaker, let me now provide some details about these two iconic infrastructure projects. Right Honorable Speaker, a flagship of the Big Push infrastructure program is Ghana's Kumasi, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project. Ghana's first modern 6-lane bi-directional Class A expressway, stretching 198.7 kilometers. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway will link the capital to the Ashanti region through the Greater Accra and Eastern region, linking the south to the north. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway, which is on a new alignment, will reduce current travel distance by 50 kilometers, from 250 kilometers to 198.7 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is also expected to have travel time between Accra and Kumasi, reducing transport costs by nearly 40%. So, Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project alone is expected to create over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs during construction. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond mobility, it will stimulate industrial parks, logistic hubs, and service economies along its route, powering the 24-hour economy and strengthening Ghana's competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Esaman Kese, Achem Oda, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtre, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, For emphasis, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra hub, Adeso, Isaman Kese, Achem Odan, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtwe, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, it will also include 3 major bridges over the Birim and Pra rivers. Right Honorable Speaker, the project will include 4 service areas equipped with emergency medical facilities, fire stations, maintenance and rescue centers, catering rest stops, fuel stations, electric vehicle charging stations, and parking lots. Right Honorable Speaker, these facilities will operate 24 hours in line with our 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, 2 modern 20-toll lane plaza, the Accra main line toll plaza and the Kumasi main line toll plaza will deploy automated systems to ensure efficient revenue collection and minimal delays. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will open up our dear country. Right Honorable Speaker, the Adoso Echiamanfom Bridge and related road network will open up the farm prince to large-scale commercial agriculture. This is urgently required to unlock the agriculture and economic potential of the farm prince enclave. Mr. Speaker, government has also identified one of the major causes of food inflation to be bad roads linking food-producing enclaves to market. So, Speaker, as a result, government is announcing a 3-year program to construct 1,000 kilometers of agriculture enclave roads. Right Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture Enclave Roads program will be implemented by the Department of Feeder Roads under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the roads will be carefully selected and constructed in food processing enclaves only with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, this will ensure that food produced is transported from farm gate to market to reduce transportation costs, post-harvest losses, and enhance food security generally. Mr. Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program is more than a construction drive. It is a nation-building vision. It will create thousands of jobs, empower local contractors, and strengthen linkages with domestic industries in agro-processing, manufacturing, and construction. Mr. Speaker, it is about connecting opportunities, linking people and markets so that growth is not confined to few cities, but shared across the entire country. Right Honorable Speaker, only build to recover, I will build to transform. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Airport Company will also introduce an airport development fee to rehabilitate Sunyani Airport, construct a new airport at Bogatanga, build a multi-purpose car park and a connecting concourse between the Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 at the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, land and natural resources are the foundation of Ghana's wealth and future. For too long, our land system have been slowed. Opaque, our land administration system have been slow, opaque, and prone to fraud. Mr. Speaker, this is stifling investment and opportunities. Government has launched a technology-led land administration reform to bring forth transparency and speed to land transactions. Right Honorable Speaker, every Ghanaian will soon be able to register, verify, and transfer land online, ending the era of missing files, corruption, and disputes. So, Speaker, to sustain this transformation, the Land Commission working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, will retain all its revenue to fund a technology-led national land registry. Mr. Speaker, this will integrate land, planning and property data on one secure platform. Mr. Speaker, this will unlock access to credit, boost agriculture business, and make land a catalyst for jobs. Land will no longer be a source of conflict, but a foundation for shared prosperity. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana is also protecting Ghana's forest. Government is also protecting Ghana's forests, rivers, and mineral wealth. So, Speaker, key water bodies and forest reserves have been declared high security zones, with 1,000 officers deployed and real-time tracking of mining equipment by Minerals Commission has been instituted. We are working with traditional leaders and communities to reclaim degraded land and restore ecosystems. The Speaker, in 2026, government will partner with private sector to reclaim 10,000 hectares using fast-growing tree species. Right Honorable Speaker, government is positioning modern textiles and garment as a cornerstone of Ghana's industrial transformation. 3 new garment factories in Bono East, Central and Eastern regions will be established to operate under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, this will create about 20,000 direct jobs and boost community livelihood through private sector partnership. To strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubber will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubbers will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. This will channel raw materials to domestic processes, support component manufacturing, and build stronger value chain in metals and rubber-based industries. Right Honorable Speaker, 7 new agro-processing plants in the Northern, Central, Ahafo, Bono, Northeast, Bono East, and Western North regions will soon be fully operational. This will process yam, fish, poultry, cashew, rice, shea, and palm kernel oil, cutting post-harvest losses, generating 700 direct jobs, and providing reliable markets for thousands of farmers. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives mark a decisive shift from exporting raw materials to building factories, adding value, and creating jobs for our dear youth. Right Honorable Speaker, under the President's Accelerated Export Development Initiative to enhance value addition, 2 new cashew processing plants to be financed by the Ghana Exim Bank will be constructed as Sampa in the Jama North municipality of the Bono region and Abuabo Techiman in the Bono East region. The Speaker, I now take you to education. The Speaker, we recognize education as a transformative tool and a catalyst for social mobility. We will deepen our investment in education, especially on infrastructure, to cultivate a generation of informed global citizens. Right Honorable Speaker, we have developed a program, a 2-year program, to end double track. Mr. Speaker, education is the ladder by which nations climb to prosperity. And for Ghana, the ladder must be strong, wide, and within the reach of every child. Government is embarking on a bold and transformative initiative to upgrade, modernize, and expand access to secondary education across the country, ensuring that every Ghanaian child, regardless of background or location, can learn, grow, and succeed. Right Honorable Speaker, many schools are overcrowded and others lack the infrastructure or resources to deliver quality education. As a result of this, the previous administration introduced the double track system, which have adversely affected the academic calendar and the quality of our education. Mr. Speaker, government is rolling out a 2-year program to end the double track system in our secondary schools. We will expand infrastructure, enhance quality, and improve access. This program will eliminate the double track system and ensure that every child can attend school full-time in dignity and in safety. Mr. Speaker, under this program, we will upgrade Category A schools by building new classroom blocks, dormitories, and quality improvement. Mr. Speaker, we will upgrade 10 Category B schools to Category A, equipping them with modern classrooms, dormitories, libraries, science and ICT laboratories. Right, Honorable Speaker. The reality is that whilst Category A and B schools receive overwhelming demand, Category C schools, which hold more than half of available spaces, remain under-enrolled due to infrastructure and quality gaps. Mr. Speaker, this inequality must end, and indeed it will end. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will accordingly upgrade 30 Category C schools to Category B. Mr. Speaker, we will build new classrooms, dormitories, and modern science resource centers for these new schools. Government will complete 30 of the abandoned E-blocks in urban and peri-urban areas and expand access for students in high-demand areas. Right, Honorable Speaker, government has also decided to enhance infrastructure and teaching and learning resources at basic level. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, GET Fund will construct 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 new kindergartens. Mr. Speaker, GET Fund again will construct 400 4-unit teacher bungalows. And Mr. Speaker, 400 places of convenience in underserved communities and schools. Mr. Speaker, each of these will come with furnishing. This will also provide access to more than 200,000 additional students annually. Right, Honorable Speaker, GET Fund will procure and distribute free comprehensive curricular-based textbooks covering the following: 4 sets of KG textbooks and workbooks for about 1 million learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, and 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 1 million learners. Right, Honorable Speaker, GET Fund will provide the following for secondary schools and some selected district education directorate. Mr. Speaker, GET Fund will supply 2 million pieces of metal mono decks and chairs, 200 unit 66-seater buses, 200 double cabin pickups, and 50 saloon cars. Right, Honorable Speaker, President's economic diplomacy is yielding results. During his recent visit to China and Japan, he secured about $60 million United States dollars for the construction of a science and technology university in the Savannah region at Damango, Mr. Speaker, and a modern market at Aflao. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the health sector initiatives. Right, Honorable Speaker, health is the heartbeat of national development, and no country can build lasting prosperity without healthy population. The 2026 budget marks a decisive step in our national journey to reset, modernize, and expand Ghana's health infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, government will begin the construction of 6 new regional hospitals for 6 newly created regions, beginning with 3 hospitals in 2026 and 2 district hospitals at Bole and Shaba. Mr. Speaker, also in 2026, government will complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, in addition, we will continue the following abandoned hospital projects. Mr. Speaker, we will continue the La General Hospital, Efiem Kwanta Hospital in Sekendi Takoradi Metropolis, Komfo Anoche Maternity Block, and the Ashanti Regional Hospital in Sewua. Right Honorable Speaker, this project symbolizes our commitment to restoring trust and confidence in public health care delivery. Mr. Speaker, government will upgrade 7 hospitals to provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as the Mahama Cares, was established by the Ghana Medical Trust Fund Act to guarantee sustainable financing in the treatment of non-communicable diseases and specialized medical services. Mr. Speaker, too many Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as cancer, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases are forced to choose between life and livelihood. This goal is to build a health system that provides care for every Ghanaian, regardless of income or location, and to move decisively towards universal health coverage. In 2026, Mahama Cares will introduce a comprehensive NCD financing, non-communicable disease financing policy that defines eligible conditions, approved service lists, tariffs, and essential medicines. This will ensure that patients receive uninterrupted care without exorbitant out-pocket expenses. Mr. Speaker, diagnostics and treatment centers will be built on a PPP basis in all major hospitals across the country. This will provide testing and treatment facilities for all the key identified non-communicable diseases under the Mahama Cares program. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, we will retool the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, let me honor the late Dr. Edward Kofi Omaneboama, whose vision laid the foundation for the retooling of our armed forces. In his memory, Mr. Speaker, government will, from 2026, launch a comprehensive modernization program to strengthen the Ghana Armed Forces, Navy, and Air Force to today's evolving security challenges. Mr. Speaker, this program will upgrade logistics, equipment, and infrastructure across all services. Mr. Speaker, for the Army, government has moved to renegotiate the 80 million Elbit Systems contract to secure 19 armor personnel carrier needed to boost ground readiness. Mr. Speaker, for the Navy, we acquired the 272-meter offshore patrol vessels fitted with helipads and modern combat systems to protect Ghana's maritime borders, offshore energy, asset, and trade routes. The Speaker, these ships will restore control over our exclusive economic zones and strengthen national resilience at sea. Right Honorable Speaker, for the Air Force, the procurement will begin in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrols, and emergency response operations. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. Right Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. For the Air Force, procurement will begin immediately in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrol, and emergency response operation. Mr. Speaker, this retooling agenda will transform Ghana's armed forces into a modern, agile, and mission-ready defense force worthy of our sovereignty and the sacrifice of our heroes. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana National Fire Service lacks basic equipment to enable them function effectively in their duty to ensure public safety and to protect lives and property. Government will retool the Ghana National Fire Service with 100 fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. Mr. Speaker, government will also work with the private sector to bring in high-rise fire equipment. This will improve the effectiveness of Ghana National Fire Service to respond to emergencies. Access to clean and safe sanitation is more than infrastructure. Indeed, it is a foundation of dignity, public health, and national resilience. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2026, we will intensify our effort with a bold and practical program to complete key water treatment assets across the country. So, Speaker, we will begin the construction of critical water treatment plants in Damango, Tamale, and Yendi to provide quality drinking water for the rapidly expanding populations in these three major cities of our country. Mr. Speaker, sports remain one of Ghana's greatest unifying forces and a powerful drive of youth development, community pride, and national identity. Yet, for far too long, large parts of our country, especially the new created regions, have lacked the facility to nurture and showcase talent. Right Honourable Speaker, the Mahama administration is determined to change this. Beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of modern sports stadiums in 3 out of 8 regions without sports stadiums. These new facilities will provide opportunities for young athletes to develop their skills, attract sports tourism, and serve as a training hub for regional and national teams. Beyond football, they will also support athletics, volleyball, boxing, and other disciplines that have long defined Ghana's sporting heritage. Mr. Speaker, we also take this opportunity to acknowledge the resilience and commitment of our Black Stars, whose qualification for the World Cup continues to inspire our nation. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2026, government will rehabilitate the National Theatre in Accra. We will also commence site acquisition and design of a second National Theatre in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, we will establish film fund to revive the film industry, such as Kumawood and other film associations. Right Honourable Speaker, we will also establish creative arts fund for the arts, music, fashion, food, and other creative sectors. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2026, government will increase allocation to the District Assembly Common Fund to peoples living with disability from 3% to 5%. Mr. Speaker, part of this amount will be used to acquire and distribute rechargeable motorized wheelchairs to people living with disability. Mr. Speaker, the distribution will be done through the National Council for Persons with Disability. Right Honourable Speaker, effective governance begins with evidence. That's what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. Mr. Speaker, the budget renews government commitment to building a data-driven economy anchored on accurate, timely, and transparent statistics. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2026, the Ghana Statistical Service will be rebasing the GDP and CPI to better reflect today's economy. This will sharpen growth and inflation data, strengthen planning, and provide regional GDP estimates to guide local development. The new CPI will give truer picture of living costs across all regions. So, Speaker, I now take you to resource allocation, where the resources are going. So, Speaker, as we enter 2026, we move from stabilization to acceleration. This budget translates confidence into concrete investment that improves daily lives. Mr. Speaker, including the provision of better roads, schools and hospitals, reliable power, jobs, and targeted support for the vulnerable. Right Honourable Speaker, what follows are the headline allocation that will drive delivery in 2026 and set the pace for medium term. Mr. Speaker, to unlock round-the-clock productivity, export and decent jobs under the 24-hour economy, we are provided an allocation of 110 million Ghana cedis in 2026 for the implementation of the 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, we will be leveraging the 24-hour economy program will be leveraging with GIF and DBG and provide private capital to keep financing largely off the sovereign balance sheet. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, of this amount, we have allocated 245 million Ghana cedis for the Nkokon Ketenkete and Livestock Program. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated another 200 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stocks Company to purchase excess food storage. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 6.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 500 million, for the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Program between 2026 and 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, to facilitate transportation of farm produce to market and reduce food inflation, we have allocated 828 million Ghana cedis for the construction of 1,000-kilometer agricultural enclave road for 2026. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 690 million to commence the operationalization of the Farmers Service Center. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for phase 1 of the Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative in 2026 alone. We have also allocated an amount of 15.2 billion Ghana cedis for the energy sector shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 4.8 billion Ghana cedis to pay down some of the IPP legacy debt as we have negotiated. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 4.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Roads and Highways for road construction. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to construct 10 kilometers each in 166 constituencies in 2026 to keep roads more trouble in our constituencies. Right, Honorable Speaker, to strategically open the country, linking nations, national and regional capitals, we allocated 30 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 33.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Education for its program and activities in 2026. Again, Mr. Speaker, aside the amount allocated to the Ministry of Education, we have also allocated 9.9 billion Ghana cedis to the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, we have provisioned an amount of 4.2 billion Ghana cedis for the free secondary education program. Mr. Speaker, to end the double track, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for the infrastructure programs I mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, again, we have allocated an amount of 537 million Ghana cedis for the no-fees stress policy. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. We have allocated 25 million Ghana cedis for free tertiary education for persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to be able to procure 4 sets of textbooks for KG books and workbooks for about 200,000 learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 500 million learners, and procurement of over 2 million pieces of metal monodecks and chairs, 200 units of 66-seater buses, and 200 double cabin pickups for the distribution to the secondary schools across the country. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for the construction of 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 kindergartens, 400 kg 4-unit teacher bungalows, and 400 places of convenience in underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, to improve learning outcomes, we have allocated 157 million Ghana cedis for capitation grants. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 1.98 billion Ghana cedis for school feeding program. We have allocated 292 million for free sanitary pads for girls. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 207 million for the teacher training allowance and 169 million Ghana cedis for BEC registration. Mr. Speaker, we have programmed an amount of 9 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for national health insurance claim, essential medicine, bridging support, and free medical health care. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 2.3 billion Ghana cedis for the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, the Mahama Cares, to support Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as cancer, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 474 million Ghana cedis for nursing training allowances. We have also allocated 600 million to construct 3 new regional hospitals. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 79 million to upgrade 7 hospitals and provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 100 million Ghana cedis to complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for LEAP program to protect the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, to crowd in finance for women-owned micro, small, medium enterprises, we have provided 401 million Ghana cedis to fully capitalize the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, 400 million. Mr. Speaker, this is the minimum capital requirement needed to establish a standard commercial bank. Mr. Speaker, to scale skills for jobs at pace, we are allocating 170 million for the National Apprenticeship Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, digital skills and SME competitiveness. We are providing 100 million for the National Coders Program and 160 million for the Dumawura Program. Mr. Speaker, we have also provisioned 100 million for monthly allowances to Assembly members. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 8.9 billion Ghana cedis for the District Assembly's Common Fund, with a minimum of 80% of releases flowing directly to the District Assemblies to execute priority projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are repeating the 2025 guidelines for spending the 80% in the 2026 allocation going to the District Assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 207 million for the rebasing of GDP and CPI and related activities. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 150 million Ghana cedis for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, for the activities against illegal mining and forest degradation. Mr. Speaker, government has allocated an amount of 20 million Ghana cedis to the film fund as seed money to revive the film industry, such as Kuma Wood and other film associations. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 20 million Ghana cedis to the Creative Arts Fund as seed money for the arts, music, fashion, food, and other creative sectors. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 400 million Ghana cedis for the Integrated Recycling and Compost Plant Project, the IRECOPS. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has also been allocated for the construction of fishing markets. Right, Honorable Speaker, again, an amount of 50 million has been allocated for the purchases of fishing nets and outboard motors. We have also allocated 100 million Ghana cedis for the aquaculture development. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 500 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for district housing, including resettlement of the Akosombo Dam spillage victims. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 200 million Ghana cedis has also been allocated for the construction of mini stadiums in 3 regions. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 150 million has been allocated for the procurement of fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 150 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the Black Stars to participate in the World Cup. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. The 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. The 63 billion road contracts under the Big Push awarded so far will generate an estimated 490,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, this estimation is consistent with the World Bank metrics on job creation from road infrastructure or road investment. Mr. Speaker, the 3 new garment factories will create over 20,000 direct jobs. 7 agro-processing plants will employ about 700 people directly and thousands more through supply chain. Mr. Speaker, national policy on integrated oil palm development will create 250,000 jobs across the value chain. Mr. Speaker, the farmer service centers would generate thousands in machinery operations, maintenance and logistics. Right, Honorable Speaker, these investments are not isolated. They are part of an integrated national effort to turn stability into jobs and growth. Right, Honorable Speaker, government is putting real capital behind the private sector, which is the engine of jobs and growth. In this regard, we have capitalized the National Investment Bank and will capitalize the ADB and CBG with 1 billion Ghana cedis before the year ends this year. Mr. Speaker, the 400 million Ghana cedis allocated to the Women's Development Bank would deliver affordable financing to small businesses and enterprise, such as Labisi Adam, Prince Layovo, and Caroline Sphere, who I met during my engagement at the Takoradi Market Circle and the Kotokraba Market. Mr. Speaker, in agriculture, 1.7 billion Ghana cedis is being invested in roads, processing zones, and value chains, value additions. Mr. Speaker, directly where jobs are created and livelihood are improved. Mr. Speaker, the new VAT and income tax reforms will cut businesses, will reduce business costs by 6% and free funds for expansion and job creation. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are building an economy where businesses can grow and employ more. Inflation is down, the city is stable, and the interest rates have fallen sharply. Mr. Speaker, together with reliable energy, fiscal discipline, and policy predictability, these measures are restoring confidence and drawing private investment back into the economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, job creation is not a slogan for us, but rather the purpose behind every policy, reform, and investment we make. Mr. Speaker, this is how we build the Ghana we want, a nation that produces, exports, and provides decent, lasting work for every Ghanaian living to contribute to its growth. Mr. Speaker, I now go to conclusion. Right, Honorable Speaker, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let us take a moment to appreciate how far Ghana has come in just under 10 months. Mr. Speaker, the Mahama administration assumed office on the 7th of January 2025. We inherited an economy crippled by high debt, fiscal recklessness, high inflation, fast depreciating currency, low investor confidence, dwindling foreign direct investment flows, massive uncontrolled corruption that has become endemic, draining public resources and suffocating growth. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited high energy insecurity, high unemployment, and unbearable hardship for almost every Ghanaian household. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana was indeed at the bottom of the abyss, a nation in distress with its economy bleeding and its people weary, yet yearning for a government with a courage to turn this around. Mr. Speaker, Ghana was indeed at the bottom of the abyss, a nation in distress with its economy bleeding and its people weary, yet yearning for a government with a courage to turn this around. Mr. Speaker, through decisive leadership, bold reforms, and resilience of the Ghanaian people, we began to turn the tide. Mr. Speaker, the result speaks for itself. In less than a year, we have recorded a strong economic growth, falling inflation, a strong and stable cedi, improved external buffers, restored fiscal discipline, deepened fiscal reforms, strong and independent fiscal oversight, lower borrowing costs, significant debt reduction, restored investor confidence, expanded social protection, better debt management strategy, and massive infrastructure development. Right, Honorable Speaker, this progress is the fruit of sacrifice and discipline. Ghanaians tightened their belt, businesses adapted, and government stayed the course. Barely a year ago, our economy was uncertain. Today, the cedi in your pocket is stronger. Prices are reducing, and new opportunities are emerging across agriculture, industry, and technology. Mr. Speaker, to our international partners and investors, we say Ghana is back, strong, credible, and open for business. Right, Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana is no longer one of crisis, but a recovery and renewal. Mr. Speaker, the reforms we have undertaken are not quick fixes. They are the foundation of resilience, competitiveness, and inclusive economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Mahama administration is not just stabilizing the economy, it is rebuilding a nation. Our commitment to fiscal discipline, social equity, and sustainable growth remains firm. Mr. Speaker, we will protect the gains we have made, consolidate stability, and ensure that no Ghanaian is left behind. Right, Honorable Speaker, this budget is more than numbers. It is a message of hope. It tells every Ghanaian child, farmer, teacher, trader, and entrepreneur that their sacrifices matter, that Ghana's recovery is real, and that their government is working tirelessly to build a fairer, prosperous, and self-reliant nation. Mr. Speaker, the storm has passed. The foundation is firm. The horizon is bright. Together, Mr. Speaker, under the visionary leadership of President Mahama, the nation builder, we are building the Ghana we want, a Ghana that works for all, thrives in peace, and stands tall once again as the beacon of Africa's renewal. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed race-setting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so present. Thank you very much.
Honorable members,
Well, yeah. The much anticipated 2026 budget duly presented to you by the Finance Minister. I have my biggest takeaway, of course, a very ambitious plan to create about 800,000 jobs. That is quite ambitious. But I've got Winston and Evans here. Evans, a lot has been said in that budget. Which one is the most highlight for you?
I mean, I'm looking at the biggest challenges going into the budget. And for in economic terms, one of the biggest ones was the glut that the farmers were experiencing as far as grains were concerned. And yesterday, for example, we had on PM Express, the question was about how is the finance minister going to deal with this particular challenge. And I saw in his delivery today what appears to be a very carefully thought through plan to address the myriad of challenges that the farmers were facing. The farmers were telling us yesterday that government intervention in the past have only focused on the production side of things. So giving them equipment, giving them subsidies, giving them fertilizer to produce. But the entire value chain analysis and mechanisms have not been put in place to deal with. So once you produce, what next? What happens? Storage, markets, roads had always been the issue, which is why we're having the glut. And this man is a farmer, so he knows what I'm talking about.
Yes, he is.
And then so I was paying attention to what the finance minister was going to say about how to deal with it. He talks about what we expect, which is that the buffer stock company is going to be giving 200 million to buy the excess grain in the system. But that will let's deal with the current crisis. So I was looking at, has this been thought through in terms of the entire value chain? Then towards the end, and Forson was alerting us to, he was just now about to talk about locations. You need to watch their locations to see where government is going to put their money, to see where the priorities are. So I noticed that it talks about transportation. So it says to facilitate the transportation of farm produce to markets and reduce food inflation, they have allocated 828 million cedis for the construction of 1,000 kilometers of agriculture enclave roads. So that then addressed one of the key issues, which is once you've produced, transportation is an issue. We don't have the roads, so the produce then gets stuck on the farms, and if it is evacuated, it's very expensive when it gets in the market for you to buy. So that was addressed. And then there was a question about the mechanization of agriculture, which is an issue, which also goes to the production part of this, but also the services that the farmers will need to be efficient. Then he talks about a whole raft of things that they're going to be now providing to the farmers, the tractors and other tools that they will need. Then he talks about 690 million that they've now allocated to farm service centers. That is important. Then I'm looking at where's the market, because that for me was a big thing. Where's the market? What's the problem? That huge problem of providing a market. How are you solving that? Then he talks about the 200 million that the buffer stock company is going to be giving, right, to purchase the grains in the system. But that will deal with the current crisis. But then you look at the bigger picture, which is the big push, the roads. And then when he was talking about the Kumasi-Accra Expressway, he talks about the position of some of the interchanges in areas where they know they have to evacuate farm produce to facilitate its movement to the market centers. That was ticking that box also. That for me was key. I'm looking forward to hearing the farmers speak to this, because currently it's a problem. But there's something else he said today about creating the Agric Fund, I believe he says. It was clear to me that Agric was going to be a priority. I was fascinated that they allocated 6.9 billion to the oil palm finance window, which is fascinating. That's a lot of money. It is. It's hanging a lot on the success of this initiative.
It is, because, Evans, when I talked about, I know that over the weekend the minister was in Takrady, but he went through my hometown of Mpoho to Benso, where you have the Benso oil palm plantation, and so you can understand why he's saying the things he's saying. But you see that my challenge with this whole food glut thing, I ask a very simple question. Do we have abundance of food, and so people are no longer buying? Or is a case of food going bad at the farm gate because they may not be able to transport it? Have we in this country overproduced food?
The farmers say they haven't overproduced. In fact,
that's the problem. That's the problem. So that's what I'm getting to. Because we're actually creating the impression all of a sudden that we've overproduced. We have not. You see, one of the things we haven't spoken about a lot is that the moment your currency appreciates, it also means that imports could be cheaper. In fact, imports become cheaper. So if your country's, the local population cannot match up price-wise, they would struggle. So you ask a simple question. Today, let's do the analysis. Is it better to say import rice into the country than producing it locally? Is it better to bring in maize than producing locally?
One of the days we engaged, sorry to cut you, but one of the days we engaged the farmers, particularly the rice farmers, they mentioned that, of course, they will not be able to meet the entire demand of the country. And so quite a manageable importation of the rice is quite accepted. In fact, they want that a regulation like the way they used to regulate the soybeans industry, if such an ally at least is provided to regulate the grain market as well, it will help them.
So I mean, I hear the finance minister talking about how secondary schools should use local produce. This was all part of even as far back as the school feeding program and all of that, when the World Food Program was assisting us, because government is the biggest, purchaser in our part of the world. So that's why I say that, look, it's not enough saying, oh, there's a food glut. But the reason I am happy is that we're beginning to realize that. So once we're beginning to realize that, we're talking about the construction of roads to farming areas, okay? So what that would mean is that now it becomes easier to transport. The last time we had a conversation right here in the studios, what we talked about was that the market queens, for instance, the transportation, the cost of transporting food from the farm to the market centers was itself a problem. So people transport these products and then charge you more for it. But the other point also is that if you are not able to deal with the importation of food into your country, that's where you'd have a problem. So it's important, for instance, that today we're saying, let the schools buy them. But also, have we thought about the fact that all state programs could use locally, could source foods locally? It's a nice way of going about it. And so we say, look, anytime we have any program, any person who's supplying government programs should show that they actually procured food locally. The Roads and Highways Minister, Kwame Agboja, has talked about the fact that if you are going to do any government product, you should show, for instance, where you got your raw materials from. And he was going to use that as a way of ensuring that they're even able to reduce the cost and all of that. So for me, this whole conversation about, food glut, one of the things you must realize is that we've not overproduced. What we have done is that we have still done the same thing that we talked about. What are the problems of agriculture? What should we do? Mechanization. As far back as 2010, I was doing an analysis of 2008, 2009, 2010 budget, and I saw the same thing: irrigation of Accra Plains, mechanization of agriculture. It's become like, a total recall for us every time we're talking about agriculture. But that's not it for me. I mean, I am happy that...
And because we are still talking about food, there was also this announcement of a no-brainer policy that I've struggled to see why we haven't done it before, something that was talked about yesterday again, which is that why don't you make it mandatory for our kids to be fed with locally produced rice and etc.
And institutions as well purchase the locally produced grain.
He announced in the budget, and I want to quote him, that the president has also directed all schools from basic to secondary to purchase rice, maize, chicken, eggs produced in Ghana, with emphasis on only, and that's my emphasis. But the only is important because it tells you cannot mix it. You cannot say 50-70, 50-50 or 70-30 only. In other words, 100% of what our children in school will be consuming, right from the basic to secondary.
The market is a bit wider than that, though.
Yeah, of course, but at least there's a guaranteed market. That's a huge market.
No, you see, I mean, as I was saying earlier, that's a good policy. It's a huge market. But this is the other thing. Why is it that here we are today complaining about food getting rotten on in the farm and all of that? Technology is so advanced that today you can actually, look, people dehydrate vegetables, tomatoes, pepper, onions, all of that. You can do that and store them. When you're ready to use, then you use them. Okay, so that's not a problem. I am happy. I think that the minister is realistic when it comes to his GDP targets, even though because we're doing, say, we're doing around 6%, the general expectation would be that you raise it. But he knows what he's doing. I'm sure that we would exceed that particular target. But I do not, in God's name, understand why we are still paying teacher training allowance. I don't understand. I do not understand why we're paying teachers and nurses when today the conversation is that we have overproduced nurses in this country. Why are we still paying them allowances? Those funds, over 200 million Ghana cedis, could go into supporting other critical sectors of the Ghanaian economy. And the earlier we stopped that, the better. I also don't understand. Look, if people cannot afford to, those who need to be assisted to pay BEC registration should be assisted. If Evans Mensah is sending his child to school, it cannot be the case that he cannot pay for that child's BEC registration. That's something the government doesn't have to take care of. Sometimes we do these things. I've seen the government, I heard him talk about the Nkokon Kitinkiti project, for instance. It's part of the reason we've been asking for all the policy documents, so we can all study it too. When I read the story this morning in the Daily Graphic, it talked about the fact that it was targeting some 60,000 households and some 50 anchor farmers with 80,000 birds, which would translate into some 3 million birds for the anchor farmers and all of that. But I asked this question: what is our total consumption of, say, poultry, for instance? You're looking at 460,000 metric tons.
460,000
metric tons. And so you're looking at, if you want to actually produce birds to actually feed the country Ghana, and with birds weighing, say, 2.5 kg, you're looking at a total of 184 million, okay, annually. 184 million annually. Now, if I supply you 3 million birds, for instance, there's a percentage that should be allocated to mortalities, for instance, because you wouldn't have all the birds. Okay, so I say, while this is a good policy, I think that it will be a better policy if we actually focus more on helping those who currently are in the industry. Helping them does not necessarily mean that supplying them with birds. Engage them. What are their problems? If it is feed, help them to get feeds at cheaper prices. Okay, so we're talking about feed, for instance. We know that you need a lot of maize for poultry and all of that. How many metric tons of maize must we produce over the period to be able to help these farmers? What must we do differently? These are conversations I want us to have. It's not just, saying we're giving them birds. Because if you give them birds and at the end of the day, it actually costs more, what would happen is that they would not be able to compete. And what we have forgotten is that as our currency appreciates, it makes it cheaper to also import into this country. And the businessman was not born to only come and deal in local produce or products. His job is to make profit. So if he thinks he's going to make profit by importing, unless you probably impose taxes on it, which would then mean that he may not be able to import, and so the local ones would be cheaper.
You have just introduced the term taxes. Let's really talk about the tax reforms, which was a major area. All of the country have been waiting that indeed, will there be that reformation when it comes to tax, particularly even the VAT? So the finance minister said that with all the reforms, particularly under the VAT, they're likely to rake in nearly 6 billion Ghana cedis, but specifically 5.7 billion Ghana cedis. My question really is, most of the taxes that were abolished in the 2025 budget when he read, which we're still enjoying today, one of the key concerns would be that would they really be able to mobilize revenue? Many said there will be some revenue shortfalls. Today, the VAT has also been reformed, and you will want to break it down for us, Evans. The amount that he says we're likely to rake in, 5.7 billion Ghana cedis, before Winston goes into the nuances. How do we even measure? Are we able to rake in some good revenue?
Well, briefly, I think that what he's only told you is that if these tax policies were still there, you'd have paid them, and this was the expected revenue to the government. And so, because you're not paying them, it is savings to you, as in us. Okay, so if you're expecting, say, about 3 billion from COVID-19 levy, and it's been scrapped now, what it means is that you're not going to pay them. And once you're not paying them, it's savings to you. So it adds up to your disposable income. Okay, so that's simply that point. When you're asked the question, whether we're able to raise revenue. Now, if I look at the first to third quarter, provisional R10, I see that there's a shortfall of about some 9 billion Ghana cedis. However, last week, I was actually at a program where I heard the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority indicate that from January to October, they have currently exceeded target by some 70 million Ghana cedis, which means that things may have turned around somewhere in October. Let's just wait and see. The minister is very confident to be able to meet the target when it comes to domestic revenue or even tax revenue target. But this is it. The VAT, prior to, we still have the current system, but what we're actually doing was that you had the 2.5% NHIL, 2.5% Get Fund levy. Now, what you did was to add those, okay, to the total cost before you slash the VAT rate on it. So, for instance, if I bought a product of, say, 100 Ghana cedis, I'd add 5 Ghana cedis, 5%, so that becomes 105, and then I slash the 15% on it. What they have done now is to make it straight. So instead of doing 5% before you slash the 15%, that actually increased by about more than 1% to about a percentage point. Today, that is no longer there. And that in itself also would bring you some savings.
Stay with me. Evans, you as well stay with me. I'm going to Parliament. Kweku Asante is on phone. Kweku, explain to us what's happening in Parliament now.
Well, usually when the presentation concludes, both sides will usually sing. It's a thing with ceremonial days. But today I think it went a bit beyond control, and that is why we've seen that the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Badwin, has left the chamber. He has left his seat. The Speaker would never usually leave the chamber when the House still is in session without anyone occupying the chair. Either he will leave and hand over to one of his deputies, or the House will stand on suspension. But this time around, Parliament is still in session. The mace is still standing upright, but the Speaker has left. But because both sides were trying to outdo each other in terms of their noise and the songs and the chants, but they did go a bit overboard with the majority in particular singing a lot of songs. And anytime the minority tried to sing in, they also came in and tried to drown them out. That led to some back and forth. And so this is the longest of the chanting and singing that we've seen when it comes to ceremonial days. Usually it takes 1 or 2, 3 minutes, and that is done. The leadership on both sides will give brief comments, and the House will stand adjourned. But that didn't happen. The singing and chanting went on for more than 10 minutes. It was pretty historic in the negativity of it all. And Alban Badwin, they started banging the table and all of that, trying to control the proceedings. Did not get the buy-in of members on that. And so he walked off and went to his lobby. Now the chamber has quieted. As you can see, there's a lot of calm. MPs are in their seats, talking to each other and all that. The noise has ceased, which would mean that if the Speaker of Parliament is reminded, he will come back. I've seen the clerk of Parliament. He came, he spoke to both leaders for a while, and then he also went in there. He's going to be speaking to the Speaker. And so we expect the Speaker of Parliament to come in. When he comes, the natural order of proceedings is to give the minority leader first an opportunity to speak on about it. Alexander Afenamagin is singing some other songs to the microphone now, but another person has just put on their mic as well, so we cannot hear him. But when the Speaker comes and he's so minded, he'll give the opportunity to the minority leader. The majority leader will also speak. Then the House will stand adjourned. So that is the situation on the floor as we speak.
Right. Thank you so much, Kweku. Must be really interested in Parliament, as you're seeing on your screens now. But back in studio here, you have just been giving some clarity on this VAT reform.
Yes.
One of the things that has my attention is the VAT registration threshold as well. 200,000 Ghana cedis to 750,000 Ghana cedis. Good or bad for small businesses, Evans?
Yeah, yesterday, speaking to the GUTA president, he was looking at this as fundamentally good for business, for himself and others. His challenge was, if you're doing the flat rate, how are you going to determine the threshold? I don't know whether there's clarity on that. That threshold is going to be a challenge for him and his business, because everybody else, the threshold simply means, we can explain, that you sort of get some reprieve.
So
that threshold.
Yes. So before you qualify, for instance, to charge VAT, your total earnings should be at a certain rate. So if currently it's at 200,000, so a business that's a turnover is 200,000 annually would qualify to charge VAT. However, he's increasing that to 750,000. So what that would mean is that if you're a small business growing up, and sometimes the feeling is that if you're charging VAT, people would move away from you. That would actually enable you to actually then get more people to come in because they don't get to pay that. But that's where the challenge also comes in, because there are some people who have actually said, and even members of GUTA have actually talked about the fact that, let's say MFR, Evans, and me and I, we do this, we sell the same thing. But maybe I am bigger, so I have to charge VAT. You're smaller, you don't have to charge VAT. She's also smaller, she doesn't have to charge VAT. So while I charge VAT, people would not come to me. So they feel that sometimes within a certain space, all people should, everybody should charge VAT so that it doesn't, hurt somebody's business.
Which was his position yesterday, that this threshold should not be there at all, that everybody must charge VAT. But the government wants to protect small businesses. Because, and it's right, nobody wants to pay tax. And if your turnover is just 200,000, which is what it was until today, once it's passed, and you're charging it, and you're that small, you're going to compete with the other shop next to you whose turnover, for example, is 5 million, they've already grown and built a customer base that they can thrive on, which is the rationale behind this threshold change. I see the speaker is walking back to his seat
back
now.
to his seat. We'll see how all of that will pan out. Whether it will be business as usual, whether the minority will get to make some comments.
But another thing on this tax matter, the criticism that he got in March, but also subsequently in the mid-year budget review with the COVID-19 levy. And I remember, we doing analysis and making the point that this is something they said when they were in opposition, that this is one of the first things to scrap is the COVID-19 levy. And they had a chance to do it in March and didn't do it. And then MPP said, but they're going to benefit from it. He's actually reaped a significant, revenues from this. He promised, to be fair to him, to say that
you will stay with me. I will take him back to Parliament.
Speaker is addressing. He's done so.
I've always insisted that it was just a smart way to rake in some revenue. It was very simple if he wanted to, abolish that in March. He could have done the same as he did to e-levy. But hey,
politics or policy? Let's go to Parliament. We'll come back and continue with that.
Whenever the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending is presented by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of the president, the commentary on it shall stand adjourned for not less than 3 days. 4, the part of the budget statement and economic policy of the government and the heads of estimates that relate to the ministries, departments, agencies, parliament, the judiciary, and other independent constitutional bodies shall stand committed to the relevant committees that have responsibility for the subject matter, and each committee shall consider the relevant part of the budget and the head of estimates committed to that committee and report to the House within a time as the business committee may determine. 5, any other part of the budget statement and economic policy of the government that relates to revenue and expenditure shall stand committed to the Finance Committee, which shall consider and report to the House within a time as the Business Committee may determine. Honourable members, as so direct, as clearly detailed out in the standing orders, that these estimates be so taken over by the relevant committees for consideration and report at a time and a date that is determined by the Business Committee. I so direct. Honourable members, before I move on, let me recognize the presence of some dignitaries that have come to support us to receive the budget statement from His Excellency the President through the Minister for Finance. And so I acknowledge His Excellency Dr. Ekospio Gabra, I've just been informed that the chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, we also have Minister for Energy, Honorable Boache Ajakun, present. And the former Minister for Finance, now advisor on the economy at the Office of the President, Honorable Sef Tekpe, is also present. We have Alhaji Haruna Mohammed, Deputy General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Let me also acknowledge the leadership of the Ministry of Finance. We have the Chief Director of the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Patrick Nimo. Yes, he's seated over there. We have the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Mr. Johnson Esiema. We have the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Mr. Anthony Kwasi Sarpong. We have a Commissioner also from the GRA, SSD, Dr. Adumakun Mensah. We have Commissioner GRA, DTRD, Brigadier General Glover Ashong Annan. And we have the Controller and Accountant General, Mr. Kwasi Ajay. We have so many other supporting staff, coordinating directors and directors. They are all available to support the minister. On your behalf, I want to thank them for their patience and all what they've done to support the minister to present such a statement within 2 hours. Honorable members, as I am not good as a conductor, when it came to the time of the chorus, I had to advise myself because a few years ago, the Veterans Association invited me to their function at the usual place. The Veterans Association, you know where they are housed. And I was invited to conduct a singing band there. It was very abysmal. So I didn't want to disappoint myself in the public. And so when you decided to reconstitute Parliament into orchestra, I decided to advise myself, and that is why I silently sneaked out. Honorable members, I will allow your leaders to say a word before I bring the minister to present some papers. I think this is the proper time for the two leaders, the minority leader and the majority leader, to have a say before we move to the order paper to give opportunity to the minister to present the papers. But I think now you have all stretched your limbs, you have refreshed yourselves, and you are ready for a long haul. And so I'm ready for you this night. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, in March this year, when the finance minister started his lamentation, we were minded to forgive him because he was new on the job. Today, after several months on the job, he came to repeat the same lamentation, part 2 of his lamentation. Mr. Speaker, the minister may be minded to see the empty public gallery. The business community decided to abandon him. All these empty chairs, this is not what we've known in the past. Mr. Speaker, the minister attempted to provide some figures. He gave a tall list of allocations. What he failed to add, that in the 2025 budget that he brought to this house, we had Director of Operations at the Jubilee House, at the presidency, who publicly said every month the presidency gives 20,000 Ghana cedi to each constituency. It totals 66 million. Where did they get that money from? Mr. Mustafa Bandi, the Deputy General Secretary of NDC and Director of Operations at the presidency, he publicly said that every month the presidency gives 20,000 cedis to each constituency. The Minister of Finance has not accounted for this. How that money is given, time will tell. Mr. Speaker, Parliament, the minister has failed to consider the work of Parliament. He provides a paltry sum to Parliament when Parliament is the only body that does oversight. Parliament is an important organ of state. When the minister himself is a minister, is a member of Parliament, and fails to recognize the Parliament and its work, and you say we should hail you. Look at the ministers and their faces. Mr. Speaker, 2025, he should tell us the releases he gave them. When he was mentioning some of the figures, the ministers were looking as if this is the first time they were seeing the figures. Was there any consultation? Mr. Speaker, was there any consultation? Did they even know what was going to be in the budget? Mr. Speaker, ni atwa a vote kahame ameke akenuchu momba ameke wake akenuchu momba abaha or 24-hour economy, 1 job 3 shifts yano yakwe gamashi teshi la nungwa yute ameke ingwe 24-hour economy yo nichumwe ingwe nichumwe yo almost a Jumanu way, 24-hour economy. And there, we buy a 24-hour economy, one can watch them. So more 24-hour economy. 1 job, 3 shifts in Hawaii. Why women is who MPs in Omun to me come constituency?
Minority leader. Minority leader.
I'm going to translate.
Your
to which?
No, I don't need a translation.
Oh, Mrs.
I think your time is up for the comments.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, it's okay.
This is
after Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
You see your man. You see.
Honorable members.
It's okay. It's okay.
Honorable members. These are initial comments. Definitely, there will be a motion for you to debate the budget, even before we go to the appropriation bill. So these are initial comments, and you don't need to belabor the point. After you demonstrated before everybody, don't come behind the scene to commend me for presiding very well. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our people say that it is when the toad is dead that you see its full length. It is not lamentations. It is the continued unearthing of the bad economic management of the NPP that is being revealed every day. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious from the budget statement that the NPP government was the worst case study of bad economic management. The NPP was bad in government, but even worse in opposition. Worse in opposition. Indeed, I have heard Ghanaians ask if it is too late to replace them with the CPP as the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, Parliament was given a budget of 1.1 billion in 2025. In this year's budget, Parliament is being given a proposed figure of 1.6 billion. And you are aware. You are aware. Mr. Speaker, if ministers are quiet, it is because this budget was presented to ministers in cabinet and they approved it before it was brought to you. So they are aware. They are aware of all the figures. Everything in the budget was approved in cabinet where all these ministers were in attendance. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that you didn't hear that the 24-hour economy program, there is a budgetary allocation of 150 million Ghana cedis. So I'm surprised that you didn't listen. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised. I am not surprised that Ghanaians are now clamoring for you to be replaced by CPP as the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, we thank the Minister for Finance. His work clearly has been very commendable. This country is being turned around. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious inflation figures have drastically reduced to single digits. Mr. Speaker, we are paying our debts. Mr. Speaker, international rating agencies are giving us better ratings. Mr. Speaker, this budget and the expenditure of last year and the effort to stabilize the economy is what will create the jobs. The youth should be hopeful. What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday where those young 6 ladies died trying to find a job is a serious indictment of how the economy of this country was managed in the past 8 years. Mr. Speaker, I have confidence that this budget is going to create jobs, and the numbers, close to 800,000 jobs, close to 800,000 jobs will be created. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, by the time the Accra-Kumasi Expressway gets to Kumasi, by the time the Accra-Kumasi Expressway gets to Kumasi, I believe all the elephants will run away from Kumasi. Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader, your time is up. Your time is up.
by thanking the Right Honourable Speaker for giving us an opportunity and to thank the Finance Minister for coming to this House to present the budget statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I invite you to the order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Order paper addendum at the commencement of public business. Item 1, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented by the Minister for Finance. Roman 1.
Contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Ghana Revenue Authority, and Truda Investment Limited for the provision of public and digital inspection solution to modernize customs administration and enhance revenue mobilization.
Honourable members, the contract agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 2.
Request for the review of the investment policy and management of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in accordance with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815.
Honourable members, this paper has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Economy and Development for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 3.
Master agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Ghana Revenue Authority, and Tata Consultancy Services Limited for professional services.
Honourable members, the master agreement has been duly presented and it is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 4.
Request for waiver of 20% withholding tax on the income of Tata Consultancy Services Limited as service provider and value-added tax amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $10,460,000 United States dollars on imported services under the implementation of the Integrated Tax Administration System project.
Honourable members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Honourable members, we have item 2. I want to know whether the instrument is ready. Presentation of instruments. It's also by the Minister for Finance. Honourable members, I manage the House. I manage the House. Please, let's complete the laying of the consequent papers from the presentation of the statement. Then I can listen to your leader. Please. Honourable members, presentation of instruments. Minister for Finance.
Public procurement thresholds for approving authorities and procurement methods regulations 2025.
Honourable members, this instrument has been duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report to the House. Item 3, Presentation and first reading of bills. 3A.
An act to repeal the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Act 2021, Act 1068, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the bill is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. 3B.
An act to revise and consolidate the law relating to the imposition of the value-added tax and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the value-added tax is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. 3C.
An act to regulate and the provision.
Well, you're still watching the live coverage of the 2026 Economic Policy and Budget presented by Dr. Ato Forson. And just parliamentary rituals happening there on your screens or back in the studio. We were on the tax and the VAT reforms. And before we went on, one of the questions that was on my mind would be, well, how would they bridge the gap between the IMF requirement and then all of the tax revenues that they are cutting down? Will it affect in any way?
Well, you know, on the face of it, you can raise those questions, but I'm sure that the minister would know why he's done that. I'm sure when he joins Evans, he will tell you more about this. I have seen let me just open the appendix, okay? Let me just get to the appendix and look at the right figures, and I'll be able to speak to them. Let me just get to the appendix. But while I do that, what I gather from the minister throughout the presentation is that the belief, based on all the policies they're rolling out, is that they'll be able to achieve this target. Now, first of all, there are people who are expected to charge VAT that sometimes may not even charge VAT. The whole reason why you've had the electronic VAT system to monitor all of these things is to ensure that those who are expected to charge it will charge it. The other argument also is the fact that nobody wants to pay taxes, to be very honest with you. Taxes are something that many people do not want to pay. So compliance is key and enforcement is key. The feeling is that sometimes when taxes are low, people then feel like paying, and the more they pay, the more money you get, okay? So if, for instance, someone makes, say, 200,000 turnover or sales in a year, or revenue in a year, and that person has to charge VAT, under the current circumstances, does it still make sense to let that person charge VAT when probably you can increase that to, say, 750,000? So that person gets more money, okay? Mm-hmm. If that person gets more money, if that person is registered with GRA, for instance, that person will be excited and actually paying you his income tax. And that also goes a long way in helping raise revenue, because we realize that a lot of people are not even known to tax authorities, and by extension, they do not pay income tax. So let me just quickly run by you the revenue projections for 2025. And once I do that, you'd have a better understanding of, okay, so according to, let me just check this. Let me check 2026. Okay, I have it here, 2026. So tax revenue and grants, we're looking at a tax revenue of some 223 million. 223 million. We're looking at about 180 something million in 2025, but then we're looking at 223 million in 2026. Right. When it comes to taxes on income and property, that's about 115 billion actually, not million, billion, to be very honest.
But also, Winston, to the question that MFR was asking, when you are making taxes simple, you are encouraging compliance. And exactly. If you encourage compliance, the idea is that compliance will bring you volumes, more people will pay the tax, and then you make up. If it's discouraging people from being compliant, then you have less people. Although the tax is there, you have less people doing it. That's one idea of it. But the second idea of it, which for me I guess is what you look through the budget he's trying to do, you raise revenue to deal with your revenue shortfalls. You also have to deal with expenditure. Mm-hmm. You can make savings from expenditure. If you're rationalizing tax, reducing the effective tax VAT impact now from 21.5%, it's come down now to 20%. It's simpler. You encourage more people to do it. that obviously, you've also taken away the COVID-19 levy. That obviously is going to take away some 3.7 billion off your revenue pile-up. But if you manage expenditure properly, then you make savings there too. So that's where the fiscal discipline is, because you can make significant savings from expenditure rationalization to then make up for what you would have lost with the VAT rationalization, the abolition of, say, the COVID-19 levy. And so I was
not too indirect.
Say that again.
Is that not too indirect for economy?
In fact, that is where the focus should be. And I've heard Professor Bokpeng say very loudly that one of the areas, in fact, the area that governments over the past have failed is fiscal discipline and expenditure discipline, because the savings there are huge. So you for example, go to the budget that was just read by the finance minister. A few things that he says he's going to do when it comes to expenditure. He says, for example, that they're going to put money into high-impact projects. So he's saying, for example, non-essential expenditure, foreign travels, workshops, vehicle procurement, and eliminating low-impact programs. He's going to curtail expenditure there. And then you have all the auditing that he says they've done at the port. You remember that? The huge, more than 30 billion, he says they've realized that people were under-declaring a lot of what they were doing, and the exports were being fraudulently handled, right, and causing us to bleed quite significantly. And they have got to put in place a structure to prevent the bleed. All that saves you money that you can put back to show up.
Let me just make this point. You know, you've seen people actually tell you, do you want VAT receipts or you don't want VAT receipts? I'm sure you've encountered that
many times.
So when taxes are high, people will find ways and means of not paying. When the computation is complex too, the complex nature sometimes makes it difficult for people, because not everybody has the expertise. Ordinarily, you would expect that people would understand these things. And that's why the minister in March was talking about the complex nature of it, which I felt was just an excuse not to remove the COVID-19 levy. Because the truth today is that the GRA has found ways. For instance, we've been talking about the National Sustained Tax Education Campaign. There's also the conversation about the modified taxation scheme, which some people, the modified taxation scheme says, oh, if you earn this amount of money, just, download an app and simply pay this amount of money to GRA. It simplified it, and so all you have to do is to just pay, and then you're able to, move on. So once it's simple, once it's not so high, people would pay. And the more they pay, the more revenue you generate.
Right. I will take all of us back to Parliament, where the Minority Leader is addressing the House.
Mr. Speaker, these are very serious matters. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Majority Leader, is here. In all fairness to me and my colleagues in leadership, Mr. Speaker, when these things happen, our back sometimes carries a certain impression as though we are in the know. There was no engagement. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with a tax, a VAT exemption of $10 million being given to a company. This is the finance minister who is against tax exemption. I am saying that, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair. It is only fair that if the government side intends to do this, we discuss. Mr. Speaker, we had a pre-sitting. These important matters were never discussed. You look at, Mr. Speaker, a digitalization contract between GRA and Trudeau Investment Limited. Mr. Speaker, we don't know anything. It was a reason why I got up. Mr. Speaker, it is only fair. The practice is that the two leaders were engaged. But when you print other paper at the end, we don't know anything about it, then it is announced. Mr. Speaker, it is never the practice. I've been where he is before, and they know. Dr. Forson was here, and he knows that at every point, especially on addendum, he will never agree to surprises. He knows that. Finance Minister, be fair. Mr. Speaker, they shouldn't always create a certain impression that we are in this house to litigate on every matter. I feel very bad when they create that impression. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the whole country is watching us. The whole world is watching us. Mr. Speaker, our rules are very clear. And 2 days ago, I had occasion to tell my colleague, the minority leader, that we must begin to honor and respect our rules. Mr. Speaker, our rules in Order 126 says that the chair shall be heard in silence, and the chair is the speaker. And let me read the provisions. It says that the speaker is responsible for the maintenance of order and observance of the rules of debate in the House. Whenever the speaker addresses the House, any member standing shall immediately resume the member's seat, and the speaker shall be heard in silence. Mr. Speaker, whilst we are addressing this House and facilitating the laying of papers in this House, our friends opposite did not only remain standing in their feet, but were singing, obstructing, disrespecting you, disrespecting the chair, disrespecting the mace, and disrespecting the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, you may choose to tolerate that, but this side of the House will not tolerate that. We will not tolerate that. Mr. Speaker, I, based on Order 33.2, I want to raise a question of contempt and abuse of privilege. Mr. Speaker, we must begin to enforce our rules. We must begin to enforce our rules. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House, we can match you 2 by 1, 2 by 1, 2 by 1. And after we have matched you 2 to 1, 2 to 1, we will still have excess. We will still have excess. We still have excess of over 30 something. Mr. Speaker, I demand that the minority leader now apologizes to your good self for this gross misconduct and misbehavior. Mr. Speaker, if he does not, I will raise a question of contempt of Parliament and abuse of privilege and ask you to rule on it now. I am giving you an opportunity. I am giving you an opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this house will not be abused by Honorable Afenyomakin. He's too small. He's too small to abuse this mace. He's too small to disrespect the Speaker, whilst all of us sit and watch you. So I am raising a question of contempt of Parliament and breach of privilege, and I'm asking you to rule on that matter. Refer all of them to the Privileges Committee. We have their identities, we recorded it, and Mr. Speaker, we will have the Privileges Committee go into this. Mr. Speaker, as the majority leader and leader of this House, and as the Speaker, we owe it a duty to this country to make sure that the institution of Parliament, its image, its integrity, its reputation is maintained. We will be reneging on our responsibility if we allow behavior like what we have seen today to persist. We have come to the end of it. Mr. Speaker, if they can misconduct themselves, small as they are, if we don't take action, we should forever remain silent when this side of the House also decides to take action against them. So, Mr. Speaker, I am raising breach of privilege pursuant to Order 31O of the Standing Orders, which says any act or omission which affronts the dignity or authority of Parliament, or which tends either directly or indirectly to bring the name of Parliament into disrepute. So, Speaker, what they have done, persistently violating our standing orders, standing whilst you are addressing the House, singing disrespectfully whilst you are addressing the House, clearly falls within the prohibitions of Order 31O. Acts affronting the dignity or authority of Parliament. We cannot allow a fair marking and the Nkitikiti minority to destroy the image of this House. I don't have a problem. I know they have destroyed the image of their party already.
That's right. That's right.
And I earlier indicated that I know Ghanaians who are asking if it is not too late, they want to replace the MPP opposition with the CPP as the official opposition. But they have gone too far, Mr. Speaker. And I raise a question of contempt and abuse of privilege, and I invite you to give a ruling on that matter, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think we've transacted two very important matters today. We managed to get the approval of the House of the President's nominee to the position of Chief Justice of this country. We have also got the Minister for Finance to present the budget statement and economic policy for the 2026 financial year. These are two very important events that have occurred, and I think that we have done well. As to the issue that the minority leader has raised, the effect being that the leaders of the House, having consulted on some items, based on the lack of their consultation, those items should not be brought to the House and be given to the House for them to consider the government business in that respect. I find that very unfortunate because no decision is taken today. It's just business that is being presented to the House. And the matter as I've stated earlier, has been referred to the relevant committees to consider and report to the House. The House will now have the opportunity to debate, to deliberate, to do what they want with the business that has been referred. So the fact that the two of you have not been able to consult each other should not prevent the Speaker from admitting the business to be presented to the House for consideration. Not at all. It's a matter that you, the leaders, could discuss later on. But we have business to do. As part of my duty as a Speaker is to protect the minority. It's also a duty of the Speaker to make sure that government business is not obstructed. I did that from 2021 to 2024, when those to my left were to my right. I'm doing the same now. Please. We have tolerated each other for some time now. I did indicate that I'm not going to use the gavel. I'll be using the hammer. But please, I learned a lot of lessons from the holy books, both the Holy Bible and the Holy Quran. And there was good reason why the prodigal son was giving a feast. And so, honorable members, let's don't end the day on a bad note. Let's end the day on a good note. At the appropriate time, the Speaker will take the necessary action to bring real discipline and order to this House. Please, let's leave it here and complete the other business that are before us. I don't want us to go beyond this. We still have two more important businesses I want us to carry on. I want the House to work together as we've been doing. These are important matters, particularly the consideration of the budget and economic policy of the government. I want us to consider what happened yesterday. The country is not in a joyful mood. I expect that we should understand the situation and try as much as possible to debate with cool heads. I expect that you should all be able to tolerate each other. It's not that what you do doesn't hurt me. It does, many a times. Because you all accept that I'm the father of the house. And sometimes you get up and say, with the greatest respect, then you are wondering what kind of respect that is. Those of us who were hunters know that anytime the monkey wants to bite you, it will clean the place first before biting. So when you get up and say with the greatest respect, I know you are cleaning the place, but you are going to bite. And many of you are not hunters, so you don't understand these things. Me, coming from Saito, I've learned a lot. Those of you who went to something international, That's where you are now. You are not a Ghanaian, you are not a European, you are not an American. We don't know who you are. This is what Ghana is faced with. No identity, no character, nothing. Just a name that they are human beings. So how for do? I'll leave it at that. Honorable members, I would want to plead with the majority leader not to insist on moving that motion. Let us continue to tolerate each other and work together. At the appropriate time, the rules will be applied. And I assure you, it's not on one side, it will be on both sides. Please. I know what I'm doing. And when the hammer falls, you see the applaud from the good people of Ghana. I assure you, I'll have the full support, including your parties. So please, let's go on. We have the third reading of the long-standing bill before the House, and it's just the third reading. That bill has been here for months, and the minister has been present since morning just because of this bill and then the budget. And so it's not the culture of the House to ignore such things. But I'll listen to you, Minority Chief Whip, before I... Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't heard you congratulate and discharge the Minister for Finance so that he can go back to his seat as a member of Parliament.
You are right. You are right. Let me, on behalf of the House, thank you, the Minister for Finance, for coming to the House and on behalf of His Excellency the President, present the budget statement and economic policy for the 2026 financial year. We are extremely grateful, and I know that you enjoyed the music. You didn't take it otherwise than people trying to at least refresh themselves after sitting for many, many hours. That is how I read it, and I think that is understandable. It's only we have to get the leaders to modulate some of the orchestra and the singing bands so that we can do business in harmony. So, Minister, we are extremely grateful and you are discharged. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I am exceedingly grateful. And Speaker, I'm happy you have called the very business we were all anticipating to be called. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to make pleadings to the Majority Leader. And if he recalls, at conclave, he had made the point, because we even suggested that we were at third reading, and he had made the point, no, we should just come and read the budget and call the day off. Now it has become necessary that we take this very item. When we walk into the chamber, I kept drawing the attention of the front bench on the other side that this is just the third reading. Let's take it. So the point I'm emphasizing on is we should learn to reach out We should just learn to reach out. Majority Leader, today, for instance, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry if I know we are all fatigued. We had to stage a compromise for the collective interest of this House. When Honorable Habib had to withdraw his motion, and Majority Leader, I heard you when you reached out to us. Yeah, to take it some other day. When you reached out to us, we understood and we yielded to your call. You see, so it's a give and take. It's a give and take. When the leader, our leader, was on his feet, it was only drawing our attention to the fact that if we had mentioned to him that these businesses were supposed to be laid, we would not be opposed to it. But it's just a show of respect and magnanimity so that we understand that this House, regardless of the numbers, is a two-sided House. I am pained by the way we are prosecuting business. You cannot tell me to sit down. If you want to speak, catch the eye of the speaker. What do you mean? You can't tell me to sit down. What do you mean? No, you cannot do that. You should catch the eye of the speaker.
Please.
Speaker, sometimes
address me.
You should. I am in leadership.
I'm locating them. I'm locating them. I'll handle them. Please. Yes, please address me.
Speaker, so I am simply saying that, Majority Leader, we respect you. Many occasions we defer to you. Ever since I came to this House, I have never disrespected you. But sometimes the way you go about carrying your business, you don't carry the entire House along. Anytime you need us to compromise, when you reach out to us, we often yield to you. So we want to plead with you. Majority Leader, Mr. Majority Leader, we want to plead with you. We will not come to this House to obstruct government business. No, we will not. So just reach out to us, just to talk to us. We are human as you are. We know you have a business to prosecute. And I have been a majority chief way before. This is just the beginning of a cycle. We are now going to go for, you will lay it, don't worry. We are now going to take about 50 motions. You cannot have all your numbers all the days. Well, you'll be there and be saying this. There will be times that you will need us to compromise. Speak, you can find out from your Majority Leader. We work together. Let's work together. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues should know that we need to work together. Nobody is perfect here. Sometimes I am paying the way we are being treated. We are in the minority, so what? We can make very good suggestions for the prosecution of government business.
Honorable, my minority chief whip, I think enough is enough. I know that the leaders on daily basis have been cooperating, because on daily basis I hold meetings with you people at the lobby and I participate in your trade offs, trying to accommodate each other. And so when on the floor, sometimes we disagree. I think it's better for you to do what you are doing on the floor outside the floor. Particularly when we are in the lobby in conclave, you can raise these things. But don't let the public have a perception that you don't cooperate with each other. Because I can give copious evidence supported by documentary evidence as to how you have cooperated with each other up to date. I'm a living witness. So please, sometimes, whether for some other reasons you want to achieve some other goals, I don't know. That's why sometimes I'm also compelled to say it's a surprise to me. So please, let's leave it at that, Majority Leader. And then outside the glare of the public, we can use the usual channels of communication as we refer to and settle some of these differences. Please, let's continue with the business. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, definitely this House revolves around dialogue and cooperation. And I know that everybody in this country who has observed me in the last 8 months that I've sat here will confirm that I'm one of the most accommodating persons in this chamber. Everybody will confirm that. Mr. Speaker, the narrative that he seeks to put out there is that I'm a leader who doesn't carry the minority along. That is a narrative that I find quite unfair to put out there. If I did anything today against you, it is the way you conducted yourself in relation to the Speaker. No, on the issue of singing, all of us sang, both sides. I'm not raising issues about singing. I said, I'm not raising issues about singing. The issue that I raised and asked the Speaker to rule on an issue of contempt and breach of privilege is your conduct here. It's not about engagement on the business of the House. When you say you don't have notice, you will only be able to make a case that you don't have notice if the order paper does not capture the item. Once the order paper captures the item, you have notice of the item. Mr. Speaker, he was the majority leader and leader of government business. He saw to the presentation of several budget statements. And you know that in every budget statement, when the Minister of Finance makes reference to bills, to regulations, to instruments, to amendments, to contracts, to repeals, immediately he finishes, we usually lay those ones. And we take them on a certificate of urgency. You know that. You've been in this House. You know. So why are you behaving as if this is the first time this is happening? When they are late, then when the Speaker refers it to committee, at the committee level, you will engage. That's how engagement takes place. But when bills, instruments, regulations, contracts, and etc., which were referred to in the policy statement of the Finance Minister, then the clerks, on their own, knowing that this is the procedure, go and print an order paper addendum and capture all those instruments. And Speaker, consistent with our practice, is now seeking to have us lay those instruments. And you rise up and he gives you indications that let me finish laying, I will recognize you. And you persist and clearly violate our rules. On a day when you know the whole world is focusing on us in this chamber, the sanctity of the image of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, as you indicated, I will not belabor the point. We can take the third reading of the scholarship bill and we'll call it a day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, may we take the item on the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025, and that I think is item 13 on the order paper. Item 13, Minister for Education. Move the motion for the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Scholarship Authority Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I beg to move.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I put the question. And the question is that those in favor of the motion just moved by the Minister of Education, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the scholarship I've just been reminded that I have not declared the results. It means that the fatigue has set in. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to establish the Ghana Scholarship Authority to regulate the administration and award of government scholarships in a transparent and equitable manner and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025 duly read the third time and passed. You all heard the minister. He was so overwhelmed that he was overjoyed because he has struggled all these days to get this bill through. And so he didn't even know how to move the third reading. So he preceded it with a good laugh. Minister, thank you for the patience and all the tolerance. Please, I think that we need to do a few things. I have tried, and I want to appeal to leadership. I have tried to get us, in spite of our differences, to work together. I have organized a number of retreats for leaders, a number of opportunities, and leaders have always failed to turn up. I'm compelled to say this because those who are not aware think that I'm not making the effort. It's because we are different that we are sitting to the left and to the right. If we're not different, we'll be together at one place. And the arrangement of this chamber would have been different. That difference must be recognized and accepted. That is how we work together. That's how we were created. That's why you have parties. And that's why Ghanaians voted for you the way they voted. So please, let's accept each other and work together. You only do that when you are outside the floor. But when you come here, something else happens to you. That's why I was calling the pastors and the apostles to come here and then pray and bless this chamber. Maybe there's something inside here that I don't know. They should come and exorcise the evil spirit in the chamber. Because I deal with you people outside the chamber. And your attitude is very different. But when you are inside here, and something else, they say Beshi. Please, we can do better than this. I know your capacity, I know who you are, I know what you've been doing, but don't give this impression, because it will not be my nature to be applying the hammer, but if that is the last resort, so be it. And I told you, sooner than later, it will fall on hairs. I won't split your hairs, but you may not recover. Please, let's end it here, unless there's something urgent, and take it.
So, Speaker,
Yes,
I think
please.
we have sat beyond 5 hours, so we're in your hands.
Well, honorable members, I will then proceed to adjourn the sitting to tomorrow. And the sitting is adjourned till 2 p.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, yes. No indication of a different timing. You want to sit earlier? Yes, please. Yes.
My friends opposite are proposing that we do 12 noon.
12 noon. Honorable members, sitting is adjourned to tomorrow at 12 noon. Sitting accordingly adjourned.
Well, there you have it. The 2026 budget has been read, presented, and the finance minister is quite clear in his mind that we're moving from stabilization to acceleration. This has been our special coverage, but that's not all. The bigger and sweeter conversation is yet to start with the finance minister right here on PM Express with Evan Spencer, who is just standing right by to take over.
Yes, Amefa, thank you very much. Indeed, we are continuing our coverage of the 2026 budget here on PM Express. It's a delayed start, but yeah, consider this a special PM Express because it's not every time you get the finance minister on the show straight from the presentation of the budget. And if my memory, after doing this for more than 2 decades, serves me right, this possibly could be the latest time in the day the budget has been presented. I'm struggling to recall the last time we ever had a budget this late. It's past 9 now, and we're still currently just wrapping up the presentation of the budget. This is PM Express. My colleagues in Parliament, George Yaffe, Kriku Asante, will join us with reactions from both sides of the aisle as far as Parliament is concerned. And right here, we're expecting to be hosting the Finance Minister, who will be joining me pretty shortly. There are a few things we need to break down. You've heard the big ticket items. You've heard the presentation of some of the central pillars of this government's policy for 2026. The finance minister will be here to break it all down. We want to make it accessible to you so you can understand. And I know some of you have already shared some questions for him to address. The oil palm policy is a big one. It's a new one. The dedication to focus on roads that are in areas where we grow most of our food is an interesting one also. The direction to schools across the country, length and breadth of this country, to only buy rice, grains produced locally is another big one. The audit has been done at the port. It's another big one. How does it affect you? 800,000 jobs, the finance minister says,
he has estimated this current budget and the policies in there and the allocations will create in 2026 into the medium term. He is here with me tonight. I'm expecting him to join me pretty shortly. We'll return after this short break. We'll get your reactions from Parliament, and then we'll be here with some slides breaking down what we've heard from the Finance Minister. And for those of you who didn't get opportunity to watch and listen, this is your opportunity to understand the big ticket items and what it means for you. Dr. Ato Forson will be my guest here on PM Express right after this.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Wow. Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what are you? Are something. Hey,
What the cat never won?
we can catch him. Hey! Na ampai.
Between the Kapai and Cabo.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yannick dumb.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
When you know, pipe Ben Abe Yusu.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No, hala.
As soon as my son gets back from school, he's going to scatter everything.
As soon as I walk in, my daughter is going to pounce on me and talk non-stop.
She's developing a fever.
Mommy, my head aches.
When aches, pain, and fever bring your children down, trust E-Panel to help them bounce back. E-Panel paracetamol syrup provides relief from aches, pain, and fever amongst babies and children from 6 months to 12 years. Tough on pain, easy on the stomach, great taste with quick results.
She's back!
E-Panel, no pain, happy again. Also available in strawberry flavor, manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Dreaming of your own home? Thinking of upgrading your space? Then it's time to stop dreaming and start building with the Republic Bank Love FM Habitat Fair 2025. From Thursday 27th November 2025 to Sunday 30th November, all roads lead to the Kumasi City Mall for the biggest housing event in the Ashanti region. Come face to face with the biggest names in real estate, banks with flexible mortgage deals, interior designers, home accessory brands, and the very best in building technology. Plus, don't miss our Habitat Mini Clinic where experts break it all down from the first block to the finishing touches. The Republic Bank Love FM Habitat Fair 2025. Financing your dream home. Inclusive, sustainable, and affordable living for all. Make a date and don't be late.
This event is in partnership with Republic Bank. Sponsored by DBS Industries, Syntax Tank, Doormaster, Ayuda App, Superlock, and Prestodia Ghana Limited. Supported by
Hey Abna, you are going to leave again?
Yep, very much needed one so I could get to relax.
Wow, every time you go on leave, you go on vacation. Yeah. Last 2 years it was Dubai. Even last month you went to Mexico. This time, where are you going to? Tell me.
This time I'm going to Guangzhou, China.
I see. How do you do it, Abuna? Because every time I try, I get scammed.
I use Wakanow. They can get you the cheapest flight deals. They assist you with your visas, your hotels. They have well-created packages for everyone, and then you can pay small. You can call them on 024-243-5515, or you can visit their website at wakanow.com.
I didn't know what this assassin.
But say, if you don't fasten in your empire in fear.
Ah, no, you won't hear.
I said, to me, a man in your best way, who bet to me, cool. Mr. Daddy.
Imagine a logistics partner that's more than just a partner, the complete ecosystem for Africa and beyond. Welcome to Magdan Shipping Company Limited. For over 2 decades, we have been the trusted name in shipping and logistics, building a reputation for excellence that's second to none. We offer a comprehensive suite of services to meet every challenge. From dedicated ocean freight with our own vessels to chartered cargo planes for urgent air transport, we control and synchronize every link of your supply chain in line with the vision of the African Continental Free Trade Area (AfTA. Need to move large-scale equipment? Our expertise in project cargo ensures every detail is handled with precision. With our expansive network of warehouses and trusted partners across the globe, we provide seamless storage and distribution solutions that keep your businesses connected. Through our network partnerships, we ensure your cargo moves where it needs to and when it needs to. At Magdan, we are dedicated to delivering exceptional services and solutions that embody the highest standards of quality and efficiency. Email sales@magdanshipping.com. Magdan Shipping Company Limited, your trusted partner for every logistical need.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa, dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or being late?
Of course.
Go be the luckiest, go be from your be luckiest, from not the because she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest, everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God down for boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, Mommy, simple direction. Mr. Goodluck no chem way. Yeah, Mom.
Easy qua. Or dial *712#.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts. Yes. And then boom. Confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
*712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle them.
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family permission? Before December, maybe release a motivation album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
At the Kempinski Hotel, Accra, on the 20th and 21st November for 2 unforgettable days of purpose as leaders gather to discover and harness the power within. With voices like Ibukuna Washika, Captain Prince Kofi Amwabing, Tonya Cole, Albert Okran, Nikaya Parks, Patricia Obunai, Senyo Hosi, and other trailblazers shaping nations and inspiring change. The True Life Experience 2025 is under the theme, The Power of the Mind. Get your tickets now at www.thetruelifeworld.com or call 054-013-1199. Proudly supported by Stanbic Bank, Alud, GCB Bank, Global Consolidated Mining, and First Bank Ghana, with media partnerships from TV3 and Joy FM. True Life. Inspiring, empowering, transforming.
Hello, Ghana. It's time to celebrate 50 years of sports excellence. The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 50th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date, Saturday, November 15, 2025. Venue, Accra International Conference Center. Time, 6 p.m. Theme, Gold and Glory. A call for change in national orientation and investment in sport. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Guest of honor, Mr. Julius Debra, Honorable Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. In attendance, Mr. Gianni Mello, President, Association of International Sports Press, AIPS, the prestigious and longest running awards event in Ghana, the SWAG Awards, promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievement. Performing is Afro-pop and dancehall star Stoneboy. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends and honor the best to inspire the rest. For sponsorship, contact 050-701-7001. The 50th Swag Awards, sponsored by GCB Bank, Gold Board, Tobinco, Stanbic Bank, Ghana Free Zones Authority, National Petroleum Authority, Omni Basic Bank, and Phoenix Insurance.
Good morning. Morning. Boss, what do you defend you, man?
Oh, I don't do that.
What do you defend you?
Debut.
Oh.
Oh,
Finn, what's up there?
Got a stubborn cough that just won't quit? The Fendril Cough Expectorant is here to help. Breathe easy again with the Fendril. Relieve cough and treat common cold fast with the Fendril Cough Expectorant. Breathe easy, feel better. Not recommended for children below 6 years. This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late? Of course.
Coffee be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you coffee be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God apple boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Goodluck no check me well. Yeah, man.
Easy car. Or dial *712#.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
How much birthday?
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts, yes. And then boom, confirmation test. One
quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
*712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family permission? Before December, may release a motivation album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Hello, Ghana. It's time to celebrate 50 years of sports excellence. The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 50th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date, Saturday, November 15, 2025. Venue, Accra International Conference Center. Time, 6 p.m. Theme, Gold and Glory. A call for change in national orientation and investment in sport. Special.
True. Answer then. We have a call. Best one. Who shopping here? Tanabade Cosmetics. Ended and then what is the difference? Last month, 2 months, 3 months, and then last year. No.
Because Yanga may shiny baby, Yama will coffee among me. Sizable fire ton 120, then you do my ton 100. Cocoa plate on 25, late on 20. Tabaka and the Nandazi on Yako. Never be brave attitude. Sure, late on 45 in the 38 city. Tell me, if you say something. Yes, Tabaka don't believe you, man. That's it. I should all in this. That's it.
Say, Abadibiona, Extra, Abanoya, tomorrow.
Yan sister, I go to freeze Yabaka there. So 1 million loan, sir. To them, worker there. Women Development Fund, or Bayan. Nation based Safu baby. Yayan based, Yayan based, for a bed business, then I support young. Nation go here, I will me. Esha will be a hard-working woman. If 1 million loans, and soon over from Chimayaji, then Panama companies, baby. Because loans go away interest rates now. Or was sure. You about your loans, where in a while for 2 Miss Canumpo. No
capital, sorry.
Last time, the Women Development Bank, we are one white chain. No, Baba, we will show the self for us. They are a Juma. Nagana winning in campaign for. They are vice president for this year. They know a battle. Or what's my about Junior.
Well, the budget is about people. People must feel the direct impact of economic policy. And that there was a finance minister, and I believe that was a Kotokraba market in the central region where he was interacting. One of the things you want to do is to assess how these visits that he had with the ordinary people, how that influenced the economic policy and the budget that we just listened to him present. He didn't only go to Kotokraba market. He went to the Benso oil palm plantation. He also went to visit the Takrady market circle market construction. And he's interacted also with other market women and traders generally, just to get the sentiments about what the expectations were and also get feedback, direct feedback on the economic policy that he was implementing since March, by the way. And I'm delighted to say that the man himself is here with me. Dr. Kesel Ato Forson, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Great to have you. And I want to start there because budget is about people. And fundamentally for us here on PM Express, it's good to talk about the big macro numbers. But if it's not trickling down to the ordinary person on the street, it's difficult then to establish the linkages. And then also in March, when you presented the budget, you did something very similar. No finance minister had done before. You went to the market, and I still remember this powerful interaction you had with this woman who told you that 2 weeks before you came there, this product she was selling was, I believe, 1,300. At the time you went there, it was 1,700. And you made a promise to her. Give me an appreciation of how your recent visits, what you learned, and how that may have influenced what we had today.
Thanks, Evans. Evans, for me, budgets, macro numbers, high-level numbers will be meaningless if you don't connect it to the behavior of the people or translate into the well-being of the very people that have given you a mandate of which you are managing their resources on their behalf. I take this engagement seriously. I take them that it is an opportunity to reflect policy and using policy to solve the needs of the ordinary Ghanaian. And that is politics. Politics is who gets hot and when, and at what time. It is important that government policy, being the budget statement and economic policy of government, communicate directly to the needs of the people. So going to Takrady market, for example, and going to the Kotokraba market in Cape Coast, one thing was reassuring, the fact that prices are stabilizing and in most cases even falling. Very reassuring. And the desire to ensure that the stability we are seeing is sustained. And so you will notice that the first priority of this budget is to consolidate the stability that we are seeing. Because that is everywhere, and that is what everybody is saying. That everybody agrees that the government has done so well. Everybody agrees that we can now recognize that the economy has bounced back. We can now recognize that there is stability. But how are you sustaining it? For me, it is a very legitimate point. And so the foundation of this budget is to sustain the macroeconomic stability and to give room for businesses and industries to be able to survive and create jobs and propel the growth. That is the growth that is sustainable. And that was the foundation of this. But you see, we live in a country where women are more than half of the population. We live in a country where youth, you know the numbers of youth, it's gradually becoming 60-65% of the population. And so you cannot develop a policy without looking at these two constituencies. We know the unemployment situation in Ghana. We know what is happening. We know something needs to be done. But the best way to tackle it is not only to employ at the public sector, because the public sector, you can accommodate some. Today we are doing 47% of our tax revenue as compensation. If you hit 60, you are in a crisis. You don't want to get there. The best way to do is that in as much as government will have to be employing essential staffs, for example, in healthcare, education and all, you need to employ in areas of providing extension services and all, security and all. But apart from employing that, the economy is more than what the government can accommodate. The private sector is the engine. So that lady said something to me that struck me. He said, look, all is well, but we need working capital. And I asked her, I'm sure that part did not feature, why are you not going to the banks? He said, yes, we've seen that interest rates are falling.
He actually said that in the clip, that it's falling?
Yes. Interest rates are falling, but she does not have collateral. And so this sits in tandem with NDC's manifesto. And you heard our Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman.
Actually also referenced her, actually.
Yes, and that was her message. And she kept talking about it, how she's going to use that as a catalyst to support women development. And so coming back straight away, allocated resources to the Women's Development Bank.
In fact, she mentioned the Women Development Bank.
Yes,
So she was hoping that
and so I got inspired. I got inspired the need to be able to support women growth and development. And you know, these are the people that drives the economy. They don't need much. They may need 10,000 Ghana cedis, 20,000 Ghana cedis. Even this is the kind of money that on a normal day for you, you may spend it somewhere. But hey, that is what it takes for a lady like I spoke to, let me see, I think her name, to be able to have and to support a family, take a child to school and live a decent life. That is all what
talked about. That's
all we need.
How expensive it is to get capital.
Exactly.
And that the banks, the interest rates will kill her.
Yes.
And erode almost everything because you can't find that and she can't afford it. You made an allocation.
Yes.
To the Women Development.
401 million for a reason. 400 million to capitalize the bank and 1 million for the setup so that they don't eat into the capitalization of the Women Development Bank. And so we expect that next year it will take off properly with the allocation that we are doing. And our mother, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, is very passionate about this, to use it to be able to support women.
I remember last year when you went to the market for the very first time.
Yes.
That you were criticized that this was 9-day wonder, flash in the pan. You've come in fresh, finance minister, so you wanted to be populist. There was a view that they should give you to the end of the year when you present your next budget, you wouldn't have the energy to do it. I noticed this time that last time you only did, I believe, 2 markets. This time you did at least 4 places you visited.
This one, you see, last year's budget focused largely on consolidating. And then also to consolidate, I call it the shock therapy, to cut expenditure to a degree and allow the country to stop the overheating and use the year as a year of correction. Clearly the correction is working and is helping the country. We can all see the benefits of the hard stance that we took. And so I went to the market to pick feedback, what they think the real economy is. And the best place to get this is certainly the market. And so I took that decision to go to the market and listen to them. I needed only one market, and I mean a central one, of course, in between, not a shopping mall, not too low, and so in the middle one, you get all the feelings that you certainly would need. And the feedback was so fantastic. It was enough. So I was able to prepare the budget with that feeling and encouraged to fix it.
And we'll come to the oil palm policy, because, again, you went to Benso.
Correct.
And then we've seen that it's a huge allocation. I was just making a point to my colleagues and said that's more than 6 billion you've allocated to that policy. It's
over a 4-year period.
It's a major investment. We'll come to that so they can break it down. I wanted to go to the budget for those who, I haven't heard the full thing, so you can break it down for them. And we're going to go through a series of things, some of the big ticket items. And we start with, this is at the beginning of the budget. We took the budget, we didn't have too much time, but a few of the things that are important. Update on the power purchase agreements. Why this is important is obvious, because the energy sector is one of those areas that is crippling all of us. He says government have renegotiated all the power purchase agreements led by Ghanaian experts at no cost to the state, saving over 250 million and restructuring 1.1 billion over 4 years. Government is now fully current on payments, clearing $300 million in 2025, allocating $245 million for 2026. How significant is this?
So, you recall that when we took office, there was this big buzz about the cost government of Ghana owes to these IPPs.
It was very controversial.
And the threat that they were going to shut down and there will be no power and there will be doomsday and all. Yeah. Even to the extent that MPP said, go and pay them. So what we did was simple. We picked an expert, a Ghanaian expert, just reach out to an expert in the system and said that, can you help? We are standing out. The government is not getting involved. An expert, a civil society person, together with a team, lead it and renegotiate for us. And I'm telling you, they did a fantastic. So it's okay, that is our contribution also for the state. They invited all the IPPs and then restructured, renegotiated the debt. You know what happened? The good news is that in doing that, they've been able to save the state precisely $252 million United States dollars. They did not charge pro bono to support the country, $252 million US dollars, and also negotiated that we'll pay it over a 4-year period, so that it won't be one-off payment and its resultant effect on the national budget. And so what they did was they said that this year you are paying $301 million. So far we've paid.
Okay.
And then they said next year you have to pay $344 million, 344.9, so it's about $345 million. And then subsequent year you pay the rest. That for me is significant. I don't know if you've been hearing of IPP that we owe them ever.
Yes.
Even now you are not hearing it anymore.
But they were threatening to shut down.
Exactly.
Early in the year.
Yeah. Today you are not feeling it. You see a light on, the doomsday issue is gone and all. And so that is significant. That is significant. And the IPPs are now happy that we have not only renegotiated and paying their old debt, the legacy debt, but we are currently staying.
And that's where the big question is.
Yes.
It's about staying current and making sure that when they bring you the invoices, you're able to pay on time. You've given them assurance that you're going to continue doing
We are staying current today.
Yeah.
Because there have been some significant development in the energy sector. And my colleague, Honorable John Janapo, working with him has been amazing. You know what we've done? In the sector, today he's reforming ECG, the energy minister, to the extent that ECG revenue per month has moved about 90% increase from 700 million per month to about 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per month as a result of the cash waterfall that he's implementing strictly. In doing so, he's getting a lot more to be able to pay the IPP's debt and all. And so as we speak, we are staying current with the IPP. We are staying current with the current bills from the IPPs. Aside that, the energy sector shortfalls. You recall that in the 2025 budget, the budget I'm implementing today, I allocated 28 billion Ghana cedis for the energy sector shortfall. Call it subsidy or whatever it is. It is subsidy. This is because they are not getting the right amount. And so there's a shortfall the Ministry of Finance or Government of Ghana had to pay. Now, This budget, you notice that shortfall has come down to about 15.2 billion. It is because of policy. What has happened? Let me tell you. We had engagement with ENI.
Okay.
The Jubilee partner, the OCTP partners, and work with them that we know you have issues. The issues relating to their World Bank guarantee had been drawn down. $500 million World Bank guarantee that was instituted by my former boss, Honorable Setepe, and President Mahama in the first NDC administration to support the ENI investment had been drawn down to zero. 500 million and interest accrued about 12 million cedis.
What was it used for?
It was because they were not paying the gas that they were lifting. Anytime they don't pay them, they take from the guarantee. So the guarantee is an SBLC, standby letters of credit, so it takes it. So they drew down to zero. So there was no hope for them to do further investment. Today, I'm happy to report that we have been able to successfully pay down that 500 million. As we speak, we have paid almost 400 million United States dollars. 400 million United States. And this is different from the 300 million
so this is
that we have paid. On top of that, so the two put together, 700 million US dollars supporting the energy sector. Because we paid that, and I'm not only paying that, I'm also staying current with all the gas we are taking. We pay to ENI, for example, about 70 million United States dollars per month. That's the gas they invoice the country. What we are doing, we are staying current. And in staying current, it has encouraged them to invest more in the energy sector. And as a result, they've increased the gas they are producing from 240 million standard cubic feet per day to 270 standard cubic feet. So they've given us another 30 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. That is significant. That is enough to substitute the light crude oil that we were buying. And then also, we're able to work with the 10 partners, Cosmos and Talo. They also increased the gas they are producing from 110 million scarf to 130 million scarf, bringing another 20. So within 6 months of President Mahama's administration, he has brought about 50 million scarf of additional gas. This is half of what Ghana Gas is producing. Half is big. As we speak, yesterday, the Minister of Energy said to me that in the last few weeks, they have enough gas to power our thermal plants instead of going to buy light crude oil. Obviously, there are bills we have to pay. But remember, all this gas that we are taking is not part of the tariff, so the government is taking that responsibility. So to obviously fund it, and I have to make allocation in the budget to be able to fund that. And so that is what we've done in the energy sector, and hence you are seeing the light.
Yeah, and let's talk about another big item that you talked about. I remember when you presented the last budget, this was a controversial one. The minority took you on.
Yes.
You're now updating Parliament on this. The audit of the arrears and payables. You had received 68.8 billion that was submitted for audit. You put it before an audit, and then you have discovered, based on your budget today, that 47.8 billion was legitimate.
Legitimate. And then another 8.6 billion. The auditor says they can write it off, but because they are waiting for third-party confirmations.
Yeah. Third-party confirmations
and lack of supporting contracts. And so it doesn't mean the liability does not exist. It does exist, but they need more information. And so they will hold on to this, that if they have advertised, and in advertising it, they have asked the companies to submit information. And based on that information, they will decide to add it to this or reject it completely. But the one that the auditors are certain with is that they have rejected 10 billion Ghana cedis.
10 billion?
10 billion Ghana cedis that don't pay.
Because?
Don't pay because the liabilities, some are recycled IPCs, work done already, and they are recycling it and for the state to pay. Some have falsified stores received advice and asking the state to pay, and some are fictitious. Look, the report will be published next week. It will blow your mind.
Okay.
Let me tell you, it is damning, in fact, troubling. I put it this way. The one that shocked me most, and I said to my staff at the ministry that, look, when I got in and I said, stop all the payment, let's do the audit before anything goes. And they said, but what about the ones at the controller and the Bank of Ghana and is going? I said, no, it has to be stopped.
So you stopped all that?
I stopped all of that. And some of them felt that, as for that one, it's been processed and it's legitimate and all. I said, stop it. My instinct in me says, stop it. Let's subject it to arrest, to audit. You know how much was there? 13 billion. That 13 billion, the Auditor General has validated 12. 1 billion, the Auditor General said, don't pay, they are fictitious.
So somebody just concocted
and these are invoices, interim payment certificates that has gone through all the process, and it's only waiting at the Auditor General's office, the Controlling Accountant General's office, and Bank of Ghana, just waiting for cash for payment. If not that audit, Ghana would have lost that one.
Who are those responsible for this?
Yes, the names are there. The audit will be out, and so they will publish not only their names but the companies and all, and the people behind it. And so I didn't want it to overshadow the policies, the excellent policies in the budget. And so I felt that I should present the budget first.
You said
the Auditor General will present the document.
And then you also said that Attorney General, you believe, should also take over.
The Attorney General will have to take over.
Okay. So that's for the arrears. Now let's look at and this you updating us. We've seen this year the sovereign credit ratings have all now trending in the positive. We've seen Fitch upgrade us. We've seen Moody's do so. S&P have all done so. This obviously will create room for you, and this is where the fear is that for governments in the past, anytime this happens, then the appetite to borrow is rekindled. And then we go on this borrowing spree because it's now cheaper to borrow. Yeah. And then not too long after that, we are back to that vicious cycle of borrowing, debt, and then we go broke. How is this going to be handled differently?
So, Evans, and let me say that you are so right to be concerned as a citizen. It has been Ghana's problem. Borrowing, sometimes borrowing for consumption. I'm not one of those people. I'm not in a hurry to go to the capital market to borrow. No way. But I have said that we have domestic infrastructure we have to develop. And so if I'm to take money, obviously there's a budget, there's a deficit to extent, and you have to finance the deficit. I'll take it domestically. We should be able to borrow set up domestic infrastructure bond in city so that if you have money and you want to support infrastructure, you should be able to support government. It is safer, it is cheaper, and it is better way of borrowing than always focusing on the capital market and going to. Yes, we have liabilities that we need to finance. There may be liability management going into the future, but the appetite is not going to be like we are going to the capital market just to borrow. Like in the past, we saw it 3 billion every year, and when it comes,
you use the phrase today. You want to borrow smart.
Exactly.
What does that mean?
I put it this way: borrow for things that you think that is the multiplier is better than. Let me put it this way: simple. Not to borrow for consumption. Okay. Borrow for growth.
Okay. Let's look at your medium-term policy objectives, and some of them are really fascinating. The fiscal discipline is Ghana's biggest challenge. But strangely, when we go to the IMF, we all of a sudden very, very disciplined. Yeah. You say you want to maintain fiscal discipline by sustaining a primary surplus of at least 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis, mobilize more domestic revenue through continuous implementation of medium-term revenue strategy. We'll talk about some of the strategies. Promote value for money and rationalize spending. And that rationalized spending it's one of the haunted finance ministers of the past. And then you protect priority social spending in education, health, social protection to shield the poor and sustain human capital development. And this, by the way, is in bold. It was in bold in the budget too. I get a sense that this discipline, you're hoping to save money from all that and then channel it here.
Yeah, so let me put it this way. The fiscal discipline and throwing out primary surplus of 1.5 means you cut waste and all. But in a typical fiscal consolidation. The group you need to shield is the social protection, the vulnerable. You need to shield them. So you could notice that in the budget I allocated 1.1 billion for LEAP. I allocated about 2 billion cedis also for school feeding and all. Those needs to be cared for. And that is exactly what we are trying to say. But what we are trying to do is that the savings we make, not only to take care of the social sector, but you have to channel it into growth generating areas like infrastructure.
And big push.
Like big push.
Big push. You're talking about 30 billion for roads.
Exactly, 30 billion cedis for roads. Because, Evans, let's be honest. If you're not careful, you'll be caged in Accra if you live in Accra. From here, you're going to Kumasi, trouble. From here, going to Cape Coast, trouble. From here, going to Water Region, trouble. All our roads are in a terrible state. Not only in Accra and its environs, it's everywhere in the country. I don't know what happened. What happened that, how come we allowed our roads to deteriorate to that extent? Our roads are in a terrible shape. So here, President Mahama agrees that there is the need to use this big push to reopen the country and even open it and connect the country to opportunities. That's what he says.
And when we sit down, we will isolate one of the flagship ones. In fact, the flagship one you told us today, the Kumasi Accra Expressway. We'll get into that because one of the things I saw today, this is the first time you are expanding on it. You think you just gave us a teaser in the last mid-year budget review to some extent. And today you've given us the full picture.
It's more than a road.
Yes. We'll interrogate when we sit down for a conversation pretty shortly. And then let's look at the fiscal measures, reforms and key policy initiatives. Priorities for 2026. Government's 3 key priorities. First, the consolidation of macroeconomic stability. Let's stop there for a second. This is on the assumption that you are doing something right. To consolidate, you must be doing something right.
Exactly.
What is it that you want to consolidate?
Okay. So you see inflation at 8%, projected to do even better before the year end. I'm looking at something in between 7 and 6.5 before the year end. And so
that's ambitious because your target was 11.9.
Yes, but lucky enough, my target, I'm always very conservative with my target, and it's only important to do 9%. Even the 11% at the time, a lot of people doubted me. But I was very sure of what we were doing and we knew it was going to happen. So inflation is down, currency is strong and stable, you have growth rebounding strongly, and fiscal discipline is on, the fiscal balance is doing, revenue doing, expenditure down. And so with all the kind of things we've done to restore stability and business confidence, you need to certainly sustain it. Otherwise, don't even start it. The central bank has been able to build reserves thanks to the effort of the governor. He works so well. And all what we are putting together, what I'm trying to say is that all the gains you have made, there is the need for you to consolidate it. Because if you don't consolidate it, again, Ghanaians will say, oh, you know, and that is what everybody is saying. They keep saying that, oh, can they sustain it going forward? And so to be able to signal to the people of Ghana that this is a new era, we need to consolidate the stability that we are seeing and to send signals also to the investor community that once again, Ghana is ripe for business. Because it's only until you attract a lot of FDIs, foreign direct investment, that your country can propel to that kind of growth that you expect. Because government alone can't do it. And how you need private capital. And this is what you need.
How preparing consolidation is important, but what we've seen with that recent economic history is when we have shocks, domestic or mainly global, it sort of then throws everything out of kilter.
You need to build buffers and wait for those
shocks. So how are you
shocks.
preparing for that?
So let me tell you, today the central bank is almost at 5 months of import cover. We inherited about 3 months of import cover. It's accelerated. He inherited 6.8 billion United States dollars in gross international reserves. Today he's doing about 12 billion, okay, and counting. And this is only 10 months. We want to maintain the effort and do more and be able to build more. 2 years' time, when I come here, I should be able to talk double the get of reserves. But that is the kind of thing we're talking about. How do we sustain it? And to sustain it is policy. Yeah. And it's the kind of policy that we are putting together. And it's important for us to sustain it. And as Afsa said today, we are committed in sustaining this progress that we've made.
Now let's look at this big one.
Yep.
This is what you promised in March.
Yes, I promised during the manifesto, if you recall.
In the manifesto?
During the manifesto.
Yes, it was in the manifesto document. Yes.
And I was then the spokesperson during the manifesto of the economy, and I came to deliver the same thing, that this is what our research shows that we have to do, and we are going to do it.
And then the abolition of the COVID-19 health recovery levy, finally done.
Yes.
You were criticized when you didn't do it in March. You finally
yes,
but you said you're going to do it again.
I said that abolishing COVID-19 recovery levy as a standalone will not solve the problem. The VAT regime needed complete overhaul. And you can't do it overnight. You can't do it in weeks. You need time to do it. And I pleaded with the business community and the people of Ghana to give me time to do it. Today, I'm happy to say that COVID-19 health recovery levy is a goner. It's gone, and we are removing it. And that we are also dealing with the cascading effect of the decoupling of the Get Fund and NHIL levy. And that is what businesses are complaining. It's also gone. We are also increasing the threshold to exempt small business companies from the collection of VAT. You know something? 200,000 Ghana cedis turnover per year. It's not much. In fact, this was established, we set this ceiling in 2015. I was a deputy minister under Minister Tekpe.
Okay.
In 2015, since then, there has not been any review. 200,000 Ghana cedis then, its equivalent in 2025 is approximately 48,000 Ghana cedis. It's equivalent. If you are to adjust to inflation, it's equivalent to about 48,000. What we've done is to adjust this. In adjusting it, companies doing a turnover up to 200,000 have been exempted from the collection of VAT, registration of VAT, and collection of VAT. This simple put means that if you are to buy from those businesses, you will pay no VAT. And so it gives some relief to the businesses, and also those companies will be allowed not to spend a lot more in collecting, in keeping records and all of that, that sometimes becomes a very difficult and expensive for small companies of that. So we have also...
And the zero rating?
Okay. So, you know...
You extend the VAT zero rating on the supply of locally manufactured textiles.
It is an industry that is doing so well. And the Minister for Trade and Industry tells me that this sector needs to be watched. There's the need for us to extend it, but its employment potential is amazing. We did some work at the Ministry of Finance, and I've got a tax policy division and the real sector division of the Ministry of Finance to assess the potential of this particular industry. They came out to say that this is one of the sectors that can employ and grow and be able to support Ghana's export. And in doing so, one policy that has helped is the zero rating. And so I decided to extend it to 2028.
Okay.
Hence the...
If you have to sum up its impact on the business community, what would you say?
This is going to be very supportive to the business community. I'm giving back to businesses 5% of their cost. I'm taking their cost 5% from them, allowing them to do input-output. And the savings they will make, 5% of business cost is a lot. You know what it means? They can plow back profit and develop. They can employ, and they can do well. Together, the COVID-19 and then the decoupling that I have done, I have given back to the people of Ghana over 6 billion Ghana cedis to support.
Give me a brief response to this. Professor Bokmu yesterday was on my show and says the effective VAT rate, which is now currently at 20% based on the restructuring you've done, he was hoping that, he says to have an optimal impact, he was expecting it to be at least 19.
Okay, so I'm starting from, let's say, 22%. Going to 19 is 3%. So it may be so steep for year one. And so I start with 2%. And then in future, depending on the compliance effort we put in place, and if it works and the compliance efforts are doing well, yes, I've quantified some compliance effort, but is compliance still compliance? So you do compliance, assume that you get X, but wait until you get it before you go aggressive. But my promise also to the people of Ghana today is that if clearly 20% that we are now at, you have no justification not to pay VAT if you collect VAT. You are only a withholding agent. Pay to the Ghana Revenue Authority. And we are going to bring measures to get them to pay VAT. If all of us pay VAT and the VAT tax is doing very well, then there will be no need for me to stay at 20%. Maybe I can come down to 19, maybe even lower. And so the bigger the plate, the opportunity for me to be able to reduce the rate so that everybody else can pay.
Okay.
So 20%, I think is a good start. Very, very good start.
And emphasis for me is start. Yes. Do I hear you say that you're going to implement this for a while? Monitor?
Yes.
And you are open based on feedback?
Based on feedback and what do you call it?
Impact?
And impact. Look, until today, Ghana remains the highest VAT, effective VAT rate country in the entire of Africa. Okay. But this neutralizes it.
Okay. And I want to end, before we sit down and take a break, by looking at the expenditure items. And there's something that struck me. I need to go through this very quickly. But you want to contain recurrent spending by capping non-essential expenditures such as foreign travel, workshops, vehicle procurements, and eliminating low-impact programs. You've got to be very unpopular with your colleagues and with the ministries and with agencies who are used to this.
So, Evans, if a finance minister and you are too popular, then there's something wrong with it. Too popular within the group that you are talking about, then you are failing. President Mahama did not appoint me to be too popular among ministries, departments, and agencies and all. He appointed me to do a job. It doesn't matter what people say, but I'm here to do a job. I will do the job. My biggest constituency, the people I want to be popular with, is with the people of Ghana. Whatever I have to do to serve their needs and be able to save, to pay for school feeding, to pay for free SHS, to be able to put nurses in a hospital, to build hospitals, to give maternal care and all. There are people with non-communicable diseases, they need money. Instead of somebody traveling, I will cut that expenditure and give it to someone who needs to be able to pay for dialysis and all. I'm not saying essential travels should be capped, but some of the travels are very unnecessary. Some of the travels you can, some of the programs you can engage via Zoom and all. So it's not about what people say. How many cars will you drive? Why do you have to have 5 cars in a home when you can only drive 1 at a time? Max 2, yourself, your missus, maybe 1 for your children. Why do you need 10? Why are you being extravagant? This is what I'm trying to say.
Do you have the president's
all of this
support
needs
to do this?
Let me
the
put
way
it
you're
this way.
proposing, because we've had stories about finance ministers in the past who have tried to do this, and the party will come for you. Your own people will come for you, and it becomes very difficult for them to stay the course.
This is the president's document. It's not my document. And so, if the president does not support this, there's no way I can put it in the document. You know something? This president we have, he read this budget cover to cover, personally editing, putting things that he wanted in. This is his document, not my document. I read on his behalf. So the budget belongs to the president. I read it on the authority of the president, for the president, to the parliament and the people of Ghana.
Okay. And then you say you want to rationalize earmark funds towards high-impact job creation. I guess it's the ties in with what we just read there. You want to create 800,000 jobs.
All right.
Just based on the global and the total impact of the measures that you've announced today. Right. That's very ambitious. Over what period? Medium term?
Medium term. Every single policy I put in, I look at its impact on jobs. So I don't just look at the policy. Yes, you have social policies. That one, you are supporting the vulnerable. Even by supporting them, it's like paying them some stipend because they are not getting job to do to be able to survive. That alone is by taking care of them. We have a huge problem as a country, unemployment. And so if you are throwing public money to something, then you have to make sure it is done properly. For example, do you know 1 hectare of an oil palm plantation employs up to 3 people?
I see.
In Southeast Asia, they employ 2.5. In Africa, it's about 3 people. But to be conservative, I use the Southeast Asia analysis. We are going to develop up to 100,000 hectares of oil palm plantation in the medium term. So 100,000 times 2.5 will give you 250,000 people. Okay? So that alone, and if I'm to do the African one, and maybe this is what we are trying to do, we want to a little bit more mechanization, a little more machinery, and so probably we'll end up with the Asian model, and that's why I use 250,000 for 100,000 hectares. We have set up a window that will allow you, the businessman, watching me today, if you're interested in oil palm plantation, because the impact in terms of job creation, potential for plantations of this caliber is huge. It's labor intensive. And I have said that the future for reducing unemployment in Ghana is commercial agriculture, not peasant agriculture. It helps, peasant and subsistence and all. It helps, it's good and all. But commercial agriculture, where you will also you design it in such a way that you take care of outgrower schemes and smallholder schemes and be able to bring them up. That is where Ghana is going, and that is the policy of President Mahama and the NDC. I think the era has come for us to commercialize.
And how much are you putting in there?
With 500 million United States dollars.
Okay. But for the oil palm thing, I believe it was almost more than 8 billion.
Yes, it's 500 million United States dollars. It translates to about 6.9 billion.
6.9 billion you're putting there. And you were going to make a point about, briefly before I sit down, that how do you take advantage of this?
Yes.
As a business, as a person? I want to take advantage, what do I do?
So what we're doing now is to use the Ghana Development Bank, DBG. So the resources will be with DBG. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is going to acquire the land, 100,000 hectares of land. We have areas that you can grow oil palm. And then the oil palm development, I think they call it OPRI, Oil Palm Research Institute, and Tree Crop, the Tree Crop Division are coming together, and we'll get the land. The ministry gets the land, and so if you, Evans, you are interested, to be able to, for the government to allocate, let's say 10,000 hectares of palm land for you, you can get the allocation, be able to raise 30% of capital, and you get debt from the state, concessional loan for about 70%. And then on the 70%, government will give you the 70% debt, because the oil palm actually requires patient capital.
But it takes a long time for you to harvest.
It takes 5 years. Yeah. So the gestation is 5 years. And so if you go and take treasury bill, that is 91 days, 182 days, or even bank short tenor, 1 year, 2 year, you are in trouble. So it is the most profitable crop in the world today. Most profitable crop today. And it's used for so many things. Today, Ghana import into our country about 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil. The business is there. Nigeria has huge potential. If you're able to plant here, you can even sell it around the sub-region. Our neighboring Ivory Coast is producing 600,000 metric tons.
And how much are we producing currently?
We are producing about 250,000 metric tons.
And that is the finance minister. I'm going to take a quick break. I will sit down with him shortly after this, and then we will talk about the big push. We'll talk about the linkages that he drew today, not just building the roads, but linkages to agriculture, to jobs, etc. And then we'll have to talk about that oil palm plantation policy that he's talked about, but also an investment in schools and the directive that has now been issued for all schools now to consume locally produced grains. And this tied into government's policy of fixing the challenge with the glut, not just now, but long term. And then the big question that some farmers have asked yesterday is they want to see the value chain approach. Now, don't just give us input that allows us to produce, but guarantee us markets, but also make sure that our roads are good enough to evacuate in a manner that doesn't add extra cost so that by the time it gets to the market, it's too expensive for me to afford. You're going to ask him to expand on that when we sit down for a conversation right after this. Stay with me.
There is something extraordinary happening, something you won't want to miss.
A treasure that has been kept under wraps until now.
The wait is almost over.
Get ready to experience the unforgettable.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe. As tough as it.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe. As tough as it can get.
You get so sorry. Would you back sorry? Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never won. You get catch it. Hey! No, I'm pipe.
Between the fire and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A Syntax pipe. Me tono, catch him send one dem pa. Say your fee, say your foam. The pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why leaky?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
When you know, pipe ben abe you see.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No hala.
After touring all 15 regions, the 2025 Springboard Roadshow now heads to Accra for the grand finale. A national celebration of innovation, inspiration, and the unstoppable spirit of Ghana's youth. Join us on Saturday, 22nd November at the Ohene Kunedu Auditorium, UPSA Accra from 9 a.m. The Springboard Roadshow is brought to you by the Ghana Growth Program, an initiative of the Mastercard Foundation in partnership with the Springboard Roadshow Foundation and its consortium partners, with support from Absa Bank, the Multimedia Group, and Graphic Communications Group. Springboard Roadshow 2025, connecting young people to agriculture, agribusiness, and ATVET.
Announcing Ghana's first unlimited photocopier leasing. Yes, from just 983 Ghana cedis, you can lease a multifunctional photocopier and print unlimited. Yes, unlimited and free paper every month. Guess what? That's not all. Toners, repairs, and maintenance all are free. And oh, I'm not kidding at all. And we cover the whole country. Yes, the whole country. What are you waiting for? Just visit us at www.valexlease.com or call 0244 644048. Remember, terms and conditions apply. Valix Lease, affordable document management solutions.
From the
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
You go give me the luckiest. Go from Georgia be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go give me luckiest. No matter why you're lucky. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame! Send your God up a boom! If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey! Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Goodluck no check me well. Yeah, man.
Easy car. Or dial *712#.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
How much birthday?
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts, yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for Milky. I'm feeling like 7.
*712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, baby, I'll find me before December, maybe release a motivation album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
In a world where everything is connected, your business's security is only as strong as its weakest link. The growing threat of cybercrime has become an unescapable reality. In 2025 alone, the projected cost of cybercrime is expected to grow to $10 trillion globally, with small-medium businesses disproportionately targeted. Cyber threats have become increasingly sophisticated, widespread, and invisible, placing unequipped organizations at risk of massive damages in a matter of seconds. Meet Virtual InfoSec Africa, Ghana's Tier 1 certified managed security service provider. Our AI-driven managed security services empower businesses with faster, smarter, and more proactive cyber protection. We don't just monitor threats, we predict, prevent, and respond 24/7. At Virtual InfoSec Africa, we deliver bold and cost-effective cybersecurity solutions tailored to your organization's size and complexity. Whether you're a startup or a national institution, our services scale with your needs. We offer 24/7 SOC monitoring, early warning threat intelligence, managed detection and response, digital forensics and incident response, and predictive analysis and threat hunting. From endpoint protection to dark web forensics, we secure every layer of your digital ecosystem. Why wait for a breach to act? Join the ranks of high institutions who trust Virtual InfoSec Africa to secure their future. Start your 3-month free trial of our early warning threat intelligence platform today. For more inquiries, contact 055-689-2086 or visit our website at www.virtualinfosecafrica.com.
Thank you very much for staying with us here on a special edition of PM Express. It's on the night when the budget was read, and I'm making a comment earlier that in my more than 2 decades of covering Parliament and the budget, I've never seen the budget read this late. Ato Forson has been a politician longer than I have done journalism, so maybe I should ask him, have you ever seen this? No, okay. This is the latest it's been, I believe. Let's talk about some of the big ticket items. Big push. Big push today, you give us a bit more meat on the bone. And then you told us about, apparently, even within a big push, you have a flagship expenditure item there, which is the Accra-Kumasi Expressway.
So we have 2 flagships.
Okay.
The first flagship is the Accra-Kumasi, no, let me say 3.
Okay.
Accra-Kumasi Expressway. The second is the Echiamafo Adoso Bridge, the one that connects to Afram Prince, and then the Dambai Bridge.
So those are the 3 flagships within the Accra-Kumasi one obviously stands out for me. Just before we came on air, I saw, I believe, what looks like an artist's impression of what it will look like. Why don't you play that and explain to me because you were drawing linkages even to agric centers and areas where you identified as growth poles. This is the video.
The Accra-Kumasi Expressway is the flagship of President Mahama's Big Push infrastructure program. It is Ghana's first fully modern 6-lane bi-directional Class A expressway, a highway worthy of a nation on the rise. Stretching 198.7 kilometers, this expressway will become the central spine of Ghana's economy, linking our capital city to Kumasi, the heartbeat of the Ashanti region. It will cut through the Greater Accra, the eastern regions, creating a powerful southern-northern economic corridor that connects people, markets, and opportunities. To achieve this, the expressway follows a brand new alignment. This alone reduces the current travel distance by more than 50 kilometers, bringing it down from 250 kilometers to just under 199 kilometers. The impact on time and efficiency will be remarkable. Travel time between Accra and Kumasi will be cut by half. Transport costs are expected to fall by nearly 40%. And during construction, the project will create over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs for engineers, artisans, suppliers, and young people eager to work and build. But this project is more than a road. It is a catalyst for transformation. It will spark the development of new industrial parks, logistics hubs, storage centers, and service economies along its length. It will power our 24-hour economy and strengthen Ghana's global competitiveness. The expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease congestion and enhance access. These interchanges will be located at Accra Hub, Adeso, Isamankese, Achem Odan, Ofuase, Lake Busumtri, and Kumasi. Together, they will form a network of seamless movement and connectivity. The project also includes 3 significant bridges crossing the Birim and Pra rivers, ensuring a safe and continuous high-speed drive across changing terrain. To support travelers and transport operators, 4 service areas will be built along the route. This will include emergency medical centers, fire stations, maintenance and rescue units, catering rest stops, fuel stations, electronic vehicle charging points, and safe, well-lit parking spaces. All these facilities will operate round the clock in keeping with our 24-hour economy. Finally, 2 modern toll plazas, one in Accra and one in Kumasi, will each have 20 lanes. They will rely on automated tolling technology to ensure smooth, efficient revenue collection with minimal delays. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway is not just concrete and asphalt. It is a bold statement of intent, a promise to build faster, connect deeper, and transform Ghana's future. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway is going to open up our dear country.
What is your voice on that?
Yes.
How much is this going to cost us, and we're going to get the money?
Okay, so because we are going to tender, and I have the engineer's estimate, so you don't want to mention it for someone to know it's going to go through tender and all. They've done comprehensive designs, costing and everything, and it's going to go out for tender very soon.
Okay, and how long do you plan
3 years max.
To pull this off?
3 years.
3 years. So you plan to commission this in 2028?
Yes.
Okay. You talk about, in the budget today, I heard you say, you also want to, you strategically done this to position it along the growth poles,
yes,
linked to agriculture?
Exactly.
Because the fundamental question that those in agriculture have asked today, and I've got a little question for you on this, which is, how are you doing the value chain analysis when it comes to all the investment you put in the budget. They don't have good roads, so it's costing more to transport to the farms.
Okay.
And by the time it gets to the farm, it's so expensive because the road is horrible.
Right.
How is this trying to fix that problem?
Okay, so you will notice that in the budget I mentioned agricultural roads.
Okay.
And admitted that based on the work we've done at the Ministry of Finance, we've come to understand that the inflation you see coming from food inflation, is the major contributor of food inflation is coming from bad roads, connecting farms and markets. And so the Ministry of Finance, working with government, designed the program that will be implemented jointly by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture and the Ministry of Roads, the feeder road, the Department of Feeder Road in particular, where the Ministry of Agriculture will identify those roads, and then the Ministry of Roads and Highways will fix those roads. And we are doing 1,000 kilometers. And 1,000 kilometers is a lot of money, it's a lot of network to connect these farm, food processing, food growing enclaves to markets to resolve that problem. So as if we knew this would come up, but it is something, because a lot of thinking went through this budgeting, we have, and it's not just conceptualizing it, it's about also using data and proper analysis to make it evidence-based and finding a solution to fix it. So we are spending quite a lot of money on agriculture. So the tractors that we are buying and all.
So you're also buying tractors for farmers?
Buying about 4,400 different tractors, the different equipment to support farmers. So we are setting 5 farmer service centers across the country. This is just the beginning for this year's budget. Look, we should be able to feed ourselves. And I keep saying this. I remember when the Russia-Ukraine war began, and we started crying because food prices have gone up and we're blaming Russia and Ukraine. It should never happen to a country like Ghana. We have arable lands, so much, more than built-up areas. We have fertile soil. Rainfall is not an issue here in Ghana. You have the rivers all over, and yet we are complaining of food. Yes, I'm concerned that there's glut. It gives me sleepless night. And that is why the president has come out with a policy saying that, beginning now, and you heard me say, beginning now, all schools, basic and secondary, and the instruction does not only go to the schools, it goes to the Ministry of Education, the other Get Fund and all, that you have to buy only made in Ghana rice, because it's government expenditure.
And maize as well, rice, maize.
Chicken, and eggs. If you are to buy any of this, don't buy foreign produce.
You said only. Do we have capacity locally to
no, we have
to supply all
enough. The reason why
all year round
there is glut is because they are not buying. You see, I've always said that it doesn't matter if I'm buying Ghana product, even at a small premium, or a price a little bit higher than the imported one. I'm supporting a Ghanaian business. I'm creating jobs locally. And that is where government is going.
So this is to create the market.
To create the market.
For the locally produced grains.
And you know what will happen? Those businesses that ideally will go for government tenders will go to the farmers and buy it and bring it to the state. Now these businesses are winning those tenders to supply the secondary schools, and they're importing them. So if you want to win government tender and supply, because it should be made in Ghana, then you will have no choice than to go to wherever they are producing the rice. You need to create the demand first. And what we've done, we are creating the demand for these agriculture products to be able to survive in our country.
Since we're talking about education, I also, and I want to pull this up, you want to end double track in 2 years.
Correct. 24 months.
That, some may challenge you and say it's over-ambitious, considering that this challenge has been with us for a long time.
Yes.
deadlines were set and it wasn't met because you need infrastructure to create the space.
All right.
It takes a long time to do. You have to find the money.
Okay.
How are you going to fix that problem in 2 years?
Let me put it this way. I'm working closely with the minister responsible for education. And this is what we are doing. Number one, he has identified that the chunk of the problem is at the category C schools. They have the land, they have the ability, but they do not have the infrastructure, and to some extent, teachers. And infrastructure is what is going to attract even good quality teachers. And so he's going to reclassify or going to invest or pick 30 category C schools and upgrade them to become category B. And in doing so, he's going to increase classroom blocks, dormitories, and all. And he's also going to bring category B schools to category A. And some of the category A schools, they have land, they are going to put new dormitories and all. We recognize that these buildings may take 1 year, but certainly 24 months is enough time to be able to put these infrastructures in place. Aside that, we have identified 30 A blocks that were abandoned by the previous administration, and we are going to fix them. 30 of them. So these 30 of these schools will be identified and be constructed to be able to go.
And I see that you've allocated 1.1 billion to end the double track
for year one, and the following year, next year too. Overall package, because it's we're working closely with the World Bank financing for this, and it's about 180 million United States dollar equivalent facility that will end this.
And I see you also have a basic level intervention.
Exactly.
Construction of 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 kindergartens, 400 4-unit teacher bungalows, 400 places of convenience in underserved communities, 2 billion there. I thought we have enough schools at that level, and that the problem was a senior high school.
No, it's more than that. You know, I'm a rural MP. I tell people I'm a classy MP, and you will not appreciate it until you go down. There are some communities where school children will have to walk sometimes 5 kilometers to access KG. 5 kilometers. There's huge problems out there with KG facility. In fact, if I have my way, I think the kindergarten should be 400.
Yeah.
I think because it's a lot more problems at that step. Then I think the budget says 400. This may be a mistake because the focus is to tackle more kindergarten, 400. And then another problem you have is the JSS. Sometimes you have two communities. Community A, community B. So you produce class 1 to classes, class 1 to classes, and all of them converge to JSS. And over the years, it has become crowded. And so there's the need to have JSS. And so that is something that is very important. You recall in the NDC manifesto, we pledged that every school we build will be accompanied by a teacher bungalow.
And I see
and then
that.
We are building 400 4-unit teacher bungalows and 400 places of convenience. Sometimes you go to some of the schools, and we from rural Ghana, you go to some of the schools, the school is there nice, but the school children have no place of convenience to go. This is to build places of convenience in the schools so that the school children will have good places of convenience to also access aside going to school, whilst the teachers who have been posted from respective places to these communities also have a place to teach, to sleep, and be able to teach the children. These are future leaders, and you need to send the right material to.
I want to come to health. Agenda 111. You were accused that you have abandoned it. Have you?
We haven't. You see, so our approach is that, you see, what we are doing here, we are targeting 10 to complete in 2026. If MPP announced Agenda 111 when I think it's 2020, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, 2019, during COVID-19. That's when they announced Agenda 111. And so they were in office until 2024. Let me even say 5 years in office. if they had concentrated on 10 for 5 years, they could have finished 50 of them.
So this 10 you want to complete in 2026?
Yes, in 2026, fully finished, completed. And we've done the analysis. And we know we can finish 10 of the Agenda 1-1. There are a number of them in various stages of completion. So we are picking 10. MPP awarded 111 hospital projects and finished none. We don't want to go there to spread ourselves so thin. You want to begin something that you can finish. So all the 110 has been abandoned. In fact, they abandoned it before they left office after starting it for 5 years. We are picking 10 for 2026 and fixing it. By 2027, we would have completed a 10, commission it and be put into proper use. Then we will tackle another one. By that time, if we have enough money, we can do 20, we can do 20. But granted that we'll do 10 every year. President Mahama will be on record to be the one to come and finish, let's say, 30, whilst the person who began the Agenda 1-1-1 could not even finish one.
But here's the question. You're also going to upgrade 7 hospitals and provide enhanced maternity and child health services. Construction of 3 new regional hospitals will also be done. And the question there is, if you have Agenda 1-1-1 and you started it and we're told many of them are various stages of completion, why don't you focus all your efforts in completing those before you build new projects?
So the one we are talking about, we are talking of 3 regional hospitals. Agenda 1-1-1 isn't a regional hospital. In fact, you can call it a district hospital, but it is not every district that has one. Okay? And sometimes it was politically cited, depending on where they were getting their votes from. NDC do not believe in that thing. What we are saying is that we are positioning the regional hospitals. And so we have 6 regions with no regional hospital. And so instead of starting all the 6 year 1, we know we can't finish all 6 in year 1 based on the allocations we've done. So what we are saying is that out of the 6, we are starting 3. And we will make sure that 3 by 18 months it will be completed because we allocate resources for. Then the next 18 months you pick another 3. So by the time that we'll be finishing this term, President Mahama's term, certainly would have been able to give all the 6 regional regions without hospital befitting regional hospitals. And that's the policy of President Mahama.
Okay. Since you also are the acting defense minister, I need to, and we've been talking a lot about this recently, you lost some of your colleagues. In the budget today, you gave us the blueprint for modernizing the Ghana Armed Forces. What are some of the big ticket items you want to take in the next 1 year, short to medium term?
We need to retool the military. It is pathetic. We need to get the offshore patrol vessels in quickly. These are not things that you can get it off the shelf. So you need to buy it and they will prepare and acquire it. And it takes 3-4 years sometimes to build the OVPs. So we have committed to do that this year, and we are buying 2 of them. And then when you buy, it takes a while. So maybe by the time it will come, it will have been 2028 or 2029. But you are building a country, not for yourself. So that needs to be done. We also need to strengthen the infantry. And so we inherited a loan agreement and a contract. The contract has to do with supply of 18 APCs. The previous administration paid the contractor $40 million United States dollars. Nothing has been supplied, not even one. What we are saying is that since the contractor has $40 million of Ghana's money, there's the need to pay the remaining $40 million and get the APCs.
As the contractor has explained why they haven't delivered all
because he said that is the structure of the contract, that you have to pay all the money before they deliver. And again, it takes us back. If you are not ready to buy 18 and that your 40 million could have purchased, for example, 9, why didn't you go for 9? That's some of the things we keep talking about. Now, we have the military, the Air Force. You know the issues with Air Force and helicopters. We need to give them helicopters. And so government has taken a decision that based on the recommendation of from the, what do you call it?
The board, the investigative board into the helicopter
the need
crash.
To get the helicopters.
So how many are you buying for the?
4. We are buying. They only have one functional military aircraft as well. So you need to get an aircraft. And so what we have said is that these things are priority for the state. Today, if there was an emergency and the military had to use helicopter to send troops to a community to rescue the situation, will be found wanting. It's not a matter of politics, it's about a country that needs to be protected. And so we've taken the decision to retool.
And a final public interest question on asking about those whose funds are locked up. And this is from the banking cleanup that happened. A lot of the banks went under. It appears from this message that there are a lot of people still whose funds are locked up. They haven't received their funds. When are they going to get them?
So, Evans, let me be blunt here. I have fundamental problems with this particular issue. First, government has no business in collapsing companies and taking liabilities and using 30 billion cedis of taxpayers' money to fund it. It is so wrong. So wrong. One, government isn't a shareholder. So I'm not talking of state-owned banks. I'm talking of private businesses that have collected people's deposit. And for some interesting reason, they have failed to honor the terms of the agreement they had, and that all of a sudden, the state should pay. Granted that the state is paying another 20, 30 billion. You know what will happen? I will not be able to do these allocations that I'm doing for schools, for hospitals, and all. So what is the opportunity cost? This is a country that is just coming from debt distress. Am I going to borrow another 10 billion and saddle the state with additional debt? Whilst a businessman who has collected this money and has run away? No way. No way. I don't think I have to run state's resources like that. My view, if care is not taken and we go that route, business owners will collect depositors' money and go at large, and the state would take that responsibility. In fact, we shouldn't have started that at all. We should have gone after the assets. Previously, they should have gone after those assets. And they should have, and that is why there's central bank. And that is why you have some payment you have to put there. When we were leaving office in 2015, we set up the Depositors Insurance Scheme and all to provide a system. The state cannot be paying this. And the taxpayer cannot be used as punching bag all the time. At any time somebody set up a microfinance or savings and loan company, they run it aground and they just go and a central bank move in and collapse it and transfer the debt to the Ministry of Finance to pay. Am I going to stop paying school feeding? Am I going to stop paying capitation grant? Because the money must come from somewhere. The money must come from somewhere. Tell me, what am I cutting to pay the person who gave his investment to a private person to mismanage? So I have fundamental issues with that. I think government has no business in going into that and be taking those responsibilities to pay. In fact, we do not even have the money to do that.
Yeah. So basically, for those who may have money so locked, any for them, anything.
I think for them, the central bank, who is the regulator, must get involved and to recover those assets and to use those assets to settle them. The Ministry of Finance has no money for that. In fact, we do not have it. I'm being honest, I'm being blunt. The central bank must recover those assets. The assets are somewhere. The money is somewhere. They are directors of that company. They have to bring the money. However they bring the money, they have to bring it. And then that resources, when recovered, should be used to settle the depositors. I think it's becoming far too many. It's becoming too much. And oftentimes it becomes political. And we say that, oh, okay, you have to pay. No, something got to give. Something got to give. If today I take that responsibility, the truth is that I would have forgone some of the investment that I'm making in this country.
There's opportunity cost.
Because of there's opportunity cost.
And that there is the Finance Minister, Dr. Ato Forson. I believe you haven't rested for a long time today.
Yes. But I'm used to it. Yes, I'm used to it.
I'm grateful that you made time straight from the budget to spend time with us to break down all the big numbers in the budget. All the best.
for the next 1 year.
Okay.
You'll be coming back with the
media review sometimes in July next year. And I always enjoy coming to your show, and I have to admit.
I'm very grateful to have you.
Thank
very
you.
grateful to have you. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
In a world where everything is connected, your business's security is only as strong as its weakest link. The growing threat of cybercrime has become an unescapable reality. In 2025 alone, the projected cost of cybercrime is expected to grow to $10 trillion globally, with small-medium businesses disproportionately targeted. Cyber threats have become increasingly sophisticated, widespread, and invisible, placing unequipped organizations at risk of massive damages in a matter of seconds. Meet Virtual InfoSec Africa, Ghana's Tier 1 certified managed security service provider. Our AI-driven managed security services empower businesses with faster, smarter, and more proactive cyber protection. We don't just monitor threats, we predict, prevent, and respond 24/7. At Virtual InfoSec Africa, we deliver bold and cost-effective cybersecurity solutions tailored to your organization's size and complexity. Whether you're a startup or a national institution, our services scale with your needs. We offer 24/7 SOC monitoring, early warning threat intelligence, managed detection and response, digital forensics and incident response, and predictive analysis and threat hunting. From endpoint protection to dark web forensics, we secure every layer of your digital ecosystem. Why wait for a breach to act? Join the ranks of high institutions who trust Virtual InfoSec Africa to secure their future. Start your 3-month free trial of our early warning threat intelligence platform today. For more inquiries, contact 055-689-2086 or visit our website at www.virtualinfosecafrica.com.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Go be the luckiest, go be from Georgia be luckiest, from not the because she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God down for boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car? Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no me way. Yeah, man.
Easy car. Or dial *712#.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky